We're live here in Rome, Georgia on a beautiful Saturday morning. Good morning, everybody. Brian Glenn, Vanessa Broussard for once again. We're covering President Donald J. Trump on the road to the White House. And as we make a stop here in the 14th District of Georgia, as you can see behind me, they're coming in.
Yes, they are. People were camping out overnight. I've heard that they were staying out in the pouring rain to see President Trump today. But that's just the story of how these rallies are. We hear it all the time. When I was in Virginia a couple of weeks ago, they did the same thing. They camped out overnight in harsh conditions, but they just don't care. They want to get here and they want to see Donald Trump, and they want front row seats if they can get there in time. But yes, the crowd is pouring in right now. It's going to be a great day. The rain has stopped, Brian, so that's good.
Yeah, that's good. The rain is stopped, but we got some cloudy conditions, but that's not going to prevent people from coming out. Now, if you're familiar with this area, it's called the Forum, and it is about 3,500 seat capacity. I've been to a couple events here. This will sell out, and just so I can show you guys, and let's turn the camera here, they have an overflow area. So if for whatever reason you don't get inside, please continue to come down here. There's also a Jumbotron that will air President Trump's speech out here. So I can't think of a better setting to come alongside this river. And not only if you can't get inside, you get to watch the speech and enjoy the excitement that is a Trump rally. And of course, this is a pivotal time right now in the election as we just came off a Super Tuesday. And of course, the only state that President Trump was able to, well, I should say Nikki Haley won. Was Vermont.
Right, Vermont, and then also D.C. before that.
Well, it's a badge of honor to actually lose D.C. because you don't necessarily want to win the swamp.
No, and it goes with what President Trump has been saying all along. It is the swamp, and so we feel like Nikki Haley is a snake that was right there with the rest of them, slithering her way to the top of that ballot. And so, yeah, it's the swamp. It's where the snakes they hide and reside, and so that's what she won. So no surprise there in D.C.
Yeah, okay, so let's unpack a few things here. We're live here now, and about 2 o'clock, we're going to transition inside. We're going to continue our coverage inside. The speakers start at 3, and President Trump is scheduled to speak at 5 p.m. We've got a list of speakers. Jim Jordan is here, which is great. Obviously, we got Burt Jones is here, David Perdue, and this is Marjorie Taylor Green's Congressional District 14, so obviously she's going to speak as well. We also have Brian Jack is planning to speak, and then, of course, President Trump speaks here at 5 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, it's a great lineup of speakers today. Georgia is ready, and, you know, Brian, we'll talk a lot about this later, but this is all coming on the heels of the Fani Willis and Nathan Wade case. Georgia is upset. They don't like what's going on there. They're seeing what's going on and all the lies in that case and the attempt to bring down Donald Trump. So Georgia is going to show up today. They're going to cause a rumble that Fani is going to hear from her house.
Yeah, she's going to fill it across Northwest Georgia for sure. I want to bring in, we've got 2 special guests for today. The first one you're very familiar with. I want to bring in the one and only, she was almost here from day one with this network, Liz Willis, who you reside in the state of Georgia, which is pretty special.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. I think nothing could keep me away from a Trump rally. I'm so excited to be back here with Right Side Broadcasting Network in my home state of Georgia. I mean, there literally nothing. I can't think of a single reason why I was like, Brian, please. And of course, you were like, of course, come on. But no, the second I saw that this Georgia rally was announced, I knew I had to be there. I'm so excited to be back with the RSBN viewers, and just know that I love you so much. I think it's been 8 months since I have been.
That long?
I was just counting back there, like on my fingers. And
Do you remember the last one? What was the last rally?
I don't remember.
It was in Miami. I was with you when the courthouse.
Okay, yes. There's a lot going on down there. That was
turned into a rally, but it's actually a court appearance.
Yeah, we call it a rally. We call it a rally. I'm like, when he was indicted, but whatever. That was such a fun one. Glad to be back. And I love Georgia. I've been keeping up with politics. I'm still working in politics, just on like a digital marketing side. So it has been, it's a lot of fun, and we'll jump into all that later. I know I'm going to have plenty of time today to talk to y'all.
There you go. And look, I wanted to ask you, since you are in Georgia, do you see anything other than Trump signs. Now, did you see any Nikki Haley signs or DeSantis signs when he was in the race in Georgia?
Yeah, great question. I did not. I absolutely did not. I don't know if it's because I surround myself with really great individuals who just would not do that. But there's only been Trump support, and there's also just been a lot of negative Biden support as well. So, I mean, even just listening to the State of the Union, if you're out sitting at a restaurant in Georgia, you'll hear people playing at a restaurant, and I heard people audibly gasping and gagging. They're like, how is he seriously saying this, trying to gaslight the American people into saying that homes are more affordable now than ever? So no, Georgia is Trump country, and we are going to prove it to you. Yeah.
And of course, we'll go over some of the talking points from the State of the Union as, immigration has hit this country like no other. Of course, here in Georgia, Laken Riley is a victim, a 20-year-old Georgia UGA student that was murdered by an illegal alien from Venezuela. Now, we'll talk a little bit more about that, but I think it's very important to note that some of the biggest headlines, that the takeaways from the State of the Union, was that Biden said on camera during his address that she was murdered by an illegal alien. And that, of course, set off a firestorm within the leftist media because they do not want him to say that he was an illegal alien.
Yeah, he went off script, and so he mentioned her as her killer as an illegal alien. And when Nancy Pelosi went on the news right after that, you could see the smoke coming out of her ears because she basically mentioned what he meant to say was immigrant. And so, he has to go off script. He's made a few appearances since the State of the Union, and it's just a train wreck.
Yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't have a script in front of him, Brian, to be honest with you, I just can't understand him. I try so hard to really pay attention. I put my ear to the TV or to the computer, and I'm trying to listen really hard, but he mumbles and stumbles. I don't know what the man is saying.
Yeah, I think he ripped through that speech. He was obviously on some type of medication that made him rip through it, because if you look at comparison, how he normally talks, Liz, he's very slow. He whispers, seems very confused. He was an angry grandpa the other night.
The man was on drugs. I don't know what type of cocktail they gave him. I think it'd be fun. I kind of was like, I would like to take that today for this rally to try and keep up with President Trump for the next 8 hours. But he's on a mixture cocktail, whatever it is. Back to the Riley. I wanted to also make a point today that Mike Collins is going to be here today. He'll be one of the speakers, and he is a congressman from Georgia District 10. We'll be able to interview him on the Media Risers Inside, but he actually wrote the bill, the Laken-Riley Act, and that recently passed in Congress just this past week. So something that we're going to be able to jump into a little bit further and see what it means for the future of, Americans and their safety, and just being able to protect ourselves against these illegal aliens.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because, by the way, it is interesting to note that there wasn't a single Democrat in Georgia that voted for that bill. Not a single one. And let me tell you, there's a lot of people in Georgia that are very upset at what's going on. So they're going to finally find out that their constituent in their district they voted for can't even support something as simple as that. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, it's easy to wonder. You see the Democrats, and one thing they keep spewing is trying to fight to take away our guns and to make our children feel safer in schools. But look at what happened to her, a student at the University of Georgia, Athens, Georgia. I grew up going there on the weekends, going out with my friends. You would think that is one of the safest places you can be, like a good old southern town, and it happened to her there. So if you really care about our students, let's start there.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's bring in our another special prize. We got Crystal come on. Crystal, you're also a native of the Southeast, more specifically Alabama, but this is a little bit of your region of the country.
Well, yeah, I'm originally from Louisiana, so definitely the South, and I live close to Phoenix City, Alabama. So I'm excited to be here. Like you guys, I've been in the media for years, and I've seen so many of just the lies that they're telling the American people. And there's so many people out here today, guys, who are so excited to hear the president and see what he has to say. Yeah. So I'm excited about that.
And it's interesting you said about the media, because we all pretty much come from the mainstream media, and it's amazing the things that they don't want you to say and how you write your scripts and who a suspect might be for a type of murder or a rape or anything like that, aggravated assault. They don't want you to describe that maybe someone was an illegal, or they were an immigrant, they were from Mexico, and it's not derogatory to say where someone's from.
Right.
If I was to go out and commit a crime, they'd say, a man from Texas or female from Texas or female from Louisiana. That's just the way it is. But we've got this hypersensitive culture that we live in the media where we don't necessarily want to tell the truth.
Right, that's true, and a lot of people don't. A lot of people are realizing that, and I'm so proud of that. People are so excited to be here today, and again, working in TV news, you couldn't say the coronavirus started in China a couple of years ago. I mean, come on,
You experienced that too?
I experienced that too. We have the news directors who are mainly liberals, people working in media. So I'm excited to be here with RSBN, a conservative channel, to actually tell the truth to people. So that's really exciting and a breath of fresh air. I will definitely tell you that.
Yeah, we were just talking the other day about the things you could say and the things you couldn't say.
Right.
It's amazing. You couldn't say that ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine saves lives. You actually lost your social media presence just for saying that.
And we're very familiar with that, absolutely. Shutting down social media, YouTube, your Twitter channel. So it's time to tell the truth. And people are here to hear the president and see what he has to say. And hopefully 4 more years. And that's why we're here today, Brian.
Yeah, we're months away. All right, so let's stand aside. Check out the crowd, everybody. We're going to kind of do what we're famous to do, and that's walking and showing the crowd, walking and talking, meeting all of you. I got to say, if you come out here, say hello. And if you're watching us, you're thinking about coming out here, look, it's not raining. It's great weather, by the way. It's perfect, to be quite honest with you. There's parking, there's entrances, there's overflow. So just come out and have a good time. And Liz, this is kind of what is the most enjoyable part about this job is meeting everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. I am going to walk y'all through this for the next few minutes. And this is one of my favorite parts. So we get to interview the people, and I'll tell you exactly what we're doing. So right now we're kind of walking, and you can see them walking past us and at a good space. And the reason is, and we'll go over all these logistics. Careful there for the cam op. There's a little bit of a jump. He's got to go down. So the reason is all these patriots that are gathered here today, they're actually in a single file line inside of this brick building that you can see in the background of your shot. So this is a parking garage, and they've got everyone lined up in there ready to go. Now, they're in these lines in there. They've got the mags in there, which is basically those metal detectors that you would use at the airport going through TSA, and they're just going through security. Once they're cleared, they're basically free to come through this walkway that you see us on right now. And so the reason I'm not stopping these people, asking them to talk, is because they've just been released. They are ready to go. They are ready to get inside and secure their spot to see President Trump. Now, before we go into this parking garage, I want to ask my cam op, if possible, to kind of just pan to your left and show you where we just came from. So we're going to slowly pan so you can see everything. This is the forum. This is where President Trump is going to be inside later today. You're also seeing this beautiful lawn space, which is the overflow area where many people will be later today waiting to see President Trump. And we just kind of came through this area. So you can see that the people are basically walking around this and going inside. If I had to guess, I would say at least 1,000 people have already gone inside so far. Now you've kind of got a lay of the land. Hello. We're going to go ahead and see what's left in this parking garage. I have no idea. There were thousands in there earlier waiting to be approved to go inside. But we'll see. We're going to check it out, and we're going to find the best spot to stop and grab some interviews. I don't really like to try and grab the people that are about to go inside because they're so eager. You know, the last thing they want to do after waiting hours and hours is to get held up by some reporter. All right. So we're making our way into this parking garage, which they've set up. And I think it's really nice of them because if you think about the logistics of this event, it's not raining, thank God, but it actually had a 70% chance of rain all week. So I'm assuming all these logistics were done to make sure people weren't waiting in the pouring rain. How's it going? Good, good. Do you mind if I ask you a couple questions? All right, cool. We'll start with our first interview of the day. Thank you so much. What's your name and where did you come from?
Mark Reynolds. I'm in Dallas, Georgia.
Dallas, Georgia. All right, how far away is Dallas, Georgia from Rome, Georgia?
It's about an hour south of here.
That's not bad at all. Okay. I'm from Atlanta. I should know that, but I've actually never been to Dallas, Georgia. Tell me a little bit about Dallas, Georgia, the demographic, the people there. What's it like?
It's very similar to Rome. It's just north of Douglasville. I commute to near Atlanta for work, and it's off the interstate, so it's a little quieter. It's a great place.
Now, is this your first Trump rally, or have you been to multiple? Is this your first political event?
We tried to go to the one in 2020, and it was full. We got here 3 hours early, and it was already full, so we were turned away. Yes.
3 hours early. So you learned your lesson.
Yes.
You made it a point to come back. What time did you get here today to secure a spot inside?
We got here about 30 minutes ago.
30 minutes ago. Okay, so this is moving pretty rapidly then.
The 4th Avenue parking deck is already full. We get into the 6th Avenue, there's still some spaces.
Okay, yeah, no, I parked on, I think, 5th Ave today, and it was full at like 10:30.
Yes.
So I was like shocked. All right, so what are you most looking forward to hearing about today? Of course, President Trump, you're probably most looking forward to seeing,
Right.
but is there anything specifically that you really care about, that you're passionate about, or that you're looking forward to?
Probably won't hear much about it, but I'm really passionate about the fair tax and what it would do for this country.
Tell us a little bit more about the fair tax.
The fair tax, it's more of instead of an income tax, it is a consumption tax or a sales tax that would be a little bit of tax on everyone instead of a lot of tax on a very small minority of the population. And
Sounds like something Biden would not approve of.
right. Most politicians won't approve of it because it takes power away from government and puts it back in the people's hands.
Now, what do you think of Joe Biden? I'll round up and let you get inside, but if you had to grade him on his term as president, what would you give him and why?
Mostly a pretty low score. Basically, I'm more less government instead of more powerful government running your life, and I know people have different views, and I just don't think that's the way the country needs to go.
Very nice. And I feel like that was nicely said too, so you seem like a great guy. Thank you for taking the time to interview. All right. Have a good day. All right, we're gonna move on over, and it looks like this was full, and you can testify to that. When we came in here earlier, this was absolutely packed in here. We actually had to wait on the absolute other side of this, but they opened up the mags. I think they opened up the mags around, we went at 11. Right at 11 is when they really started letting people in. They let press in a little bit before that. But we're just going to let you catch a view of this, and then I'm going to toss it back over to Vanessa.
Yeah, standing here with Liz. I'm glad we're getting to see this, Liz, because we talk about it all the time on air, what people go through to get through security. You can see all of the mags. You can see the Secret Service. You can see that they come through the mag, and then they also get wanded down as well. So it's a very strict process, but it takes some time. So a lot of times when we are at rallies and we say, okay, the people are coming in, but they're coming in slowly, this is why. So we finally get to see you or tell you or show you what people go through to get into these Trump events, because it just takes some time with all of the security. We also have the bomb-sniffing dogs here. We have local sheriff's office, but of course a lot of Secret Service as well. So you're looking at it. This is what people go through when they come to a President Trump event. Hey, look, while you're looking at the crowds coming in, earlier it was packed, but they have opened the doors early, so all of the people have moved inside, but there still are people along the streets coming in as well. But look, we want to remind you that with times being tough and not knowing what the future may hold financially, Birch Gold is the way to go. Save your finances with Birch Gold. Financial experts thought we were in the clear. They were anticipating around 6 rate cuts by the Fed this year. Then the inflation data came out higher than expected. So this isn't going away. It just cannot. The U.S. is $34 trillion in the hole, and yet we keep printing money. That actually pushes the prices you pay every day even higher. So you can either bury your head in the sand or you can do something about it. Diversify a portion of your savings into gold with Birch Gold Group. Gold is your hedge against inflation, and Birch Gold makes it easy to own. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, and you don't pay a penny out of pocket. Very easy to get involved. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Get your free information kit on gold. Then talk to a precious metals specialist on how to protect your savings from persistent inflation with gold. Again, just text the word Trump to 989898 right now. That is the Birch Gold Group. All right, we are going to continue to show you as people come in. It's a steady flow right now, but all of the crowds that were here in the overnight hours have already made their way inside. You can see tight security, of course, and around the block as well. So not just here on this property, but also around the block. Liz, I had to walk several blocks out of the way just to get here today.
You were a little later, but you did run and grab a poncho.
But I did run back to my hotel in my defense to get a poncho because we don't know what the weather's going to be.
No, but I got here early just because I'm psychotic about timing. I'm literally diagnosed OCD. I don't know if y'all knew that. So I got here early and I sent a text. I was like, y'all might want to hurry because the parking garage was completely full. I think I had like the second to last spot. So I'm glad you walked because parking would have been a nightmare. We're going to, like you said, just take a step back out here. I feel like it's a little more beautiful, a little bit more open. And what's going on here is they opened up these doors a lot earlier than they usually do. So like I said, I think they opened up the doors around 11 a.m. today. And if I had to guess, I'd say it's a logistics thing because they knew that it was scheduled to rain all day. So they wanted to make sure people were not, I feel like we've all learned our lesson here as far as, operations and how to handle this many people. But they wanted to proactively make sure that in case it did rain, these people were not stuck in the pouring rain all day. So they're already inside the venue, despite the fact that it actually doesn't start till 3 p.m. So the program is scheduled to begin at 3 p.m. We have some great speakers that are going to take the stage today. Of course, we have MTG of the 14th District and then Mike Collins of the 10th District. I think these are like literally two of RSBN's favorite congressmen and women. So it's great that we have both of them here today. I know we're going to have both of them on air later today, not just speaking, but also, one-on-one interviews. So if y'all have any specific questions you'd like to ask them, go ahead and send it to the RSBN socials, and we'll make sure that Grace is able to forward us any of those. And thank you for, of course, interacting with us online as well. You can also sign up for our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. All right, we are looking at 12:21 p.m. and I think we are making our way back towards kind of where the entrance is, and I think it's fine. We'll just stand over there and we'll start doing some interviews from over there. Again, we saw the front row Joes earlier, and it is a little more unusual in the way that we do things. Normally, we're able to start with the front row Joes and interview them for an hour or two, which is one of my favorite things in the world. I actually almost teared up talking to them today because they are so excited to see RSBN, and I just haven't seen them in so long. But we normally start talking to them and figuring out when they got here, how long they've been camping out, but they were actually inside the venue before we went live today. So hopefully once we're inside, we'll be able to grab a few of them and get to the bottom of that. But right here, you see a bunch of volunteers and Team Trump just checking the badges to make sure everyone has gone through the verification process to be allowed inside. So we can kind of park it here and then start interviewing some people. We'll grab a few of the Trump supporters, and I'll try and make it a little bit quicker because I don't want to waste anyone's time. Hi, I was going to say, do y'all mind if I ask you a couple questions? All right, cool, thank you. So you must watch RSBN then.
I do.
How long have you been watching RSBN? I'm curious.
I don't know, probably since about 2020.
Okay, so you've been on the Trump train for a while then. What is it about President Trump that makes you, so invested to watch his events and come to them in person?
I don't know, it's just the atmosphere. I just love it. Yeah.
I feel like it gives me a sense of home. I don't know, I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I immediately came today. I haven't been here in months actually to an event, and I feel right at home, so I really like that.
I saw your CPAC.
Oh, yes. CPAC? What? Well, normally I am. What did you think of CPAC?
It was awesome. Yeah, I went last year too, so it was the second year in a row that I went there. So yeah, it was great.
And where are you from again?
Woodstock, Atlanta area. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And what about you, if you don't mind?
Dallas, Georgia, and we're here because we haven't had a good president since Reagan. Trump was it. So we're back trying to get him back in office.
You're the second person that I've interviewed from Dallas today. So out of the 5 people I've talked to, 2 from Dallas, you would say Dallas is Trump country. Is it safe to make that assumption?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
I think Rome, Georgia is too, from the looks of things. Now, for you, what is it about President Trump that makes you think he's one of the best presidents?
He is somebody that people can relate to. I mean, even though he's a multimillionaire, billionaire, he has that hometown personality. We can talk to him, we can hear him, and it's good.
I feel like that's going to be studied in textbooks. How can a billionaire relate to the average working class American so well? But he does it, and he nails it. When he's talking, I'm like, he's fighting for me. He's fighting for my family. He's fighting for my savings in my pocketbook and putting food on the table.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly why we're here. We want him to win. And I hope he does.
I'm going to let y'all run inside because I know you're trying to get a good spot. But thank you for taking the time to talk to us today. Thank you so much. Again, such nice people here in Georgia. I might be a little bit biased, but we're just nicer down here. Hi, everyone. How's it going? Oh, we got one of our friends.
Living the dream.
You about to have some fun in there?
Oh, we always have fun at Trump rallies.
That's right. Have a good time.
If we can't win with Trump, who we going to win with? Fake Biden?
I don't want to win again with anyone else.
Absolutely not.
How's it going? Good. Have fun in there, you guys. All right, we're going to see if we've got another wave of people coming right in, and we'll see how many I feel like it's like going fishing, It's a lot of fun. I don't mind it at all, but we'll see. I also try and be mindful because you can tell in people's eyes whether or not they want to be on camera or not. A lot of people, I guess our viewers, they're not going to be surprised, but they don't trust the media. So you can see when people like RSBN, but we're going to grab some people and get to know them a little bit better today. This is my favorite part of rallies. Hey, you guys. Hey. Do you mind if I ask y'all a couple questions?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. All right. What's your name and where are y'all from?
I'm Lauren.
Hi, Lauren.
Hi.
I'm Sam. I'm from Nashville. Moved down here a couple years ago.
Oh, nice. What part of Georgia are you living? Is it Rome or?
Yeah.
Okay. So how would you describe Rome? The people of Rome, would you say it's a pretty Republican pace?
It is. There's definitely some areas and some places you go where, if you wear a Trump hat, you're not going to fit in.
That's what I was about to ask. You're wearing that proudly today. Can you normally wear that out and about?
I'm a minister, so I try not to get political in public, but if I'm someplace with my friends, yeah, I'll wear it.
That's a very nice answer. And what about you, Lauren? How would you describe Rome? Do you live here too?
Yes, I do. We live around.
Nice, good. Yeah, you don't have to tell the world.
I almost did.
I do that too sometimes. I'm like, nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, the same thing that he said. It's pretty, not political, but.
Yeah, pretty conservative. So what is it about President Trump that made y'all want to come out and wait in line for hours to see him today?
Me specifically, I'm type 1 diabetic. So anytime that I have to get insulin, it's really hard It's very expensive. And I believe that Trump has done, what he can to help. And it's really appreciative. So.
Yeah, I'm curious that you brought that up because I actually heard Joe Biden in the State of the Union try and take credit for lowering the price of insulin when it was President Trump who was actually actively fighting Big Pharma every day that he was in office.
Well, I find it funny because they capped the insulin price at $100 and they charge $99.
$99.99, huh?
Yep.
My father's diabetic as well, and it's a really difficult disease. So I'm sorry you have to deal with that, but you look like a bright, brave, smart girl. So you're doing okay?
Yes, I am.
And what about you? What makes you come out here to support President Trump? What is it about him that makes you, want to proudly wear that hat, wait in line?
Well, I was in high school, senior in high school when he was president, and I remember everybody was so mad, but then gas got cheaper, groceries got cheaper, everything was cheaper, cost of living. Oh, it was great. I was like, I'll take mean tweets and cheap gas for 4 more years, yeah. But I think he's funny, so,
I think he's funny, too. I think he's hilarious, actually. I would rather watch him than stand-up comedy any day of the week. All right, I'm going to let y'all run in. I know I'm holding you up, but you guys are lovely. Great couple. Rock on. Have a great time. All right, we've got a couple more. We got some people. I think I'm going to make my way over and see who do I get to chat with today.
Danny Hamilton.
Hi. Oh, nice. Tell me your name again.
Danny Hamilton.
Danny Hamilton. And you own a Trump bus out front?
I own the Trump bus since 2015, yes.
Okay, I actually heard my neighbors talking about a Trump bus in front of our building. Has that been in Buckhead at all? Or is it another Trump bus?
State of Georgia. I've been rolling for 8 years, yeah.
That's crazy.
That's pretty good. We've met before. I drove the Real America's Voice bus.
Okay.
Remember?
I know that bus.
You remember we ate a hamburger one night I made? You remember the hamburger?
It was delicious. You saved my life with that burger. I was starving, and y'all were using, was it Good Ranchers? It was some really good meat.
Local beef from North Carolina, yes.
That's what it was.
Grain fed.
See, I tell you, I remember a burger.
No, we've been on the Trump train for, about 8 years now, and it's been a great adventure. I met a lot of great folks. Then at Real America's Voice, I took the wrap off and did Real America's Voice for a while, and then put the wrap back on, and now we're back. Same bus, yeah. Now we're back with the Trump bus. I'm rolling hard, and things looking really good. I'm expecting about 90% of the vote will go to Trump.
I think it should. I think back to when President Trump was running in 2020, and he was really warning us about everything that would happen if Biden was elected. And some people might have thought, okay, he's exaggerating a little bit, but quite literally, the taxes, the inflation, the southern border, the lack of security, even abroad, not just domestic, but also abroad, all of those things, we're seeing that actively today. And it's kind of like our worst nightmare has come true, but he warned us. Do you agree with that?
100%. A gentleman asked me earlier in another interview, was asking me about, questioning me, and I said, look, Donald Trump has proven to me he loves America, and that's all he's done is try to prove that to us, the American people. So if Donald Trump makes the decision to do something for America, I'm on Donald Trump's side. I don't have to question him because I know he's there for the right reasons, and he's there for our children.
Do you agree with these things?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you think that because we've seen disastrous economic results from the Biden administration, do you think that we're going to see a larger turnout for President Trump? Do you think we're going to get some of those Democrat voters that have realized we messed up?
Yes, ma'am.
I do believe that 100%. I believe Trump will get at least the 80 million that he's going to normally get, and then we probably add another 20 or 30 million to that. That's my opinion.
And what's your faith in our election systems at the moment?
My faith is hopefully 100 million people will vote for Donald Trump, and it just can't steal. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I do feel like the election was stolen. I just feel that way. I was on the Trump bus for so many years. I knew what I saw, and I saw Trump with 60,000 people, and I saw Biden with 12 people.
Amen to that. Amen to that. I was at those rallies, and I have never seen rallies like that. Valdosta, Georgia, Macon, Georgia.
And I always say, too, that the one thing that's really weird, all 5 states shut down that Trump was leading in. And when they opened back up, he was losing. Yep. Such a coincidence.
I try not to be a conspiracy theorist either, but it must be in my blood because something's not mathing. Right. Are y'all about to head inside?
They shut Georgia down for a toilet that overflowed in the dome.
A leak.
That holds 100,000 people.
Well aware. Okay. Were y'all able to get your primary votes in?
Yeah. Everybody's still voting. We vote. You're talking
Tuesday.
about I don't vote early, but I'll be voting on Tuesday.
Okay, cool. Do you think you would vote early? And I'm about to wrap this up. I just really like talking to y'all. Do you think you would vote early or do an absentee ballot going into 2024? Because I know it's an interesting topic, and I'm just thinking back to 2020 when we were really pushing day of voting. But even President Trump now is kind of talking a little bit more about absentee ballots, early voting, and trying to get on the offense of that, kind of playing the Democrats' game.
I believe a lot of states have implemented a few new rules that might help that out. I can't tell you exactly what all of them are, but I'm just an old school guy. I'm just going to vote the day of.
It's always fun, kind of. It feels good. It feels good. All right.
I like the crowd.
I do too. Yeah. I do too. I really enjoyed it. So I voted early in the state of Georgia, and it felt so nice to be able to go in there and click Donald Trump for a third time.
Yes.
It felt really nice.
With them. I'll show up. I'll have my shirt on. They go, you can't come in with the shirt on. So I go put on another shirt, put on my hat, come back, and they say, you can't have. I said, you told me I couldn't have a shirt on. You said nothing about a hat.
I was walking in. I didn't wear any campaign gear or anything, but in my head, I'm like, I wonder if they know a MAGA extremist is in the building. I'm like, I don't think anyone had any idea, but it was fun nonetheless.
I've never met a MAGA extremist.
Oh, no, I was kidding because people call us that online. I'm actually not, but no, people would say I am one. So at that point, I'm just like, sure.
They mirror their stuff onto us. That's what
you guys do a great job. I've been watching you guys for years, and just thanks for all that you do, and just keep up the great work and telling the truth. That's what y'all do.
One day we'll have an RSBN logo on that beautiful bus of yours.
We'd love to do it.
All right. Thank you, guys. All right. Such incredible people here in the great state of Georgia. And today is drying up pretty nicely. You'll see a lot of rain boots in the audience. People were prepared to come rain or snow, which is incredible. I mean, it's not snowing, but you get the point. It doesn't matter what the weather is at these rallies. People are going to camp out. They're going to be ready. Vanessa, what's going on?
So listen, I really love the people here. They have food vendors inside. They have to be approved by the Trump team, and they have the best food. Well, you're in the South, so I got barbecue sandwiches for everyone. Delicious. I just ate mine. I scarfed it down. It was so good.
I can tell you're a mom because you're standing over here with a hot plate of food.
Like, here's food for you. Here's food for our camera guys. Here's food for everybody. Barbecue sandwiches in Georgia. This was really good. As one of the food vendors over there. Sweet people. Yes. Hey, Tax Network USA. Tax season is upon us. No matter if you have back taxes or if you need to, file your taxes for this year. Now's the time to do so. Go to Tax Network USA. They have experts standing by who are ready to help you. They are licensed in every single state, so no matter where you live, they can help you with your taxes or back taxes. They've actually saved their customers over $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter how big the issue is or how small you think the issue is, let the experts handle it for you. Don't stress about it anymore. They'll take care of it for you. Go to Tax Network's website. That information is on your screen, tnusa.com/RSBN. Again, that's tnusa.com/RSBN. That 1-800 number is on your screen as well. Again, they're licensed in all 50 states, so no matter where you live, they can have someone help you out with your taxes at Tax Network USA.
That, I think, is one of the most, if I could give someone life advice, it would just be get an accountant. Get a good accountant that's also conservative. My friend made a joke one time, and he was like, I can't remember all of it, but part of it was like, I want my baristas to have blue hair. I want them to be so liberal because they make a good coffee, but I want my accountant to have been at the Capitol on January 6th.
Yeah.
We want conservative accountants because they know how to save money, and they're going to do that for you, and they're going to do it legally and safely, and you're protected by them. So yeah, check them out for sure. I love my accountant.
Yes,
all right.
I love mine as well. So make sure, Tax Network USA, they're the best. They're wonderful, and they can definitely help you out. All right, let me put this food aside.
Yeah, put your barbecue sandwiches aside. We're going to check out this beautiful line. You can see it's still a very steady flow of people walking into this arena. Now, Brian Glenn mentioned earlier the arena inside. I think it's a max capacity of 3,500. If I get roughly 3,500. Y'all know me, and you probably haven't forgotten that math is not my thing, so I'm just going to own that from the beginning if I mess up numbers today. But 3,500, I would imagine that it's getting pretty close to being full, so I think they're probably going to have to cap it soon. So if you're in the surrounding area and you're close by, I think you might be able to run over if you can get here in the next hour or so and possibly still get a seat inside. But if you're not already getting dressed or on your way, you're going to have to stand outside in this beautiful overflow area. This is going to be a party later today. We're going to have a camera set up out here later too, so you guys can check that footage out. But it's going to be a lot of fun here in Rome, Georgia. So I want to encourage everyone to come hang out with us. If you see us, come say hi. We'd love to interview you. Looks like it's starting to drizzle a little bit, but much less than anything that I was expecting to happen today. So you can still see people kind of coming in with their umbrellas over there, and we've got a group over here. This looks like press because they've got their big badges on. But once we get some more great patriots coming over, some spectators, we'll grab them and get a couple more interviews rolling today. So thank you again for tuning in. And for those who were not here for the intro, I just want to say hi. It feels so good to be with y'all again here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I've had a lot of fun the past few months doing a whole different business, but excited. I knew when Georgia was announced that I couldn't miss it. So I'm just so thankful that RSBN gave me the opportunity to come back and be with you guys today. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. For those of you who don't know, I was born and raised here in Georgia. This is my home state. 90% of my family still lives here, and I just really respect the America First politicians. I hate to say that about them, but they are. I love so many of them. Marjorie Taylor Green, Mike Collins. I'm going to have a friend of mine who might come and interview with us if we can grab him, CJ Pearson, who is actually running for state legislature here in Georgia as well. So it's going to be fun. I know there's going to be a lot of friendly and familiar faces inside as well. Hey, everyone. How's it going? Having fun coming out despite the rain? Yeah. Got to support our great president. Have fun in there. Hey, how's it going? We've got some more people kind of trailing in here today. I'm excited to be able to get inside and see what the situation looks like in there. And we'll see if Vanessa wants to come over and see. Vanessa, what are you seeing here so far? You've been kind of, I feel like you're right behind me, so you can see the things that I'm missing without having to turn around. So what's going on?
You're doing great. You're not missing much because the crowd of people that were here in the overnight hours and the early morning hours, they're already inside. So we see a steady flow of people coming in right now as they go through security. But you know, those barbecue sandwiches that I just told you about, that's the tent right there where people are lining up and stopping to get lunch before they go inside. I actually had a man just stop me with my pan of sandwiches, and he says, I'll buy one of those for you. I said, sir, you can have it for free. We're all here for a great cause to better our country. Just take a sandwich. That's what they're there for. So, yes, people are stopping to get food to come on in, but we're expecting a lot more people and hoping that this rain holds off. It looks like it's wanting to drizzle a little bit and sprinkle on us, but that's okay, because no matter what the weather conditions are, we are going to be out here supporting President Donald J. Trump. Okay, look, it is Saturday. Here in Georgia, voting is on Tuesday. We want to make sure Georgia gets out and votes on Tuesday. Let's get those numbers up, that delegate count up for President Donald Trump. He is right there for the 1,215 delegates needed to win the nomination. And although Nikki Haley has dropped out, let's get him to that 1,215 point. And Georgia, you can do that on Tuesday. You can help him do that. So make sure you go to the polls on Tuesday. Bring your friends, bring your family members, bring your church members, bring your coworkers, bring your neighbors, bring everyone with you to the polls. Show out in big numbers for President Donald Trump, because he's so close to that 1215, and we know we can get him there very soon. Brian, I want to talk to really big news that came out, and I know we'll talk more about it later, but I'm really ecstatic about Laura Trump co-chairing the RNC.
I think it's a good deal. I think it's the more that we have great leadership and position that really backs the America First agenda and that will support America First candidates and make sure the funding and the focus gets on them. The messaging is important. You know, we've got this is a very crucial time in American history and politically speaking, that we have to be in step with the agenda. We cannot have what happened the first 2 years of President Trump in office, where we had a Congress that was dragging their feet, not pushing the America First agenda forward. Therefore, that first 2 years where we had some accomplishments, but not as much as we would want, because we didn't have everybody in place. Now, what's important about this election, and we've said this 1,000 times, whoever controls Congress of January 2025 controls the tax code, will rewrite the tax code. Now, right now it's under the Trump tax code, so millions of Americans are obviously benefiting from that. But if the Democrats have their way, they are able to rewrite those tax codes. And Vanessa, we all know they don't think you pay enough taxes as it is right now. If you remember in the State of the Union, one of the top things that President Biden talked about was people and corporations paying their, quote, fair share of taxes. That's their narrative. So to have her in charge of kind of the direction of the messaging and getting people out is just important at this point. And so I'm glad she's in that position. And starting to rain a little bit.
I'm going to have to go undercover real quick to get my gear.
We might want to just maybe move.
I got it. I'm geared up.
Let me walk this way.
All right. Looks like we're going to move a little bit. Look at these beautiful people. I hate to leave them. I love y'all. All right, we're moving back under to a little pavilion where we can protect the equipment really quick, and hopefully this is just a quick little sprinkle, and then it'll clear up. But you can see people are still filing in. I got my poncho on. I'm ready. All gas, no brakes. All right. Hi, everyone. We're going to step inside this little area. There's a beautiful backdrop, actually. This American flag right behind us. We can use that, too. But y'all probably enjoy seeing the people kind of filing in and coming into this arena. Is it technically an arena, Brian? Are you event center? Yes. So that's what it's called. So it's got a max capacity of 3,500 people. I have no doubt it's going to be absolutely packed. We have not been inside today. Well, not since preset, which is where the cam ops go and put their equipment down before anybody else. So we haven't actually been able to see Few more steps. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. All right. So I haven't actually been inside, but I'm excited. I feel like once we go in, especially because they opened the door so early today to allow people to get inside, probably knowing that it's going to rain and they don't want people stuck out in this rain. So shout out to the advance team for just having those logistics down to a T and making sure everyone's protected here today. Because we've been at rallies where it is literally like hailing, anything you can think of, the worst ultimate extreme weather. We have been there, and the thousands of people, they'll stand through it. They will literally faint right there, like in the heat, in the extreme conditions, just to see President Trump. So it's really nice to see that, you know, they're able to get inside and just be taken care of today.
Yes, absolutely. And also they'll vote that way too. So no matter what the weather conditions are, they will make sure they head to the polls. And again, Georgia, you vote on Tuesday. I know early voting's been going on, but Tuesday's the day. Let's get President Trump to that 1215 delegate count that's needed to win the nomination. Of course, Nikki Haley has dropped out, leaving him the lone candidate for the nomination. But we still have to vote, and we still want to make sure that President Trump gets that 1215 ahead of the convention, and then start focusing on November. Looking at Joe Biden in the last couple of days, especially in the State of the Union, he was mean, angry, mad. And Liz, I'll tell you, you know, I've been a teenager. We all have. And you're not perfect, as well as I'd like to think that I'm very close and try to, you know, dot my I's and cross my T's and be the perfect child for my parents. You still get in trouble a little bit. I felt like I was being yelled at for an hour and 8 minutes during that speech, and kept thinking, did I do something wrong? Why is he yelling at me? Am I in trouble?
Good for you for listening to it for an hour and 8 minutes.
Oh, it was brutal. It was very brutal. But I couldn't understand most of it. He starts mumbling and just slurring his words. And I don't know. I just felt like at the end of it, I almost had a headache thinking I was yelled at for over an hour and like I was in trouble for doing nothing wrong.
So I was actually out and about, and I'm like, I should watch the State of the Union. It's kind of my job to know what's going on. But also, like I said earlier, he was just gaslighting the American people. I was in my car sitting in a parking lot with my best friend who happens to be a Latina. And if y'all want to tell me that Latins and Hispanics are not for President Trump, you are so unbelievably wrong. When I tell you this girl was like about to throw my phone across the parking lot listening to him, she was like, what the heck is he saying? This makes no sense. Did he seriously just say that Americans are making more money, that they're more profitable, that they're younger and able to buy houses now? Because that's such a load of absolute crap. And I was like, yeah, just turn it off. Just turn it off. Like, I couldn't listen to it. I really couldn't. I think it's a lie. Then you've got cackling Kamala, who was just standing up every, like, it didn't matter what he said. She just, like, would stand up, like, just clapping. And it infuriated me. I'm like, my friend Kayla, I don't know if I should give names, but whatever, my best friend. So she was like, do people really believe this, Liz? Like, do they really support what this man is saying? Because she was watching the Dems clapping and smiling and supporting. She's like, this is so wrong. And she's like, I just can't believe that anyone doesn't realize what's happening in this economy, in this country, at our southern border. And I'm like, these people are delusional. But yeah, like I think that they actually support him. I don't know. What do you think?
I think that it was a campaign speech for November. It wasn't a State of the Union, and it was clear straight out of the gates when he started talking about Ukraine and not the United States of America. He was addressing the United States of America. Well, that was his job. But instead, he started off by addressing the war in Ukraine. Clearly, what we've been saying all along is what his focus is. He is putting other countries first and America last. So he's an America last politician. He's an America last president. He is arguably the worst president in U.S. history. He doesn't care about our country. He's destroying our country, and he's angry and mad and just almost hateful in his speeches, yelling and screaming and stumbling over words like we're the problem childs when all we want is freedom and a safe country to live in for our children. And so Joe Biden just do the Democrats support him? Yeah, the liberals do. And why? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I don't know how. But again, it was just a terrible State of the Union. Comical, grab your popcorn. It was bad.
And I think it'll be the last one for Joe Biden. So that is the good news. Now, there's another topic. I feel like I'm just like locked and loaded with so many things I want to ask you about and talk about today. But let's talk about debates and Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. Yeah. Do you think that Joe Biden is actually going to debate Donald Trump? I don't think he's planning on it, which is also insane to think about. Like, two leading candidates, Republican and Democrat. I would be shocked if they let Joe Biden interview Donald Trump, because they know it's going to be a butt whooping. What do you think? What's going on here? KJP has said that, well, she's just gaslighting the people in the press room at the White House to, like Ducey, to quit asking about it, but we've got no real answers.
I don't think that Joe Biden is mentally stable to debate President Trump. It will be a hands down, knock down, blow to the ground first 5 minutes of the debate if that were to happen. Here's what I think is honestly going to happen. No, he's not going to debate President Trump. I could be wrong, but I don't think that his team will allow it because they know he's not mentally capable to go against President Trump. So that's one. Two, they're also going to use the excuse that President Trump didn't debate in the primary. So why should President Biden debate in the general election against President Trump? So they'll some way, somehow turn the attention to President Trump. Well, he hasn't debated. Why all of a sudden now?
And so, yes. He wasn't going to waste his time with candidates he knew weren't going to win.
Yes. And so they may use the reasoning that they'll use something to keep him off the stage, because they know if he is not on script and he goes off of script, that is just a jumbled mess. And America will clearly see that then, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. So I don't see it happening.
I don't see it happening either, which kind of upsets me. So we'll see how that plays out, because I do want to see the two leading parties' candidates debate against each other for the highest office in the country. It just shows what a clown show we're in right now. Donald Trump, an incredible debater, but also an incredible speaker. So we're really excited to hear him speak later today. He's scheduled to take the stage here in Rome, Georgia at 5 p.m. today. The pre-program is scheduled to begin at 3 p.m. We're excited for those speakers as well.
Yes, absolutely. So Georgia is very important in this primary, but also in the general election as well. So we need to get the energy behind President Trump right now, and we need to keep that energy going through November. So excited to see what the speakers have to say. Of course, Marjorie Taylor Green will be here. She had an epic night on the floor of the not Super Tuesday. Well, she was there Super Tuesday as well at Mar-a-Lago, but the State of the Union. And her message to say Laken Riley's name, and the president finally did what she was screaming across the floor for him to do, and he said Lincoln Riley instead of Laken Riley, and so he still can't get her name right. And you know, Liz, I was actually on my flight over here, I was watching The Five on Fox, and Jesse Waters had a very good point that, can you imagine if President Donald Trump missaid the name of George Floyd?
I saw that tweet.
Can you imagine what would happen? And it's absolutely true. The left would go crazy. They would continue to burn down the buildings. They would riot. They would destroy. They would just, use their anger to, this president is racist. He can't say her name right. You have heard nothing from the mainstream media about President Biden not saying Laken Riley's name, waiting until Marjorie Taylor Green, the great representative of Georgia, went on the floor for the State of the Union and gave him a button, said, say her name, Mr. President, then started yelling at him to do it. He grabbed the button and said, I know her name, Lincoln Riley. Not a peep. Crickets from mainstream media. The only people you hear it from is from right side, from Republican conservatives on social media. That is a disgrace. That is a shame. This beautiful, gorgeous, intelligent Georgia student, nursing student, was murdered at the hands of an illegal alien, an illegal immigrant. And he can't even pronounce her name correctly.
Yeah, that's what we get for letting him go off script even for a second. His handlers were probably very distraught with him. It looks like the sun is coming back out. Is it clear? Good. Have y'all seen rain for the past few seconds? All right, should we leave our enclave? Head back out into the wild open?
I think we're good.
Good enough. Let's go fishing for some interviews. All right, thank you everyone for tuning in today to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are so excited to have y'all joining us here today. It has been a while since my last rally and a while since I've been able to talk to y'all about my very good friends over at My Pillow. And man, does it feel so good to be able to talk about them again. So shout out to Mike Lindell, everything he's done and continues to do. I know he's still working on his lawsuits and just battling the courts and still fighting for election integrity. So I don't know if he will be here today. I haven't heard anything, but I just can't wait to see him again and give him an interview. But I want to talk to y'all for a second about my friends over at My Pillow. Now, as you know, Mike Lindell has a passion to help you get the best sleep of your life. After he invented the world's best pillow, he created the famous Giza Dream Sheets. They're the best sheets you will ever sleep on. The best night's sleep just got even better because for a limited time, you will get a queen size set for $59.98. King size is just $69.98. These are the lowest prices in history. Mike and My Pillow employees continue to be canceled by big box stores and attacked by the media. They appreciate all of y'all for your great support during these times, and they want to thank you by giving you free shipping on your entire order today. To get these specials, go to mypillow.com and use promo code RSBN. You get the famous Giza Dream Sheets, queen size for only $59.98 and king size for just $69.98. Again, head over to mypillow.com and use promo code RSBN to get free shipping on your entire order today. These are incredible deals. Sheets are like kind of ridiculously expensive if we're being honest here. So if you're in the market for new sheets or you just want to upgrade a little bit, I mean, why not invest in some nice ones? Because I literally spend half of my life in my bed sleeping and I want it to be as comfortable as possible. I love to give that like hotel feel. So some nice crisp white sheets with a little duvet insert, a little duvet cover, some nice My Pillows, and I just literally lay in bed every night. And I don't wish I was making this up, but it seems like I'm exaggerating and I'm not. I lay in bed every night, and that's when I think to myself, I am so blessed. And it's in that comfort of my bed, that safe space, where I pray to God and I thank Him for the blessings and for giving me this comfort space. So I think it's just such a feeling of, being blessed, and it comes from just taking care of your surroundings as well. So you guys, make sure to spoil yourself and give you that little safe haven. Welcome. How's it going? All right, blue skies are out ahead. You can see we're right on this little river walk right here, and a lot of great patriots are kind of coming in, and looks like there must still be some seats inside. It looks like a lot of people are stopping over at that vendor's tent, that barbecue tent. How was that sandwich, Vanessa?
It was really good. Can't complain. But whenever these food vendors and clothing vendors come into these rallies, they have the best products and the best food. And I'm happy for them because, Liz, at the end of the day, they're small businesses as well. They're trying to make a living like the rest of us. They're trying to survive like the rest of us in this terrible economy. So for them to be here and to make some money while they're here is great to see because everyone has to put food on the table for their families. And so these small businesses that are here are being able to do just that thanks to all of the Trump supporters that are here. There's the little ones. I love to see the little ones who are here. Hi, what's your name? Jenna. How old are you?
8.
Who's your favorite president of all time?
Trump.
Oh my goodness, mine too. Great answer. Have you seen President Trump before?
Yeah.
You have? And are you excited to see him today?
Yeah.
Is that your brother?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Ethan.
Ethan. How old are you?
12.
You're 12. Okay, who is your favorite president of all time?
Trump.
Oh, good. What do you love about Trump?
How he protects our country.
Protects our country. He does protect our country, absolutely. And we need him back in office, don't we?
Yep.
So, Mom, how's it feel bringing the kids to a Trump event?
Incredible. I feel very honored that I get to bring them to such an historic event. So I'm really thankful that they're with me.
Absolutely. And I love when parents bring the children because it's so important to teach them young. Any advice to parents out there to just let your kids learn about, there's kids who may not even know our national anthem.
Right. No, I want my kids to know how special our country is and that they have something very unique in their hands. And they're going to be in charge of this country one day. And so they need to know where we come from, where we are, and where we need to be going. So I take it very seriously that they understand exactly what's going on. And I want to raise patriots.
Well, you're doing a great job. So good job there. Okay, on the count of 3, we're going to yell, "Go Trump." You think you can do that? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Go Trump!
There you go. Love the energy. Have a great time inside. Yes, you're welcome. Love seeing the kids out here because, again, just like she mentioned, it is when the parents get involved teaching our children about how wonderful our country is. It is very important because they will not learn it anywhere else, but it all starts at home. So make sure you're teaching your kids all about the great United States of America. You're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network live from Rome, Georgia for President Donald Trump rally here tonight. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com. Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Crystal Whitman. We are live in Rome, Georgia for President Donald J. Trump rally today as we get ready to vote on Tuesday. The people here are ready. They're excited, and we're ready to see the president along with some great speakers tonight as well. Crystal, first rally. What are you thinking?
I am so excited to be here. Well, this is my first one with RSBN, but I have come as a spectator before, and the excitement is definitely here. Thankfully, guys, the sun has come back out. People have been packed. They've been camping here in Rome, Georgia since early this morning, I guess. I don't know when they came out, but it's going to be a packed house. People are so excited, and there's so much stuff going on in Georgia. I right now live in Georgia myself. The thing with Fani Willis and Nathan Wade, the court case, which is a sham. It's an embarrassment to our nation and our great state of Georgia. And so lots of things are going on here in Georgia right now, as obviously the Laken Riley case that's going on as well. So people are here. They're ready to hear what the president has to say, Vanessa.
Yes, absolutely. And we'll get more on that here in just a moment. But first, we want to remind you, for your future finances, to protect your IRA and your 401k, convert that to gold, contact the Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. They will help you get settled for your future. So don't worry about it anymore, because they will handle it for you. You'll have a representative call you. They'll also send you a free information kit. That's the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will contact you again and send you a free information kit. And your plan may not be a plan like your neighbor's plan. They will come up with a plan that just fits your needs, how much you want to invest, what your plans are, what your goals are, and then they'll come up with a plan that just fits you. Again, text the word Trump to 989898, the Birch Gold Group.
Yeah, I'm so excited about all the people that are here, young people, old people here in Georgia. You know, we just had the early voting just wrapped up on Friday here in Georgia. And so lots of people are here. I'm so excited to see it, Vanessa.
Yes, absolutely. And Georgia is excited to be here as well. We are in the South. We just found out today we're neighbors too. Crystal is from Louisiana. I'm from Texas, about a 4-hour drive from our hometown. So just some Southern belles here in Georgia, ready to kick off a great day. So yeah, so Crystal, glad to have you here. It's going to be a fun day. When you see these people come in and living in Georgia, and you see all of the negative news in the press, you know, whether it's Fani Willis and her mugshot that she made President Trump take, and then also, you know, all of the other distractions. Right. What are the people in Georgia saying? What's the vibe like?
I tell you, Vanessa, we're just definitely taking lemons that we were given by mainstream media and the Democrats, right? And we're making lemonade out of it. President Trump is just a hero to us all. He has all of these different court cases. I mean, there's so many to keep up with. You got Washington, D.C., New York, here in Georgia. The list goes on and on, but he's just excelling. And you could see it in the people that are here. They're so excited to see him, and a new day for our country. I believe that November cannot get here soon enough, right? Vanessa?
Who's counting? But who's counting?
Imagine 4 more years with Joe Biden. I can't imagine even 4 more months with Joe Biden. Yes. So let's go ahead and get this done. Obviously, Georgia is voting, so let's vote on Tuesday. Come out if you haven't early voted and do what you got to do, people.
Yes, we have to get President Trump to that 12-15 threshold in delegates. Even though Nikki Haley has dropped out, we're still voting. So
I was really surprised that she dropped out so soon. So surprised.
Yeah, see, well, on the flip side, you know, there were calls for her to drop out sooner because she was losing in the polls. And so, yeah, I mean, she's gone and it's just President Trump left standing. But the people of America have spoken. He's winning in the polls. The people love him. They come out and by the thousands and thousands and thousands to see him, to rally behind him. They're fed up. They want a better America. They saw what America was like under President Trump, and they're seeing what America's like under a Joe Biden administration. And people are struggling, Crystal. They can't put food on the table. They can't afford gas. They can't afford their bills. They're worried. They're stressed. They're depending on credit card payments to just to live. And so the credit cards are just going higher and higher and higher because people can't afford just the basics these days.
The basics. I mean, going to fill up, I have a Ford Explorer, so you fill that up. It's like $50. Sometimes I'll just do half the tank, but it's like you have to fill it up, right? Just the food. You go to the grocery store, the bill is double, sometimes triple what we're used to paying a few years ago when President Trump was in office. I mean, this is a shame. We're in America. This is a shame.
It really is a shame. And it's a shame that so many families are wondering how they're going to, provide for their families in the coming months. So let's make it to November. show up strong at the polls, and then we'll have a new president in January.
That reminds me of immigration, talking about American families struggling to go to the grocery store, fill up their tanks. Yeah, these people are getting prepaid debit cards to come here and live well in America, illegal immigrants. So that's a lot of people are here. They're frustrated by that. And so hopefully that'll change.
Yes, absolutely. Look at what's going on in California. Governor Newsom is allowing these immigrants to come in and have free health care. I have to pay for health care for me and my child every single month, and it's not cheap, as you know. And so these illegals are getting it for free. So it's just a slap in the face to Americans. It's just angry. They're angry at us. They don't like us. It's clear as day. They love the other countries more than us, and we're tired of it. And so America is seeing this. We understand. We want a president who loves America. He loves the American people. So it's time to put President Donald J. Trump back in office. Crystal, such a good pleasure to have you here with us today, because like me and Brian, you came from mainstream media. You know what it's like to work in mainstream. I was working in mainstream when President Trump ran in 2016, and then he was telling the people that the mainstream media is fake news. And people would ask me all the time, is it really? And I would tell them, I go into work every single day. I live it. I breathe it. I see it. Unfortunately, right? It's not just a slogan. It is real. Like, that is true. President Trump just didn't come out with a slogan out of his head and throw it out there. It is true. And so, isn't it relieving? Like, don't you feel like I felt like a genie out of a bottle when I left and came to Right Side, because I get to speak the truth now instead of being told what to do by a corporation.
It's so refreshing. But, as we are Southern women, and as the saying goes, one bad apple spoils the bunch, right? I mean, obviously we were honest, hardworking women working in media, but for the most part, most people in the media are liberals. They are just liberals, and you've experienced it. I've experienced it too. But it is definitely very just refreshing to be around like-minded people who love our country, love America, and want to put America and our country first.
Yes, and you're with a station now that tells people the truth, what's really going on. If we see it, we're going to tell you what we see. If we hear it, we're going to tell you what we hear. And that's just the way it goes. And so what you're seeing on these mainstream networks isn't always the case. And we can probably tell you a lot of times what they're going to report before they report it.
There is an agenda. And I know we both went to journalism school growing up. I've always loved journalism, right? Telling the stories of people, and I know you did as well. But you see the mainstream media now, and you can kind of tell they hate Donald Trump, by the way, and words matter. What you say definitely matters. You can definitely see it. Turn it on CBS, NBC, CNN, whatever. It's just, they're liberal. So it's ridiculous.
It really
is ridiculous.
And they don't like President Trump, and they really don't like us either. They show that all the time. Okay, Crystal, let's take a look and see. I think most of the people are in, because they did start opening the gates early today, but yeah, it's just you're seeing some people we're seeing another batch, so they're coming in waves, batch by batch. And so we're going to start walking that way so we can go see some of these people. But again, if you're just now joining us, welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard, along with the full crew almost here today. We have a full crew. We have Brian Glenn, Crystal Whitman, and Liz Willis all here in Georgia on this beautiful Saturday as Georgia gets ready to vote on Tuesday in the primary. And you're seeing a stream of people come in. Well, hello, how are you? Good to see you. Is this your first Trump rally?
Oh, no, it's about our third.
Third one?
I told her, I got to see RSBN.
Oh, we're here. You know we're always here. So what is it about President Trump that you're excited to see today?
Oh, just everything about Donald Trump. I've been backing him since he first come on the scene.
When he first came down those golden escalators, right? Me too.
Alrighty.
So did you watch the State of the Union?
No, I didn't. I didn't get a chance to watch that.
Well, you didn't miss much. Let's just tell you that. A bunch of lies and an angry President Biden.
Oh, yeah.
We don't follow them. We don't want to hear the lies. We hear enough of that around here.
That's true. Okay. Yes, well, it's good seeing you. Welcome back. Third rally, right? Yes. All right. So we do have some repeats. A lot of people come and it's their first time. But then we have some that love to come back and see President Trump over and over again. You can never really get enough of President Trump. I get asked a lot, what are his rallies like? And I'll tell you, every time he comes out on stage, it's like the first time I've seen him. It's just the excitement, the energy, the vibe he brings. There's just something about his presence. When he walks into the room, you know he's there. He's dominant. And he just brings this energy that you really can't explain unless you've seen him in person. He's great. All right, let's shoot down the street. I want to show you. Where we're set up. I'm with Brian behind the camera right now. This is, Brian, my first time to Rome. And I'll tell you, to get through from my hotel, which is just 1 block away, I had to walk several blocks to get to the entrance because of security and roads blocked. But this is a very nice little downtown area. Do you know what it reminded me of when I was walking up? The scene of a Hallmark movie. You know, it is cute little shops and restaurants. You just take your family for a stroll on a beautiful Saturday like today. The sun is now out. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of history in this downtown as well. As we look toward the street to give you an idea of where we are at the Forum Event Center in downtown Rome, Georgia. And you can see just by looking at these buildings how historic they are. There's a Rome Area History Center, a gift shop, clothing stores, restaurants, coffee shops. Liz, before you walked up, I was telling our viewers that my hotel is only about a block away, but because of security and roads blocked and closed, I had to walk several blocks to get here. But this downtown is so cute, it reminds me of the scene of a Hallmark movie.
No, it does. This is actually my first time in downtown Rome. I've gone around it to get to Huntsville. I've gone to it to go to political events, but I've never gone to like downtown. So I was driving through earlier and I just had such a good time. I stopped at a Panera and had breakfast by myself, and everyone was so sweet and lovely. But there's also so many like mom and pop stores, and I wanted to go to, there's a coffee shop, I forget the name. I was gonna go to it because I wanted to support local, but I looked at a map and it was like right here, and I was like, I don't think I want to deal with that traffic right now. Like, I'm gonna have to battle that later today. So it's beautiful and it's a lot bigger than I expected. I don't know, maybe it is what I expected, but it's a pleasant surprise to be here in Rome. I see why Brian and MTG love it and speak so highly of it. I love Georgia. I'm partial to it.
It's a beautiful state, that's for sure. Driving in here from Atlanta last night, it was pouring down rain my entire drive at night in unfamiliar territory, but I made it here to the beautiful Rome in the downtown area. Like Liz said, a lot of mom and pop shops. Support local if you can. The local businesses are the heartbeats of our communities. Support local. Even if you buy something small, every dollar counts. These small businesses are the ones who are doing the advertising and the sponsorships for your child's baseball team or your cheerleading team or whatever the case may be. It is the locals who are driving the economies in our communities. So make sure you support these local businesses. And again, every penny counts when you do. So, you know, there are days where I'll go to an event like this, and then like today, if we have enough time after President Trump speaks, I will visit some of these little shops. And even if I buy a couple of dollars of something in each one little item, they smile. They smile whenever you go to the register because it's helping them support their families and keep a roof over their head too. So to sum it all up, wherever you live, shop small, support local, support those local businesses. All right, more people coming in here in Rome, Georgia. Seeing a lot of kids today, which is great to see. I see a little baby coming. He's sleeping, but I'm sure they'll wake him up just in time for President Trump when he takes the stage later on today. We're so glad you're joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We had a great week last week at Mar-a-Lago for Super Tuesday. Great outcome for President Trump. Really got his delegate count up as he goes and works to secure the nomination. Nikki Haley dropping out after Super Tuesday. A lot of calls for her to do so before Super Tuesday. She finally realized that she had no chance and dropped out after Super Tuesday. More news this week as well. Laura Trump becoming the co-chair of the RNC. I think she'll do great things. That was a great choice. Of course, she was endorsed by President Trump for that job. Laura Trump will be great for the RNC, so it's good to have her there. And we're expecting some great positive changes for the RNC with new leadership at the Realm. All right, more crowds coming in. I guess a lot of these people waited till the rain stopped, but they're here. You know, you have two kinds of people. People who like to get somewhere early and get front row, or the best seats that they can get. So they'll come a day in advance, 48 hours in advance, early morning hours, stay all day. They don't care. They just want front row. And then you have the people like me who'd rather sleep. I know I'm going to get in, but I'd rather sleep, eat a good lunch. Congressman Mike Collins arriving here on scene. So you have the ones who, you know, say, oh, I'm still going to get to see President Trump and hear all the great speakers, but it doesn't really matter if I'm front row as long as I'm in the building. So those are the people coming in right now.
This is fun people watching, actually. I like to see like who's coming in. I don't know if it was in camera, but I just saw Congressman Mike Collins over here in the corner. So it looks like if he's coming through this corner, then we should be seeing him behind us really in the next minute or so, depending on how fast he can get through security. Maybe he's available for an interview now, but probably later. But we'll definitely say hello. We don't want to mess up anyone's important schedules. I know that he's one of the pre-programmed speakers, so we'll be mindful of that. But it's fun. You get to see like everyone right here. I like this angle because you can see everyone that's coming in. And I hope that they're able to get into the arena. I don't know what capacity we're at right now on the inside. So there's still a chance. I have not heard. It looks like the fire marshal, the gate is still open. She said she can't comment on exactly how many people she's letting in today. But if the gate is open, then it's open. So it looks like the gate's still open. They're still allowing people inside. I have to imagine that that it's getting pretty full soon. So we'll see. We're actually going to be inside at 2 p.m., I believe. We're going to go inside at 2 p.m. We're still going to have some cameras outside as well. So you're going to be able to get shots really from all over the rally today. RSBN is your go-to place for Trump rally coverage. We have an incredible team on the ground. This is my first time outnumbering the men to women, and I am here for it. I'm not even a feminist, but I do love just to have some nice energy around me, feminine energy, people that like don't just want beer and chicken wings all the time. So we've got Vanessa and we've got Crystal and me, and then there's Brian. So 3-1 today. That's impressive. There's my favorite guy. I'm going to say hey to Mike really quick, and I'll be right back.
All right, and I'll just say, too, that walking up, there are so many vendors, Trump signs, Trump tables, memorabilia, all kinds of things that people can purchase. So you can't see it from here, but on that Broad Street, which is what the street you're looking at, on Broad Street, there are lots of vendors out there, as well as the local businesses and shops. So people have a lot to do on Broad Street right now before they make their way here, Crystal.
Yeah, it's a beautiful downtown Rome here. Definitely, if you are a shopaholic, I definitely am. There's so many different things, Trump vendors, as you mentioned, Vanessa, and it's just beautiful. As soon as you drive into Rome, there you go. There's so many different options for you to get a T-shirt or whatever. Yeah.
And it's historic, too. I love a good historic downtown, like that feel you get of the hotel I'm staying at. Fun fact, a block away, told me last night that the bellman, when he was bringing my bag up, he said, this used to be a skating rink back in the 1960s. And on the floor that I'm staying at, there's a ramp to go up the rooms. He said, this is the floor where kids would put on their skates, and then they'd roll down this ramp to the skating rink. So here is this former skating rink from the 1960s that is now converted into a hotel. But when you go in, you get that old feel, like it's just it's historic. And I love these old historic buildings. So I love my hotel because now I know it used to be a skating rink.
And y'all, the energy feels so good here. Don't you feel that energy, Liz, just downtown here? Like we feel like something positive is about to happen in November, right?
I love it. I do. I feel, and a lot of my friends, they've been talking about it as well. They're saying, I'm feeling the shift. And I know exactly what they're talking about because there was a part of me that was so disappointed from 2020 and shocked. And it still just made no sense to me. And I don't know if it's because of my lack of faith in the election system at that time, because I saw such crazy support for Donald Trump and no support and no campaigning from Joe Biden. So I'm like, if we didn't win then, are we ever going to win again? But there was a shift. I don't know what happened, but my friends, we all feel it, and we're so confident right now that President Trump is going to be back in the White House. And thank God. I think if I had to take feelings out of it and say what caused this, I think it's everything that President Trump warned us about came true. We're seeing the inflation, whether it's paying your rent, interest rates on a mortgage, gas at the pump, the southern border, the damage, the fentanyl coming across the border and coming into our states. I could go on and on. Our lack of stability abroad and the fact that the United States is no longer strong enough. President Trump has said it too. He said he would just end the wars. And he could, because he's a strong leader and he has the power to do that without actually having to go in and start another one. So everything that he warned us about while President Trump was campaigning has come true at this point, and I think people are starting to wake up to it. It's one of those things with artists, and this is a strange comparison, but whatever, hear me out. People really don't appreciate them till they're gone, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I really liked that person. So President Trump was gone, and it made people appreciate him even more for everything he did. So I think we might have one of the greatest comebacks of all time when we get him back into that White House in 2024, and I can't wait. I think, Vanessa, what do you think? Would you, I know you're a Texas girly, would you consider moving to D.C.?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, for President Trump, absolutely 110%, yes.
I love that.
Yes,
Little Marty in D.C.
Yeah, little Marty and my mom too. She's coming with me. It's a package deal. You want to babysit? Okay, Mom, if you're watching right now, Liz would babysit if we have to. Yes. But yes, absolutely. Because at the end of the day, my main goals are to raise my child in a wonderful America and fight for a better America. And if I could do both at the same time, which I feel like I'm doing now, this is a very rewarding job because you meet people from all over the country, and people from all over the country and the world are watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. So you feel like you're helping the cause. And so when President Trump wins in November, if there's an opportunity to continue doing what we do in the Washington, D.C. area, hands down, 110%. No, I did not hesitate. No, because, yes, I will be there with bells on, helping out to save this country, raising my child in a great country and helping our country moving forward. Yes, so, yeah. But for right now, we can just hope for the best for that and continue to make our way across the country as President Trump continues to rally, and hearing some possibilities of different rallies. We're talking about New York would be an interesting one if he goes there.
Bronx. So I told Brian at CPAC when I saw him, I'm like, listen, there's two things I want. And I mean, not that I get what I want, but I'm like, if you need help, I'd love to help. The Bronx and Georgia. And he was like, okay. Yes. Okay.
Well, it's your home state, so,
Bronx is going to be lit.
That was going to be, yes, an amazing rally if President Trump actually goes there. I'd like to see one in California as well. I'd like to see one in New York.
Louisiana. I have not seen one in Louisiana in a while. It's been a while, yeah.
Okay, Trump team, if you're watching right now, we have our request in. But
we'll do We've done Lake Tahoe, which is
So, okay, Liz just mentioned.
it was your birthday.
Yeah, it was Lake Tahoe. And when you're thinking about this was on the Nevada side, a lot of those people were coming in from California.
Okay.
And they would say, don't hold out on us. We have a lot of conservatives in California, but the media only wants to show, the liberal parts of LA and San Francisco and San Diego and the crime and the homeless population. And yes, that's true. It is disgusting what Gavin Newsom has done.
No, it was Newscomb.
Newscomb has done to that state. And so, yes, it is disgusting. California is a beautiful state, and he's making it disgusting. So I would love to see some sort of rally there, because the people are there. The conservatives are there. They're just silent, and they're scared to say anything because they may get fired, especially if they work in Hollywood.
That's a sad time. That is absolutely very sad that people can't voice their beliefs. We're supposed to be in America, the country of the great and, freedom. And so why can't they voice their beliefs and who they believe in and who they want in office without the repercussions?
And we got a lot of that, though, Crystal, in the mainstream media. We had to stay silent, and so we don't have to be silent anymore, and it's a great feeling. And we're pushing for Hollywood to allow the same thing. Let your actors, actresses, producers, directors, writers, cinematographers feel and believe what they want without slapping them on the hand and not offering them a job. So Hollywood, do the right thing. All right, real quick, we want to remind you that the best-selling kids guide to President Trump is available for free to viewers. Just pay a small shipping and processing fee with this special promotion. The guide has been updated for 2024 and explains Trump's vision for the future of America to kids, including his policies on immigration. It's not surprising to learn that crime and drugs are getting worse, and America is under siege by illegal immigrants pouring into our country from the southern border, thanks to Biden's immigration policies that are overwhelming our cities and endangering Americans. Just look at what happened last week at UGA with Laken Riley. She was murdered by Jose Antonio Ibarra, an illegal immigrant from Venezuela. And as a result, more and more Americans are agreeing with Trump's policies on immigration. That happened right here in Georgia. So as future voters, our kids need to understand the ramifications of loose immigration policies. The Kids Guide to President Trump helps them understand this, along with his vision for America following his re-election. All you have to do is go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. Do that today. Again, it's free. You just have to pay a small shipping and handling fee. And let your kids know and learn all about President Trump and his policies, and also how well he did in office. Okay, we're seeing more and more people starting to show up, Crystal, getting exciting.
Yeah, this is very exciting. It's going to be a packed event. People have been coming in since this morning, Vanessa, as we know. We got here very early, and there were people here before us. So, yes.
Yes, so we have a Trump supporter here waiting with Liz. Liz, what can you tell us?
Thank you. One of many Trump supporters, but a good friend of ours and a viewer of Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm going to let you introduce yourself to the audience and just give a little backstory as well.
Yeah, I'm Will Jones. And since we've met on the campaign trail a couple of years ago, Liz, I've actually become the Republican chairman of Douglas County in Georgia, and I'm excited to be here. But it's just so crazy, the things that are going on, and the way the left always talks about being tolerable to their people and welcoming to their people. We just had a situation this morning where they've had a public event, and there's a Republican candidate that have been coming to both Republican and Democrat events, and we've had them come to ours, and as long as they were respectful, it was okay. But then as soon as our candidate, he goes over there just to a public event that just to watch, it's a flyer. as he comes into the door, they attack him, and I have the video of them attacking him, kicking him out. Now, this is a guy that has been friends with them, and because one thing is that we've tried to tell people, even on the Apostolic Conservative show that I host, I've been trying to tell people that we've got to reach out to those, because there are many people, like a lot of us, that were just moderates. You know, we were in the middle or whatever, and we were conservative. And then they pushed us too far and brought us to the greatest campaign in the world, in history, and that is the Trump campaign, and just being, seeing what he has done. And so anyway, we welcome everyone. And that's the thing about the Republican Party. We are the big tent party. Yeah, we welcome everybody. And Liz, and
the intolerant left.
Yeah, it's the intolerant. It is crazy that they tell everyone that we're about to lose our Constitution, all of our rights, and all of this, when it's them that are actually.
They would love to strip us of everything. They would. They really have. They've done a pretty good job already. Like, our free speech has already been questioned. Look at the censorship that we've had to experience as Republicans online. I don't know if you've had to deal with that yet.
Yeah. I've got kicked off of the old Twitter, and even since Elon has taken over, I still wasn't able to get my other accounts open up because he still has a base that were there from the old regime. YouTube, I got kicked off of YouTube.
And you're a good man.
By the grace of God, no doubt. But yeah, January, when soon as we started showing, it's crazy how the Congress is just now starting to release videos that we've had for since January of 2021. And so because of showing videos like that, they've suppressed our voice. Even what's going on in Ukraine, they don't, things that have been going on over there, we've been exposing it, and they're just now trying to show some things. And
it is crazy it took this long. I try to stay positive, so I'll say better late than never.
Better late than never.
So, I mean, at least we have a Speaker of the House now who's willing to release some of it.
Was that not crazy, the State of the Union speech? Was that not crazy?
I watched about 10 minutes. I'm not going to lie to any of y'all. And I hated it. And I was like, you can just turn it off. Like, what the?
Yeah,
I'm being nice there.
I lied to you not. I couldn't stomach 10 minutes of it, but I have got clips of it to watch, and it is the most. I mean, this is like the same thing that they tried to label Trump with back. If you remember in 2020, they were trying to say he's senile, he's going crazy, he's got Alzheimer's.
He messed up on that.
Yeah.
I want whatever he's on. Like, whatever cocktail they gave him.
Pushing 80 and still like vitality, doing events over and over.
That was so not him. It was a whole different personality than Biden. Like, he showed up and he was his. No, he couldn't control. That's what I mean.
He's getting shot.
I'm like, give me that for this campaign trail. Kind of kidding.
I think President Trump called it out, is that he ended up looked like the shot go to wearing off, and then he started coughing and stuff. That's the only way he can do a live debate or live conversation is they shoot him up, because you can see when he's walking around like a zombie everywhere else, it's two different people.
Did you see the footage of him at the southern border, Biden at the southern border? And he was like walking, and like all the, I don't know if it was Border Patrol who was with him, but they were literally like walking behind him like that. It was like a zombie.
Give the old man some assistance.
Take that man home.
It's senior abuse what is going on.
It's elder abuse. Yeah. It like kind of hurts my heartstrings a little. Empathetic even to people that may not deserve it. But I want to ask you, what is it about President Trump that's made you come out and be more vocal about conservative values? What is it about President Trump that makes you wear that hat?
I'll tell you something, this may shock you, but in 2008, I voted for President Obama. Okay. I was one of them that got caught up because I was looking at, we needed change. I saw jobs hemorrhaging out of our country. 400,000 jobs.
We were outsourcing greatly. Yeah. My father had to go to India.
And then I realized that they were two peas in a pod, Bush and Obama, But anyway, what I saw was I would watch, interview, a press briefing, and watch everything he was saying, because I was not a Trump fan from the beginning. I was a Marco Rubio when he ran for office, and that was my guy. But then as I saw Trump, and I saw literally the media just lying, just flat out taking clips out and lying about him, I was like, something ain't right about this. So I started looking and keeping up with it. But I saw that President Trump, the policies that he had literally made America great. And so when it comes down to lowest unemployment rate for black Americans, lowest unemployment rate in 30 plus years for all American citizens. And then you look at what he did for the HBCUs all across.
No one likes to give him credit for that.
They don't give him credit.
Or the Platinum Plan.
Nor the Platinum Plan, which Biden did totally the opposite. He didn't do the Platinum Plan. He did the crack pipe plan.
He doesn't want to empower any minorities. His goal is to keep them to the point where they need to rely on him for certain things, you know, their food, their cell phone bills. That way he can bribe them, basically. I'll give you this if you continue to vote for me. So you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. But that's not how President Trump is.
But it never pays off.
No, and it won't.
And
it's still oppressive.
You know what? I thank God for Joe Obama. I thank God. I call him Joe Obama Biden. So thank God for Joe Obama Biden, because what he has pushed, people have started to wake up, because it's been so horrendous, because he's Obama on steroids. We understand Obama is really running the White House from in the basement, like he said.
It's Obama?
I think it's...
I don't know who's doing it.
It's
China?
It's a litany that's working behind the scene. And the truth be told, and there's a lot of truth to what you said by that, because China has been pushing funds into, just like our country has been.
We need a podcast.
I know, we can just go on, because just like we have did regime change, our country has been guilty of regime change in other countries. Well, they've done that to us. China has been pushing funding into communities, of impoverished communities, for a long time now. That's why they have the 1,000 Talents program that they've had in historical black colleges that they've been pushing, that has driven them towards that direction. And so there's a whole lot of these different things that are factual, that are documented and confirmed. And I know I can't just take all your showtime.
Hey,
but
well, I'll get you later, but President Trump, America first. That is why you support him.
Yes, America first, no doubt.
How can people keep up with you if they enjoyed listening to you and just want to follow along your journey?
Okay. Well, yeah, you can check me out on Rumble. You can check me out on Facebook. Still on there, even though I've been in jail a few times on Facebook.
I love Rumble, though.
But Rumble, yeah. You can go to Apostolic Conservatives. That's APOSTOLIC, the word conservatives with an S. You can find me on several other different platforms from there. And you can go to the same website, ApostolicConservatives.com.
Cool. Great talking to you. I'll see you inside.
Thank you so much.
Go get a spot.
Thank you guys for all you do on the right side.
All right, you guys. I absolutely love being back here. I'm sorry if I take too much time talking to people. I haven't been able to talk to people in like 8 months. That's my own fault, by the way. I literally hide in my room alone, so it's great to be out.
You were at CPAC. CPAC was a great event where we see
socializing. Yeah,
yes, a lot of networking, and a lot of our top conservatives were there at CPAC in the last couple of weeks. Okay, hey, I want to show you, if you're just now joining us and maybe you weren't with us at the top of the hour, what it's like to go through security. We talk about security clearance a lot of times here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So we're going to walk this way because we have the opportunity today to show you what it's like. You can see a lot of Secret Service, local police officers, and these are the mags that people have to go through to get in. And once they go through these mags, see, it's kind of like an airport. I talk about it all the time. I'll say it's like what you go through at an airport. It is. But then you have to get wanded as well. So it's 2 steps to the security system here. Before they let you in, they go through your bags. There are certain items you can't bring in. So strict security measures already are always in place. Thank you so much. As well as streets around the building barricaded. A lot of times you'll see snipers. A lot of times you'll see drug-sniffing dogs. You see one here to the left, or bomb-sniffing dogs as well. So our 4-legged friends are here keeping us protected. But this is why when you see a couple of people coming in. Hi, how are you? Coming in one by one, group by group. It's because it's a slow process going through these security measures. Right now, today, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mags. A lot of times, folks, when we are at an event, sometimes they just have 2. So the process to get in, when you're thinking thousands and thousands of people trying to get in through 2 mags, takes hours and hours to get in. But today, we're lucky. We have 7 of them. And that's probably why we're not seeing a line, is because there are so many open, they can get this crowd through a lot faster. So this is what it looks like as we watch the people start coming in here at the Trump rally in Georgia. We're going to turn it back around and start heading this way. I just got word that Marjorie Taylor Green, this is her district here in Georgia, she has entered the building. The crowd went crazy. The crowd is excited, but usually no matter where we are, the crowd goes crazy for Marjorie Taylor Green. She's one of the fan favorites in the MAGA movement. I think Fortunato Blow has a song out right now. You can download it on iTunes called MTG, MAGA's MVP. So go download that song. It's a good one. All right, we are making our way to the front, and this is where the crowd goes as they make their way into the Forum Event Center here in downtown Rome, Georgia. Nice, quiet country town. Love this city. My first time here. And then, of course, you have a food vendor, but outside the gates, all along the downtown streets, there's a lot of vendors selling Trump merchandise, hats, scarves, T-shirts, buttons, pins, bags, blankets, you name it. All right, as we get closer to the venue, you're seeing more people standing around. They probably saved their seats inside. Just to give you a programming note, it is 1:45 Eastern Time here in Rome, Georgia. At 2 o'clock, we'll go inside. Crystal Whitman will stay outside with the crowd. And we'll go back and forth, showing you the crowds inside and talking with the people outside as well. Now, when we go inside at 2 o'clock, just in 15 minutes, we'll also talk to some of Georgia's state representatives. And I want to make my way, if I can, up closer because I see a woman holding a picture of Laken Riley. With a say her name. Hi, I saw your poster. Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. What's your name?
Deanna Hill.
And what is your name?
Tina.
And I'm assuming you're from Georgia.
Yes, ma'am, LJ.
Okay. I have family members in LJ, so yes. What, about an hour and a half away from here?
About an hour and a half.
Right, okay. Laken Riley, tragic story. Let's talk about that and how, this hit home, not just because this was a beautiful American college student, but also right there in your backyard here in Georgia.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very concerning with us that have kids and grandkids, and families and friends that's got younger kids, and it's just such a tragic, and it's embarrassing that Joe Biden's not even acknowledging her.
Absolutely, it's disgusting.
I don't think he can acknowledge his own name without having the puppeteers behind him. I don't think without a teleprompter that he even remembers his own name. It's sad.
And her mother.
Oh, it's heartbreaking. So, did you watch the State of the Union?
Unfortunately, I liked watching the Speaker of the House better. He was.
He was entertaining because he was rolling his eyes and shaking his head. It was what we were all thinking back there.
He didn't show America disrespect like Nancy Pelosi did.
By tearing up the speech. Disrespectful, unladylike.
So much more classier than that.
Absolutely,
and Republicans are too.
So, mamas, don't teach your daughters to be Nancy Pelosi. Hey, Laken, let's go back to her. So the State of the Union address, Marjorie Taylor Green handed the president a button that said, say her name, Mr. President. She told him that. She yelled at him when he said Lincoln.
He said he didn't know how to pronounce her name, and she told him, and he still couldn't remember. And that's very concerning, especially with, we have China and Russia that we have to worry about at this very moment in the Ukraine war. And let's not forget about the 60,000 kids that's missing from Ukraine for human and sex trafficking. I mean, our children are not for sale, and we need to make a bold statement with that.
Absolutely. Can you imagine if the roles were reversed and President Trump couldn't say Lakin's name?
Oh boy, they would be going insane on Republicans right now. They would be absolutely going ballistic.
President Trump, by the way, has called her family, has talked, and he has spoken to the parents. He has offered his condolences. He remembers her in his speeches. He knows that this beautiful woman that you see right here, a college nursing student, was killed at the hands of an illegal alien who should not have been in this country. He got arrested in New York City, was let go, drove to Georgia, and killed this beautiful girl as she went on her daily jog. President Trump knows that Laken Riley should be here today. We know that she should be here today. But because Joe Biden has opened our borders and allowed these criminals to come in and kill innocent American lives, Laken Riley is not with us today. We will say her name and we will remember her for a very long time, for forever.
Forever. For Laken's mother, I would just like you to know that my heart goes out to you, and I pray for you every day, and we will make everybody remember.
And not only her name, but all the others that have been killed by illegals.
13 Marines. I can't believe he went to jail.
Well, it's sad to see, but you can believe it under the Biden administration, because anything goes with that administration. They won't arrest these illegals who kill beautiful girls like this, American girls, but they'll arrest a man who is there trying to remember his son, a Gold Star family. They'll arrest him, but they won't arrest these illegals coming in to murder Americans like Laken Riley. That is the Biden way.
People need to wake up. Yep. We've got to fight. We've got to pray. God's on our side. Don't give up. It gets discouraging, but don't give up. Trump's coming back, and we're going to make America great again with him.
Vote, vote, vote on Tuesday.
Vote on Tuesday, absolutely. It's the most important vote you could ever do in your lifetime to protect your family and your future and your kids' future.
And this country.
And this country.
All right. Well, it's good seeing you. Thank you for being here. I love how you're right here when people walk up to remember Laken. She's a beautiful angel, and we'll never forget her. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Laken Riley sitting forefront of the minds of many people here in Georgia. It was one of their own just killed weeks ago by an illegal alien in this country. He shouldn't have been, and Laken was going for a morning jog, and she was murdered, brutally murdered, beaten. So bad they said that the experts and officials said that her skull was beaten in. That's disgusting. That's inhumane. And those type of people should be stopped at the border, turned around, and sent back to their nations of origin. Period. Joe Biden could sign off on that today, but he has refused to do so. He refuses to do so. He could just take a pen, put it to paper, and close our border today. But he wants this. He wants heartbreak like this. And that is disgusting. That's heartless. But that's Joe Biden. And this is his America. And we have the right to change it. And that's the right to vote. And Georgia, whoever's watching right now, make sure you do that on Tuesday. Let's start making some changes. And we can do that right now. All right. You're probably going to hear a lot more about Laken Riley today because, again, this is her home state. Marjorie Taylor Green has been big on remembering her name. And Marjorie Taylor Green is here right now. All right, we're hearing that they're just closing the gates here because they are at capacity. So now starts the overflow crowd. So we're going to step back. Oh, you're fine. The overflow crowd starts right now. So they are full inside of this event center. And you can see more people starting to come in, so they'll be told the news as soon as they walk up. And again, we are about 9 minutes away. We're about 9 minutes away from going inside. But Crystal will stay outside with the crowd here. As they start showing up, they will be forced to watch outside in this overflow area with a big screen. President Trump may come out and speak to them. We'll see if that happens due to timing and his scheduling and what time he arrives. But he has been known to do that from time to time, so we'll just see how that goes. As we wait for more people to go through security, remember that when Biden denied our access to life-saving medications during the pandemic, do you remember that? Well, even the most prepared Americans found themselves and their families lacking critical medications essential for protection. Whether it's global conflict causing drug shortages, supply chain breakdowns, another healthcare crisis, or anything Biden is doing at the border, now more than ever, we need these life-saving medications on hand. They're not just remedies, they're lifelines. The medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company is one of the best things you can do for yourself and your family, and you won't find anything like it in a store or pharmacy. The prescription kit contains 8 life-saving medications, including ivermectin, amoxicillin, and Z-Pak, plus a guidebook to tell you exactly how and when to use them. Every American should at least have one of these kits in their home. Ordering your kit is simple, takes less than 2 minutes. Go to makecaregreatagain.com. Again, that's makecaregreatagain.com. Use the code RSBN to purchase your kit with $45 off and free shipping. So again, use that RSBN code for a discount. Now, once you've paid, complete the intake form and your kit will be shipped to your door. No waiting for an expensive doctor's visit, where they likely would refuse your request for even one of these scripts. All 8 prescription medications will be shipped to your door in approximately 2 weeks. So have exactly what you need when you need it for as low as the cost of a single doctor's visit. 2024, this is the year to be prepared. So go to makecaregreatagain.com. Again, use that code RSBN at checkout. Save $45 and get free shipping on your medical emergency kit right now. It's an election year after all. Anything can happen. Kits are only available in the USA. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. RSBN code. Save some money at checkout. All right. So these folks they're being told that the gates are closed. The doors are closed. They are at max capacity inside.
I've never seen this happen before. This is crazy. People are literally begging. They're like, can we add our name to a waiting list? These men in the green and black jackets are literally doing anything they can to possibly get in, but Fire Marshal is just absolutely not having it, not going over capacity here today. So that building is at 100% capacity already. Thankfully, we've got our spots, or we'd be enjoying it from out here too, which is fine. I mean, it has turned out to be a super beautiful day. The sun is shining. I can feel it on my back, and it feels so good. Honestly, what a vibe. I would bring like a little blanket, a picnic blanket if I lived around here. I'd sit down, bring some snacks. I would almost prefer to be outside, actually. If it's like sunny and beautiful like this on a green space with the Jumbotron.
Vitamin D.
I need it. I need it.
It is a great day, but yes, we are always expecting an overflow crowd here at Trump events. That's what you're seeing right now. As people walk up now, they have met their capacity inside of the Forum Event Center here in downtown Rome, Georgia. And so now these people will get to watch President Trump outside. Just to remind you that in about 4 minutes, we're going to go inside. And Crystal will remain outside with these wonderful Patriots, and we'll have more coverage. So inside and outside for you. So here at RSBN, always remember, we show the crowds, we show the people, we show the president, and we tell the truth. So stick with us, your campaign headquarters for 2024. We're excited to be here with you, and we're glad that you're here with us.
That's right. Thank you, Vanessa. I'm still so intrigued by this because I'm always inside by the time we reach capacity. They've never reached it before I even go inside. So it kind of breaks my heart. I'm like, oh, now I know what President Trump is talking about. He's always like, I wish everyone could come in. I'm like, I know, just like let them in. Come on, what's the worst that can happen? But I get it. They have to do their job. We've got a wanted Never Surrender for President 2024 on a little kid over there. I absolutely love it. But people, they waited for the sun to come out, and then they decided to come over here, and it's just, well, it's not happening. But if you're nearby, I still recommend you guys come on out. This green area that we're standing in, I don't think these people know it, but this is where the speech and everything is going to be on this big, beautiful jumbotron over here. So, like, if I could give advice to them, I'd be like, mark your spot on this lawn. Like, find a nice spot, bring a lawn. I don't know if you can bring a lawn chair through security, but you can certainly bring a blanket and just sit down and watch it. And you might have a special surprise later. I don't know. So it's gonna be really beautiful out here, and the sun's come out. You've got the sheriffs keeping you safe. We have the RSBN cameras set up out here, so we'll be able to get live shots of this crowd. And it's getting packed. This is one of the bigger crowds we've seen here today. Vanessa, what time is it?
3 minutes to 2.
3 minutes till 2. So we have a couple more minutes. I might grab some interviews while we wait. Let me see who looks the friendliest. You look friendly. Yeah, I could tell. My name's Liz. We're with Right Side Broadcasting. Is it okay if I ask you a couple questions?
Sure can.
Okay. Yeah, get your camera. I'll go slow. I'll take my time. What's your name and where are you from?
Arlie Bean. I'm from Tryon, Georgia.
What a cute name. Bean is your last name? Yeah. I love that. I actually call my niece Bean. Anyways, so what brought you out here today?
To support Trump. That's what I'm here for. Always.
What is it about President Trump? Have you always been passionate about presidents? Or is there something special about him?
Always, but something special about him too. And I just love what he stands for, and he says what he does, and he does what he says. And
he absolutely does. Promises made, promises kept. Now, you're my last interview of the day, but I wanted to know what's going on here. I know they just shut the gates, but I wanted to know, how are you feeling right now? You come out here, the gates are shut. Are you still high spirits?
Yeah, a little disappointed in not getting in, but I'm just happy to be here.
That's very sweet.
Just happy to be here.
I love that. Well, you're going to be able to watch it on this big, beautiful jumbotron with some nice cameras projecting it. So do you think that you'll wait out here and make sure that you see the speakers, or do you think you'll head home? What's your plan?
I'll be here till it's over with.
I love that. All right. It was great meeting you, and keep smiling. You're great. I love that. Thank you. All right, you guys. We are going to cut to a commercial break. So thank you guys for tuning in. We are going to head inside and see what this full arena looks like. Stay tuned to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Hi everyone, RSBN CEO Joe Seals here. You know, it's not too often that you hear me on the air anymore, and you know if I do, it must be important. I want to tell you a little bit about OFP Farms, a new sponsor here at RSBN. They're a family-owned and operated, patriotic, America-first goat farm, and they provide quality goat milk products for everyday use. Their large collection of goat milk products are enriched with vital nutrients of essential vitamins, minerals, and fatty acids to help promote optimal skin health. And let me tell you, these folks at OFP Farms are the real deal. They sent us a sample box for our family to try. I actually insist on this before I take on any new sponsor here at RSBN, because if it's not something that I would personally use or recommend to one of my family members, we're not going to put it out on the air here at RSBN and recommend it to you, the viewer. My wife and I open up this box, and it's filled with everything from OFP Farms. We have lip balm and the bar soap and the lotion. This stuff smells incredible. My wife is crazy about it. All she wanted to talk about for the next couple of days was OFP Farms. You might want to take it from me on this one, that my wife is an extremely difficult woman to please. So when she goes on and on about something, it's probably worth your while to take a look at it, ofpfarms.com. But we're not just talking about stuff for the ladies. There's a wide selection of products for men as well. It's not just soaps or lotions or lip balms, but they also have a wide selection of magnesium products that really do help with the pain after a long day of work. So really, check them out, ofpfarms.com. Use the promo code RSBN at checkout for 15% off your entire order. That's ofpfarms.com, ofpfarms.com. Hi, everyone.
All right, back out here live inside the forum here in Rome, Georgia, getting ready for Marjorie Taylor Green, because perfect timing, she walks up just as we come back.
This is her district. The people here
yeah.
are excited to see her. They have been yelling and screaming for her as soon as she walked in. But you know what? Even though this is her district, Brian, that's what we get when she walks into any venue. She is definitely MAGA's one of MAGA's top supporters.
She is. Let's go ahead and slide her in here real quick. And all right, we're live on the air.
Hi.
Come on in.
All right, we are here.
We were just saying that if there's one place you walk in and take down the crowd, it's in Georgia's 14th district.
Absolutely. I came in here earlier, and it was a fantastic reception. Everybody's on their feet cheering. They're so excited to see President Trump come today, and just excited to save America.
How different are these rallies now than he's been to Rome before? Okay, and he's been to Rome before the 2016 election and 2020 election. But it seems like now things have changed so much since Joe Biden has taken over.
Right.
I think the enthusiasm level for President Trump at these rallies is like no other. We've never seen it before.
It is rising and rising. And a big place of enthusiasm for President Trump is right here in Northwest Georgia. These people are going to be so loud when he comes in here. It'll really be something to behold. One of the biggest rallies in 2020 was here in Rome, Georgia, and we had it out at the airport. And I still don't even know the full count for it, but people love him. This is Trump country.
One of the things that people have been asking me about is this past State of the Union and Laken Riley, and you passed out pens. President Biden took your pen. He said Lincoln instead of Laken. Recap that moment, if you will, the exchange between you and Joe Biden.
That's right. Well, as everyone knows, Joe Biden refused to even recognize her. His press secretary refused to recognize her. His entire administration was refusing to recognize the horrific murder of Laken Riley. And it's something that's so offensive to all of America. Here's this beautiful 22-year-old nursing student, innocent, lovely young lady that was so horrifically murdered by an illegal alien that did not belong in this country. And so when he came down the aisle, I had this pen right here that says, "Say her name, Laken Riley." And I saw President Biden coming down the down the aisle, and I took out the pen and held it up, and I said, "Say her name, Laken Riley, say her name." And he reached out and took the pen and I was videoing with my phone when that happened. And he took the pen out of my hand and he said, "I will say her name." But then he didn't say it. He didn't say her name at that moment. And he continued down the aisle. Then, Brian, we were nearly 50 minutes into his State of the Union speech. And for all of us, the State of the Union is Laken Riley. And he still hadn't said a word. So I yelled out at him, "Say her name, Laken Riley." And he, I was directly in front of him where he was standing the speech. And he looked, I caught him off guard. He paid attention. He picked up the pen and he said, I will say her name. And then he butchered her name, even though he's holding the pen in his hand. He could have easily read it, Laken Riley, and he said Lincoln Riley. But the key thing that happened, Brian, is in that moment after he said her name wrong, he said, "An American murdered by an illegal." And then he went on to say thousands have been murdered by illegals. So Joe Biden in that moment, and I don't know if we want to call it dementia, he went off script and he told the truth for the first time. And the Democrats are losing their mind because he said illegal.
And that controlled the narrative after the State of the Union, because that is what really stole the headlines in a way, was you wearing the MAGA cap. Walk me through that real quickly, as far as what the sergeant in arms said to you as soon as you put that hat on.
Well, the MAGA hat is a symbol. It's a symbol for Make America Great Again. And it's a symbol for all of the policies that we believe in, the policies that I worked so hard for in Washington, D.C., the policies that President Trump has been promoting and working for America since 2015, and then when he went into office in 2017. Make America Great Again means safe borders, safe cities, a strong economy, putting America first for every single American. It doesn't mean anything negative, but the left has lied about MAGA, has lied about the red MAGA hat. But you want to know something? I brought it with me that day because Make America Great Again are the policies we want back. And so when the president came into the House chamber, I reached in and I pulled out my hat and I put my hat on. And, that's the place where that hat is hated probably more than anywhere in this country, unfortunately, in our nation's capital. And, of course, I was the only one in there with a red MAGA hat, but I put it on proudly. And it was, a little bit unnerving to do at first, but I put it on and I plan to keep it on my head. Well, Sergeant at Arms walks over and said that I broke decorum and to take it off. And I said, "No, I'll wear this hat and I'll pay a fine. You can fine me as much as you want to," because, Brian, I paid over $100,000 in fines for refusing to wear a mask when they were forcing us to wear COVID masks. And I said, "I'll pay a fine for wearing this hat." And then he said, "No, you're going to have to take it off or you're going to have to leave." He told me I would have to leave. And I said, "You'll have to drag me out of here. I am not leaving."
And he knew that he would absolutely have to do that because you were not going to give on that.
I was not leaving. And I told him that I was all these people here, they voted for me.
Yeah.
And these people in here are the ones that sent me to Washington to represent them. And there was no way in hell I was leaving and taking that hat off. And they would have had to drag me out of there. And I guarantee you, these people would have been furious if they had done that.
Well, he led the State of the Union with nothing but Ukraine, 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 and J6, J6, J6. It wasn't any type of unity speech at all, and it wasn't for the American people, because he thinks that the greatest concerns to all of us and all these people that are in here is the war in Ukraine.
That's right.
And the threat from Putin.
That's right. Washington, D.C. and the Democrats, and unfortunately some Republicans, are so focused on funding Ukraine, sending another $60 billion to Ukraine, when there is no one outside of Washington, D.C. that cares about Ukraine. Most people in this room can't even find Ukraine on a map. Most Americans can't find Ukraine on a map. But we know one thing. We know Laken Riley. We know our border has been ripped open. We know Laken Riley will not be the last American murdered by an illegal alien. Unfortunately, she's one of many, and there's going to be many more like her. That's what matters to Americans. And when these people in Washington, D.C., who are funded by lobbyists, funded by the defense industry, and funded by God knows what else, are wanting to put Ukraine's border before our border, absolutely not. But that's what Joe Biden wanted to talk about.
Do you think many of the conference, in the Republican conference, feel the same way you do? Are there those that want to continue to focus on Ukraine and not put the America First agenda?
Yes, there are many more that actually share our values, share our opinion, and that number is growing. In the beginning, I was one of only a few. I think there was like 3 of us that voted against the funding for Ukraine. However, that number has grown, and we have a lot more Republicans that are getting the picture.
Yeah, so we got to get more and more people in the conference on the same page. And I said this in the pre-show, and I want you to really kind of explain this. It's very important that not only we get President Trump in the White House for 4 more years, but we've got to win the House again.
Yes.
And we have to take back the Senate, or some of these policies that we've been talking about for months simply will not go into effect. We need the most successful platform as possible to do that for President Trump.
That's right. We have to, Brian. That's why winning and maintaining our majority, growing our majority in the House, and winning the Senate is essential to President Trump's next administration. We can't pass his agenda in Congress unless we control the gavel. We can't pass his agenda in the Senate unless we hold the majority there. And we can't get everything done for the great American people. We can't make America great again without the House and the Senate. So this is why primaries are important. This is why voting in November is important. And we're really counting on everyone to turn out big this year.
Now, as you walked in and you took a million selfies with everybody and people said hi to, what are they telling you to fight on? Because obviously I'm with you a lot. And
Yes.
when people come up to us, they say, Marjorie, keep fighting. Marjorie, keep fighting. They want you to keep pressing on these issues that are more important to us because they see the representatives in other districts not doing that. But what are they specifically telling you to fight on when they come to you here?
Many issues, Brian. Just to name a few. One of them is border security. Another, holding the Democrats accountable. Impeaching Mayorkas. People were thrilled. They said, finally. Those were my articles of impeachment that passed the House floor. We pushed that through, and it was huge. They want to see accountability for Joe Biden and the Biden crime family. They're fed up with it. People can't understand why he hasn't been impeached. They want to see Joe Biden impeached. I guarantee you right now, I could start an impeach Biden chanting here, and this place would go wild for it. But people are fed up. They're sick and tired of their money being sent to foreign countries. They're sick and tired of the woke garbage, the DEI, the racism that goes with it, and they're fed up with them coming after our kids. We want to protect our kids, and we want a future for America. So they say, keep fighting.
Okay, what are the chances of an impeachment on Joe Biden? Obviously, it took twice to go around the House to get that vote, and it took you heavily pushing the conference to that. Now, you've got all this information on Joe Biden.
Yeah.
What can we do? Like, what's next to get that on the floor for a vote?
Well, we have to finish our investigation on the Oversight Committee. I serve on the Oversight Committee. We have a very important public hearing that's coming up later this month in March. We will have Hunter Biden back for a public hearing on oversight. There's going to be some other witnesses, former business partners of his, that will be there for that public hearing. So we're hoping everyone tunes in and watches that. Something that people can do, though, is you can call your member of Congress. You can call their office and tell them that you want to see Joe Biden impeached. You can build the pressure. And Brian, you know, I tell you this all the time, and I try to tell everyone, the American people have the power. The American people can apply pressure on Congress, and the American people can move mountains. And so even though I may be an elected member of Congress, I tell you what, when you guys back me up at home and you're making those calls, you're posting all over social media, you're lighting the House on fire, you're making my voice louder and overcoming those that are opposing me in Congress, and you're helping me get the agenda done. So when we move forward and we finish this investigation on oversight, hopefully we'll have the evidence that we need to move forward with impeachment. and then we'll see what happens. And America gets to find out which Republicans do you trust and which ones are you sick and tired of and want to send home.
There you go, Marjorie Taylor Green joining us on the pre-show. Now, you are a speaker for this, and of course, President Trump speaks at 5 o'clock. Can you give us a little bit of a preview on what you might talk about to give our viewers at home an idea?
Well, one of the things I'm going to be talking about is how it's interesting how the Democrats were offended by us, offended by our words, offended by our beliefs, offended by President Trump's tweets. But you know what? Ever since then, we've been offended. And so I'll be talking about the things that we're fed up with and that we're offended by and how we fix them.
There we go. Big media presence here today. I'm obviously a fan favorite. Walking through here, we've got some other colleagues in Georgia. You got Mike Collins is here.
Mike Collins is here.
Yeah, it's nice to have him here. But we got to keep Georgia red. So let's just once again next Tuesday, next week is the day to go out and vote.
Tuesday, March 12th is the day to vote. So if you're here in Georgia, please make sure you get out and go to the polls and vote for President Trump. We also have our statewide primary. That is March 21st. Mark your calendars. March 21st. Here in Georgia will be our primary elections. That's for everything from Congress. I'll be on the ballot and we'll be very happily asking for people's vote again. But we're also going to have many new candidates. So we will really hope everyone turns out big for Georgia Republicans. Mark it all the way down and let's protect Georgia and keep Georgia red.
And I can't let you go without talking about the book, MTG. The book just came out this past fall. Where can people buy it, and what can they get an idea of what you're talking about?
Oh, thank you, Brian. It's been a lot of fun. I've been walking around in here, and a lot of people in here have my book. You can get a copy at home at mtgbook.com. mtgbook.com. Place your order. It'll be shipped directly to your house. This is the book that it took me a little while to write, but it's telling the truth behind the lies that you read about me and many stories you saw happening in the news. Well, I ripped it all open and poured it out into a book, so I'm excited for people to have it.
All right, mtgbook.com. Let's step aside and let you guys check out the scene. Massive arena here as we've got, I would probably say, to a max capacity, Vanessa, but that's what we see. And of course, you got the Say Her Name posters.
That's exactly right, Brian. On my way in at 2 o'clock at the top of the hour, they had just closed the doors and had told the people coming in that the gates were closed and they weren't letting any more people inside because we are maxed out. So what's happening now outside?
So it is starting to gather outside
correct.
now.
And
Wonderful.
that's where our Crystal Whitman is, and we'll be going to her here momentarily as she's outside with the crowd. We're inside with the crowd inside the event center. So yeah, a packed house as usual for a Trump event.
But as we get closer into November, just for someone who's been around for a couple, I've seen a couple hundred of these things, especially as we get closer to election, the crowds get bigger, the media attention gets bigger, and it's one of those situations where the stakes for this country get bigger, and the eyes of the world are on us right now, Vanessa, as the world needs to see what direction we go, not just here in Georgia, but here in this country.
Absolutely. The world is watching. Look, just yesterday at Mar-a-Lago, the Hungary Prime Minister was at Mar-a-Lago visiting what Trump did not speak to Biden while he was in, but did go to Mar-a-Lago and speak to President Trump. So yes, President Trump is really good. He'll say it on stage that he's friends with the leaders of these foreign countries. He knows how they work. He's a businessman. He knows how to talk to them. He knows how to operate with them. He knows how to handle business. And that's what this is. It's just handling business. And President Trump is the pro at that. This is what he does. And so if anybody can get it done on the world stage, it's definitely President Trump. Someone else who can get things done, Brian Glenn, is Mike Lindell, our friend over at My Pillow. We are just so happy to have him on board with us, and also the fight that he has put up to secure election integrity. As you know, Mike Lindell has a passion to help you get the best sleep of your life. After he invented the world's best pillow, he created the famous Dream Sheets. They are the best sheets you will ever sleep on. The best night's sleep just got even better. Now, for a limited time, you will get a queen size set for $59.98, king size just $69.98. That's the lowest price in history. Mike and MyPillow employees continue to be canceled by big box stores and attacked by the media. They appreciate all of your support during these times, and we want to thank you by giving you free shipping on your entire order today. Get these wonderful dream sheets at mypillow.com. Use the code RSBN. You can get this for $59.98 and the king size for $69.98. Go to mypillow.com, put in the promo code RSBN to get your free shipping on your entire order today.
Yeah, I wanted to step out here and talk a little bit about, I know we're going to have, Liz is going to talk to Mike Collins whenever they're done wrapping up an interview, but I want to talk about the foreign press that you will see as we get into this campaign a little deeper, and you can kind of lump them in this category of I don't care what they have to say about our government. And this is one of those situations where they're going to cover this race, they're going to have their skewed opinion of everything, and they're going to spread that misinformation across all of Europe, all parts of Europe, and around the world. And unfortunately, that's the narrative that they're going to continue to do. We saw it in 2016, we saw it in 2020, and we're going to see it in this race, especially because so much is at stake here. So, I had someone come up to me earlier. She was from a foreign outlet, and I have no problem talking to some people, right?
I know who you're talking about.
Okay.
She came to me too.
Right,
Yeah.
and she said she was, kind of a pro-Trump type of network in where I think it was in France, I think. And I said, that's great. But the rest of them, I don't care. And I don't think you should care at all at home, because I guarantee you won't see me go over to any other country trying to dictate what they should do with their government. So as we get closer, you're going to start to see that that's what's going to happen here. Not only on the media risers that we have, and there's a ton of media here right now, but you're going to see this whole narrative to stop Trump. It's all about stopping Trump. And if they can't stop Trump, of people going and vote for him, they're going to try to, keep him in court.
Right.
But they're going to try to control the narrative.
Absolutely. And when it comes to the foreign press, yes, Brian, we talked about this months ago as we get closer to, Super Tuesday and after Super Tuesday and then the general in November, that we would see a lot more foreign press on the media risers out here in the crowds and outside as well. I believe that was the same lady possibly who came up to me as well. And here's my thing. I'm not opposed to being on there, but I want to know more about this documentary. She told me it was a documentary they're doing, and that's great if it's honest. It's about the campaign trail. It would be put out and edited, released after the November election. But before I say yes to anything, I'm going to study the network, study the company, study their past work, make sure they don't flip my story around. So you just have to do your homework, because not only is it foreign press, but it's just like the mainstream media. You could go 10 minutes on a topic and they're going to take 8 seconds and spin it, And so you just have to watch and be careful.
That's what they do.
That's what they do.
Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn here. We're live here in Rome, Georgia, to just unpack a few things. I know we got local time here is 2:25. We got 3 o'clock time. The program will start. We've got some great speakers. Mike Collins. We've got David Perdue. We've got also Marjorie Taylor Green, obviously. Jim Jordan has made it in for this as well. And then we also have Brian Jack here in speaking as well, and some few others. So we've got a good collectiveness of not only Georgia politicians, we got some national people as well.
Yes, and they're always a fan favorite when they come to these events. So people love hearing from them. And, I was talking to Crystal and saying this is like a pep rally. Is all it is. It's just to get the voters pumped up, ready. They're hopeful. And if you don't hear it from your leaders, where are you going to get that hope from as Americans? And so when your leaders are hopeful, when you see your leaders fighting like Marjorie fights.
You go down? Yeah, you can go down. We're live.
We're live. It's fine.
Down,
so when you see.
Yeah, you go down.
When you see, we have a photographer crossing by.
There you go.
When you see your politicians fighting on Capitol Hill, when you see them coming out here and they're celebrating and they're saying we did good, so far so good in the polls, and Super Tuesday was great win for Donald Trump. Nikki Haley's dropped out. Keep pushing, keep fighting. This whole place gets energized.
Yeah,
it has to start with the leaders, and that's a great list of leaders today.
Yeah. I was at the State of the Union, sat up atop in the gallery, that's my second one to go to, and it's an experience. Just obviously, Joe Biden's speech is not going to inspire anyone to go out and do anything to save this country, but it was an experience. It is historic, and so a few of my takeaways on that is he was about 15-20 minutes late. Now, the reason why I was told that he was late was because they had some Free Palestine people that were blocking Pennsylvania Avenue and kind of blocking the motorcade. Now, I find that incredibly interesting how that Secret Service and just the whole Biden Capitol Police would even allow these people to congregate anywhere near the Capitol. Now, when I flew into town the other night, they put up this J6 style fencing overnight. They always do that overnight. They don't do it during the day. They put the fencing up overnight. So I was just shocked that they were allowed to even be in that area to block the motorcade. So that's my first observation. My second observation is it took entirely too long for Joe Biden to walk down that aisle. Now, granted, he's talking to everybody. He's stopping to take a picture. I get it. But I went back to watch some video that when President Trump walked down that aisle at every one of his State of the Unions, and it was a brisk walk. It said hello to people. He took the pictures, but he walked down. My take on this is they wanted to slow his roll. There's nothing worse to have him trip for whatever reason going down for the State of the Union. God forbid that was to happen. That would make the rounds on the internet and also make the case that President Trump is clearly leaps and bounds health-wise over Joe Biden.
Absolutely, you're right. It took a long time for him to make it down the aisle, and stomping with every person, shaking their hands, stops him from stumbling, from tripping, asking which direction he needs to go in when it's clearly one way. He still wouldn't figure that out. And so it's all a plan. I agree with you on the protesters. You cannot tell me, Brian, that the protesters, there were a lot, but there weren't that many. I've seen more protesters at events.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that group of protesters outsmarted the Secret Service to make the President of the United States late for the State of the Union. There's a way around it, and they can figure it out. If they can't, why are they even...
They're not on the side of Joe Biden, so they're not doing them any favor for being late. Let's bring in Liz Willis. She's got a great interview.
Thank you. All right. We have the one and only Mike Collins from Georgia's 10th Congressional District. Mike, thank you so much for being here.
Appreciate you having me, Liz.
Now, you've been a busy man. You've been all over the place. What's your schedule been like for the past week, and what can we look forward to seeing you do next?
Well, this past week we pushed the Lake and Riley Act through.
I saw that.
It was a bill that actually got dropped on a Friday, went through rules on Tuesday, and then we voted on it Thursday before Sleepy Joe got up there and ranted and raved and sounded confused, but and it got passed. And the neat thing was it got passed with 37 Democrats who understood what that bill did and joined in with us to send that thing over to the Senate now.
Can you talk to our audience a little bit about what the bill does, what it's designed to do?
Sure, that bill does three things. The first thing it does is it acknowledges the failure of the Biden administration and their failure of the policies that they've implemented down at the border had a direct impact on the reason that Lake and Riley got murdered. The second thing it did was there's a threshold for where you can report crime to ICE, these local officials, so we just added theft into that because this guy actually got picked up for shoplifting several days before Lakin's murder. And if that would have been in effect, if we'd have had this bill already passed, he would have never been in that place. And the third thing that it does, it just gives states the authority to sue DHS and Mayorkas in federal court if he says, well, we're not going to go pick them up. And a federal judge can say, no, that's the law. Get down there, get these people detained, and get them out of our country.
And I'm not sure everyone realizes this, but that heinous murder actually happened in Athens, Georgia,
it did.
Which is part of Georgia's 10th Congressional District.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah, it happened in Athens on the campus there at UGA. So it's in my district. And I was very proud and honored to carry that bill, and the family had told me that if there's anything we can do from a congressional standpoint that may help for this ever happening again, then please do it, and they would be honored.
I've seen you very vocal online on your Twitter account talking about updates for the bill, that it's going to be voted on, that it's been passed. But I also saw you mention that you actually had invited the Riley family to the State of the Union as your special guest. And do you want to speak on that a little bit?
You know, and when we left an empty chair there for them in honor of her and all the Angel families out there. But I can understand. That's a tragedy.
I understand too.
It's such a tragedy, and it's gut wrenching. You know, anybody who has children or young adults and they're sending them off to school, they wouldn't know that Athens was a sanctuary city.
No, I had no idea, honestly.
Well, and Liz, that gets to a broader issue that we have in this country, and it's just the disdain for law enforcement, the disdain and disrespect, the lawlessness that we have out there, even right up to our elected officials. You've got a mayor in Athens, Georgia.
That's what I was about to say.
That decided that he would pick and choose which laws that he would carry out. The state of Georgia is against the law to have sanctuary cities, but he didn't care about that. And that's where he's at now. I've called on him since day one to resign. If he had an ounce of honor, he would have already done that.
He would have. It's painful to watch as a Georgia native myself. I went to school at Auburn, but that's only because Georgia didn't accept me. A whole different problem. But I never in my worst dreams would have imagined that would be a place capable of such a terrible crime.
Yeah, and this is one good step that can help prevent that in the future. We've got some good people that are carrying that bill over in the Senate side, and we could get that thing kicked out and on the president's desk.
Now, who are a couple of the members of Congress who have supported the bill with you?
Oh, goodness. We had over 70 co-sponsors on that bill. And that bill...
That's popular.
That bill
Good.
wasn't, from start to finish, was 1 week.
I know, you had it fast, and it got voted on fast, it got passed fast. I was pretty impressed with all of that. Now speaking of just Congress, of course, but you're a member of a few different committees.
We are.
You are transportation.
Yeah.
You are science and natural resources.
That's right.
This is pretty impressive, right, for a first-term congressman? Is that normal to be appointed to so many different committees?
Well, three committees, 7 subcommittees, and a chairman of a subcommittee.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So yeah, it's a pretty big pile on our plate. But you know, the science committee is actually where I was the first freshman to get a bill signed into law.
I didn't know that.
And there's been people up there for 10 years that have never had a bill signed.
We need to get Elon Musk to the East Coast, of Georgia, and that can be the SpaceX launch center.
Well, and
there's
a push down there for that.
That would be awesome.
But that was just a common sense bill as well. And it helped strengthen our law enforcement.
I feel like you're a common sense kind of man, and that's like your background in trucking. Like you grew up, you're a Georgia man, trucking background. You have to know logistics in order to handle that, and I feel like that's kind of helped prepare you for some of this.
Trucking is such a competitive business, and it's almost just like we are in Congress right now. We've got such a slim majority that you have got...
a slim majority, and
it's getting slimmer.
Every day.
But if we can pick and choose and just keep our head down and plow through these things, you can get good things done.
That's hopeful. That's good to know. What do you think about that slim majority? And George Santos, are you able to give a comment on that situation? I mean, I feel like every single day we're losing another Republican member of Congress.
Are
you
vote.
worried?
I didn't vote to expel George. I didn't feel like he had his day in court. And I think you just made the Ethics Committee one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful committee in Congress. Yeah. Because, all you got to do is be able to roll somebody in ethics, and then you get the boot.
That's how I viewed it. I'm like, but that's for a whole nother day.
Yeah.
So I know that you're going to speak here today at 3 p.m., a little bit after, but the pre-program begins at 3. Can you give us a little tease about what your speech is going to be about?
Sure. I like to tell people, man, I've been on a Trump train since 2016.
Yes, you have.
I maxed out to that guy every time he's run.
You were so vocal about President Trump when, in fact, he actually endorsed your opponent.
He did.
And you were still standing proud and
Yeah.
standing strong as an America First candidate.
Well, and it's easy. You know, you figure I've been in business for over 30 years. I know I don't look but 25, but
That's right.
I've been in business long enough to have gone through a number of administrations. I can remember distinctly coming out of Obama administration in the doom and gloom, and then when Trump showed up, it was like a breath of fresh air, and man, huge hope, and the energy that was there. And then seeing firsthand what those Trump policies did for the business person, and then going into Biden administration and seeing how it was all reversed, and where we sit today, this place is teetering. It's teetering bad. And that alone should tell folks, we need this man back in the White House. So I've been on the Trump train, not getting off the Trump train till we get this fellow back in the White House, and then I'll get off and do what he needs me to do.
I love that. Well, I look forward to seeing where else you go. Maybe transportation secretary one day. I think the sky's the limit for you, Mike Collins. You've done great. And thank you for everything you're doing for Georgia District 10.
Well, I appreciate it.
How can our audience stay up to date with what you're doing or support you?
Yeah, you can find us. It's Rep Mike Collins GA. You can use that across any of the social media platforms and find out what we're doing.
And especially I encourage y'all to follow him on Twitter. It is one of the funniest congressional Twitter accounts there is. He's an actual memer of Congress as well. Get it? Remember? Memer? Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Congressman Collins.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so great interview there as we wait for this program to start here in Rome, Georgia. I'm here with Brian Glenn, of course, Liz Willis, and we have we're going to have a look outside at the outside crowd, the overflow crowd that's here in just a little bit. So I'm Vanessa Broussard. So good to see you here with us today. A lot of great speakers about to take the stage in about 20 minutes. I was looking at the numbers while Liz was doing the interview. I was getting some latest numbers about Biden inflation, Bidenomics by the numbers, and I'm telling you, we talk about it all the time, how high some of these prices have gone just since Joe Biden has taken office. Inflation is a tax, as you know, on all Americans. Like, we're all being taxed in the form of inflation. We can't afford much these days. When Joe Biden took office, inflation was just at 1.4%. And since he has taken office, the inflation has risen to 17.9%. 17.9% when he took office, 1.4%. That is not sustainable. We cannot continue to live like this. Americans are struggling. Americans cannot afford to live. Food prices are up. Gas prices are up. Rent for your apartment is up. You name it, the prices are up. Eggs, bread. It is just too much for Americans to sustain. I do want to let the studio know that if Crystal's ready outside, we'd love to see what it looks like outside as well. As you've been seeing the inside, and the people here are ready to see President Trump. This is in Marjorie Taylor Greene's district of Georgia. Tuesday's a big day here as people head to the polls. Packed house, standing room only, and of course we have the overflow crowd outside. Brian.
Yeah, I just want to, the crowd nevertheless is huge, and we're probably about 20 minutes or so before the speeches start. But I want to call out someone on social media, the biggest jackass that I know right now. And let me clarify something. The reason why you're seeing Say Her Name is to bring awareness of illegal immigrants coming in this country and murdering Americans. We're not politicizing it. We're bringing up the facts. Let me go over some numbers for you, since you guys want to be cute online, and we're going to criticize the whole Laken Riley type posters that we're having out here. 8.7 million illegal crossings nationwide. We've had over 7.2 million illegal crossings just at our southern border. So yes, they're crossing on our northern border, they're crossing on our southern border. But let's get to the Venezuelan gangs that are now in this country. Right now, in Miami and other cities around this country, the most dangerous Venezuelan gangs are in our country, organizing crime on the streets. That's what they're doing. and the fact that Joe Biden and many on the left wanted to deny the fact that the people coming in this country, not all of them, but certainly a small percentage of them, enough to cause a lot of harm, are in our country, and we don't know where they're at. And it makes me sick for people on the left to sit there and say that we're being xenophobic, or use whatever word you want to use when you talk about illegal immigration. It's illegal. They're breaking federal law coming into this country. You got to do it the right way. And also, President Trump talks about this for a second. He talks about how prisons around the world are letting out the worst criminals. I met with an individual last night for dinner that has solid knowledge of this. This is not just talking points from President Trump. These are facts that we know. So these countries, Colombia, Venezuela, all of South America, Central America, and even overseas, are letting out the worst criminals in their prisons and having them come to our country. Why would they not get the worst people in their society and pawn them off on somebody else if we're willing to take them and they're able to disappear in our society? So if you've got a problem with that, what happened with Laken Riley is going to happen again and again. It happens probably.
It already is.
It
We had
already
a 2-year-old in Washington, D.C. murdered by an illegal immigrant. We had a 14-year-old in Louisiana who was raped by an illegal immigrant. It is happening. It is going on everywhere, no matter where you live, whether it's a large city, whether it's a small town, USA. It does not matter. These illegal immigrants, these criminals, like Brian just mentioned, the worst of the worst coming from prisons in other countries, are here in America on our turf, on our home turf. They are here. They're in your communities. Be aware. And it's not political. It is the facts.
It's a matter of just common sense and wanting to keep our community safe.
Yeah.
Very much what the left did with BLM and George Floyd. That's exactly what they did.
You know,
they
yes.
used that movement to push the narrative
Yes.
that African Americans across this country were in just randomly being shot and assaulted by police officers for no reason. And we know the statistics don't prove that. They don't. More people are actually killed by illegal immigrants than they were killed by police officers. So that the fact that you think this is a political motive behind all of this, it's not. It's about keeping all Americans safe, no matter what political affiliation you are. It's about keeping this country safe. And I cannot stand it when I see people on the left saying that this is being politicized.
It's disgusting. Shame on them for saying that, because this is an innocent college student who was on her daily run, who should be on her daily run today, but is not, at the hands of an illegal alien who came to our country and was also released from New York City back into the country, goes to Georgia, murders this beautiful student, and all we're saying is close the border. Enough is enough. We don't need another Laken Riley situation. And so they're telling us that we're politicizing this. No, we're just saying close our borders. This is the facts. We want a safe America.
It's a national security issue is what it is. It's a
Yeah.
totally national security. Was the border, look, there was illegal crossings under President Trump. There is no doubt about that. You can look up the stats. It's been happening since we've had a border.
Yeah.
Like you cannot stop it.
Completely stop it.
Ultimately.
They'll have tunnels. They'll figure
Right.
out, a way, but it's up to our security, which they do a fine job. Thank God for our military men and our National Guard and everyone down at the border they do a wonderful job protecting our border the best way they can without the help of the federal government and also their respective governors like Arizona or California.
But what you got to understand is, by a stroke of the pen, just now as he unleashed this, migrant crossing across our, it's a legal crossing, he can solve it with a stroke of the pen. He likes to blame Congress, he likes to blame other people for why this is happening. But Joe Biden has the executive power by a stroke of a pen to secure this border. And I don't want a border deal that is involved with Ukraine. I don't want to be like, well, we'll secure the southern border, but let's also send more money to Ukraine. If you were to do a poll, a straw poll in this building and ask them, do they want anything? They don't care about Ukraine. Because let me tell you something. This is another thing. We have been told by the left and the media that Putin is the biggest threat to democracy. Putin, Russia. We had 51 intelligence agencies put their name on a piece of paper that Russia was a part of, colluded in the 2020 election. We later found out that was complete garbage. So this narrative that we've got to stop Putin, we've got to continue to push Ukraine, or we're going to lose all of Europe and you're going to lose a threat to us, that's simply not that's not true, and there's no facts to back that up.
Absolutely. You're 100% right. We're going to hit on that some more coming up. We have a lot to unpack here today, but we want to take a quick time out and tell you about Tax Network USA. If you're struggling with back taxes, or if you're struggling with the taxes that you owe for 2023, now is the time to contact Tax Network USA. We have experts on board all across the country. They are licensed in every single state. So no matter where you live, contact Tax Network USA. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. Get ahead of the game. Get ahead of the game with the experts. They have actually saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. So let them help you. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate. They also protect your assets from the IRS, from seizures, and they manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. They are licensed, again, to help you all over the country, every state, regardless of where you live. So the clock is ticking. Don't wait on this. Don't wait for the IRS to step up its game. Step up yours beforehand. Go call that number on your screen, 1-800-357-1415. That's 1-800-357-1415 or tnusa.com/RSBN. We're going to go outside to Crystal to see what it looks like out there. Crystal?
Well, that's right. Good afternoon, Liz, Vanessa, and Brian. We're live outside here of the Event Center in Rome, Georgia. It is definitely a beautiful afternoon where lots of proud patriots are waiting here to see President Trump and what he has to say to the people here, the proud patriots here in Rome, Georgia. I'm going to step aside right here. President Trump's going to be speaking on that Jumbotron, but you see the proud patriots here outside. They're definitely excited to be out here to see what President Trump has to say here. We're going to step aside over here. There are a couple of guys who are excited to hear what the president has to say. Hey, guys, how are y'all doing?
Good about you. Good, you.
Where are y'all coming from?
Cartersville, Georgia.
Cartersville, so y'all are Georgia, too. I am, too. Awesome. What are some of the things y'all are hoping to hear the president say today?
I want to hear him tell us that he's going to be there for 2024. I mean, we're here. I'm excited. This is the first time I've been here and at a rally, and I just want to support my president.
Absolutely. Speaking of the president, y'all, what are some of the things that makes you angry about or frustrated about the Biden administration right now?
Immigration. Definitely immigration.
Also, the ban of semi-automatic weapons, too. They're trying to ban that for no reason. So that is one of gas prices.
Gas prices. Tell me all about it. Like, what is it like filling up your gas tank right now?
Like $40 every week. Double the price of what it was for me.
About $40 for me as well.
Before him.
I have one question for you. Can y'all stand to deal with another 4 years of Bidenomics here in America?
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. Can't do it.
Thank y'all so much. We're excited. Hopefully we'll have a prize later on in a couple of hours here outside. We're just waiting for President Donald Trump. Again, we are outside. It is a nice day. Thankfully, the rain has held up a little bit for us, guys. As you can see over here, I'm going to step aside once again. We're hoping to see the speakers start at 3 o'clock on the Jumbotron right there. So I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to Brian, Vanessa, and Liz inside, and we'll send it back to you.
I know. Is this our first ever,
I think so. This is the first time.
So weird. Now, he's a friend, so to be on camera. But tell me a little bit, in our audience, a little bit more about what you're doing. You are running for state legislature here in Georgia, and you're doing a pretty good job at it. So give us an update.
Well, yeah, so we're right now in the middle of a special election for Georgia House District 125, and we're running in just 3 days. The youngest black legislator in all of America is going to be a MAGA Republican. Just imagine how mad that's going to make the left. You know, it's been interesting in this race. We've seen Brian Kemp spend north of $60,000 against us in this race, trying to kick us off the ballot. But what's interesting, and we're going to make clear on Tuesday, is that Georgia is absolutely, unequivocally MAGA country, regardless of what the establishment wants us to believe.
I believe that too. Now, it's pretty surreal because I remember watching you, and I think I tell you every time I see you,
Yeah.
but when you were a little boy, and you
Yeah.
were so brave, but you were just speaking about conservative values, and you were doing it on, I think, Fox News at the time. You were in high school, maybe a freshman.
Yeah.
And now I'm watching you from sitting in my home, like not being involved in politics at all, and watching that boy. And I'm like, he is so brave for doing this. And I'm now watching you as a young man who has continued to stand brave and fight against people who would say, you know, that you shouldn't be doing this. But you are a young man. Tell us what inspired you. What was the final decision that finally you said, I'm going to get involved in politics. I'm going to run for an office? Because you've been involved. You've been behind the scenes. You've helped campaigns. But what made you decide to run for office?
Well, you know, I got my start when I was just 12 years old, knocking on doors, making phone calls.
12 years old, y'all.
12. Doing the work that makes a difference doesn't make you millions, because I believe what I know now is that if we don't write the direction of our country, if we don't write the direction of our state, my generation stands to have the most to lose. And I think it is so important that young people, Generation Z, all of us, we get in the fight and we fight to make America great again, because Joe Biden and his policies, we're not just suffering the consequences of it, we're now dying because of it. He will not even say Laken Riley's name, and it's a damn shameless.
And Athens, Georgia. I mean, I'm sure you went there some, had fun. I partied there on the weekends in high school.
Roll Tide, by the way.
No, I was not going to bring that up on TV. I'm like, the one thing I can't stand, okay? It's fine. But I actually went. I saw you in Tuscaloosa the one time I've ever been. One and only time.
Yeah.
You were killing it. You were like hosting everyone, making sure everyone was good. So you did a great job at that. But you would think that University of Georgia would be a safe place. You would not think that it's a sanctuary city for these illegal criminals, because he had been arrested and let go.
Yeah.
Something I want to ask you, I feel like state legislators kind of get slept on, in a sense that, like, a lot of people know who their congressman is, who their senators are, but they don't necessarily know what state legislators do. So what do you plan on doing with that office when elected?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I'm planning on doing some common sense things that the media loves to call controversial, but I like to say they call it controversial because common sense isn't too common in our government anymore. We want to fight to give Georgians a raise by eliminating the state income tax, following the direction of states like Florida and Tennessee. We want to put Georgians first and not illegals. You know, it's very easy to blame Joe Biden for this crisis, of which he has a lot of blame to shoulder, but there should not be a sanctuary city anywhere in the state of Georgia. And Athens, Clarke County, they were a sanctuary city. So on day one, I'm proposing legislation that will ban sanctuary cities all throughout this state, because it should have been done already. But let's not stop there. Let's go after Fani Willis. Let's actually hold her accountable, because she's putting politics over the rule of law, and I'm going to impeach her. And I dare her to play the race card on me. I don't think it'll work, but I wish her the best. But I think we also got to fundamentally fight to keep Georgia, Georgia. There are a lot of leftists moving here from California, political refugees who want to turn our state into another California. We can't allow it to happen. We got to keep porn out of our schools, woke out of our libraries, and we got to protect our traditional values.
You're absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, CJ. I know the program is about to start literally any minute, so I'm going to let you go. But before I do, I want you to give information. How can our audience follow your journey, keep up with you, support you, all of it?
Definitely. As we reach the home stretch, definitely go out to PearsonForGeorgia.com. Every dollar counts. God bless you and God bless America. We're in MAGA country, baby.
Thank you, CJ, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
All right.
That room absolutely erupted. That was the kind of patriotism President Trump brought back to our country. Son, I am here because of you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
It's an invasion of America. Streets flooded with poison, killing millions. Enemies and tyrants on opposite sides of the globe laugh at us. Wars threaten us. The threat of nuclear annihilation, once forgotten, is now real again. America's weakness has become their strength. The global elitists who send your kids to war, who tell you a woman is a man and a man is a woman, who teach your children their country, their faith, their beliefs are a lie. They have corrupted every facet of American government, weaponized it against you.
Programming before the speakers come out, I want to remind you about Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Text the word Trump to 989898. Invest in your future. Invest in your children's future. Convert your IRAs and 401ks into gold. Text the word Trump to 989898. Let the experts handle your future. Plan ahead with the Birch Gold Group. Financial experts thought we were in the clear with rate cuts. Inflation data came out higher than expected. This isn't going away. The experts will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA or in gold. Don't pay a penny out of pocket. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. Also, do not forget about Patriot Mobile. How cool is this? Love to tell you about Patriot Mobile. Americans have had enough of supporting companies that hate our values, tired of compromise. It's time to switch to Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. How cool is that? They are an example of putting the cause ahead of profits, and that's why we are proud to partner with them. Patriot Mobile offers dependable nationwide coverage, giving you access to all three major networks, which means you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding the left. While some phone companies pretend to share your values, we're telling you right now, Patriot Mobile is the only one on the front lines fighting for your God-given rights and freedom. So support this conservative company. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you support the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, and our military, veterans, first responders, heroes. Go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN. That information's on your screen. Or call 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOTS. Patriot Mobile. Switch over today. We're going to go back to this video. The crowd is excited. They love seeing President Trump. Watch closely and get excited with the rest of us here in Rome, Georgia.
Again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers.
You can get better on them, but they're awesome now.
Look at that. Look at him walking down a hall, serious, black and white. He's just bad to the bone. That is President Donald J. Trump. The people love him. They're on their feet. They're ready for it. Yes, these hype videos do exactly that. They get the crowd hype. We're loving it.
And the crowd is just loving all of this hype to really get them fired up for the speakers, which start really in any minute here as we're live here in Rome, Georgia. Glad you're with us as we kick off. Here we go.
Representative Doug Collins to lead us in today's invocation.
How we doing in Rome today? Is there anybody here come to see the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump? All I know is this. When the president gets here, he's going to hear from you. But also, I want the current president to hear from you right now, because in Georgia, we know that when you come here, that we believe in God, we believe in this country, and we believe in family. And also, as a reminder to this president, her name is not Lincoln Riley, it is Laken Riley. So if you're ready, and I can see you're on your feet, we're going to give thanks to the one who let us be here today. So if you'd rise and join me in prayer as we get ready today. Heavenly Father, you are amazing because you have given us a country that is truly the light of the world. It is one in which your freedom comes from the gifts of your hand. You have given us life, and we will protect it. You have given us hope, and we will encourage it. You have given us life to live, and we're going to live it. And we're going to look to leadership, Father, that you give us to lead us in a country so that the rest of the world sees not only the light of freedom and the hope that the founders gave us over 200 years ago, but the peace and the joy that comes from participating in that system is why we're here today. I pray for the next months as we have the presidential race, and I pray for Donald Trump during this time. I pray for all others who will carry out the banner of calling and running for office. Because, Father, we need your hand. We need an awakening. It is not time for indecision. It is a time for decision of life because you have given us life. And it is what we need now to be stewards of that hope. So as with that, I lift up this prayer. I lift up this body here today, and I lift up the actions of what will happen. And pray that you will guide us in all that we seek. For it is in your precious, precious Son's name we pray. Amen. Let's hang out. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Georgia Agriculture Commissioner Tyler Harper to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
What's up, Rome, Georgia? How many of you ready to send Joe Biden packing and send him back to where he come from? I don't know about you, but that was no State of the Union. That was a state of disastrous policies that will take our country backwards, will send us in the wrong direction, an unsecure border, and if we put Donald J. Trump back in the White House, we'll fix every bit of that. How many of you are going to help us make that happen this evening? We need strong borders. We need to fight against countries like China. We need to ensure that America is protected. I grew up on the red dirt roads of South Georgia, and I know President Trump grew up a long way from that South Georgia farm. But I know he understands those farm values, and as the Commissioner of Ag of this great state, we're protecting agriculture. We're working to ensure that China doesn't buy farmland in the state of Georgia. We're working to ensure we protect our food security and food safety. We understand that agriculture is national security, and I know Donald Trump does too. And with him in the White House, we can make sure China don't buy any land in America. We can ensure that we protect our nation from them. We can protect America from those who want to do us harm, and putting Donald Trump in the White House makes that happen. We got to have your help. It runs through Georgia. This election comes through our state. It's up to us. We've got to get excited. We've got to go to work. And with your help in November, we'll elect Donald J. Trump as the President of the United States. Those America First policies matter. And today I hope you join me as we salute our flag, as we honor our country, as we honor those that come before us that protected this institution, as we honor those that stood for the principles that you and I believe in every single day. So join me in an honor to our nation and a pledge to our flag. Please remove your cover if you're covered. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Here's to America. Here's to Donald J. Trump as the next president. God bless you, Rome. God bless you, Georgia. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Faith and Freedom Coalition Director of Events, Joy Kreisman, to sing our national anthem.
So proudly we hailed twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage United States Congressman Jim Jordan.
Hello. Good to see you all. Wow, what a crowd. What a crowd. Don't, Thank you. Thank you. So well, first of all, thank you. Thank you. I tell every group you shouldn't clap. I haven't said anything yet, but it's good to be with you. Let me start with it. This happened to my wife, Polly, and I about 3 weeks ago. We were at a hotel in actually the state south of here. I don't know if I could even say that in this great state, but we were in Florida at the hotel. And this morning we went to get some coffee. And the big long line, and there's a line, and we're working our way up there. And finally, when Paula and I get there, the gentleman behind the bar there who's working at the coffee station, he sees me, and you could tell he was a new American from Central America. And he sees me, and he goes, "Jim Jordan." And I kind of looked at him because I didn't know. Most of the time people see you, they're friendly, but every once in a while you get some liberal who wants to yell at you. And I looked at him, and he goes, "Jim Jordan, you keep fighting. We need," he goes, "you keep fighting. We need Trump." And then he went on to say, he said, he told her, he said, "I came from a place where it was socialist and communist." He said, "We don't need that stuff here." But think about those three key words he said. New American, came here legally, we need Trump. And boy, do we ever. In 3 years and 49 days, think about what's happened. From what we had under President Trump to what we have now. 3 years and 49 days. We went from a secure border to no border. We went from safe streets to record crime. We went from $2 gas to $4 gas. And we went from stable prices to record inflation. We went from a guy who projected strength in the Oval Office in President Trump to Joe Biden, right? And you think about President Trump, what I like so much about him is in President Trump's first term, he did more what he said he would do than any president, certainly in my lifetime. I tell folks all the time, we make this job way too complicated. What'd you tell the voters you were going to do when you ran for the office? If in fact you win the election, you get put in office, go do what you said, and President Trump did that. He said he would cut taxes, he did. He said he'd reduce regulations, he did. He said he'd put conservatives on the court, he did. 3 of them, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Coney Barrett. He said he would build the wall, he did. He said he'd put the embassy in Jerusalem, he did. And a whole bunch of other things. And here's the kicker. He did all that with almost everyone in that town against him. Every Democrat was against him. Everyone in the mainstream press was against him. Half the Republicans were against him. Everyone, maybe most importantly, everyone in the bureaucracy was against him. But he got it done because he told us he would. And that's why they come after him. That's why President Trump, he has a great line. You've all heard it. He says, they're coming after me because I'm fighting for you. We were out in Iowa with the president during the Iowa caucuses, and he changed the line. I think it's even better now. He says, they're coming after my freedom because I'm fighting for yours. And that is so true. And think about what they've done. Think about it. It's been now 8 years almost that they've been after him. They spied on his campaign. Then it was the Mueller investigation. Then it was the impeachment. Then they raided his home. Then it was the special counsel. Then all the indictments, including the crazy one down here with Fani Willis, right? Then it was the 14th Amendment. And doesn't stop him because he's truly fighting for us, fighting for the values and principles that make our country special. My favorite scripture verse is this, 2 Timothy 4:7. I'll finish with this. Paul's the old guy giving advice to the young guy, Timothy. And he says, fight the good fight, finish the course, keep the faith. And I tell people I love that verse. I love that verse because of the action in it. It's not wimpy, sissy words. It's fight, finish, keep. Americans are not timid people. We're people of action, and that is certainly President Trump. And that's why I'm so excited about this crowd and the people across this country who are going to put him back in the White House here in 8.5 months. That's what we got to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we need Trump back in the White House. We do. You all know that, and that's why you're here. The next guy who's coming up here, we also need this next guy in the United States Congress. He just announced he's running for Congress in this great state. Brian Jack in the state of Georgia, a native Georgian who's worked for President Trump for the past 7 years, a super guy, the kind of guy we need in Congress so that when President Trump's in the White House, we can get done what the American people have elected us to get done. We can do what we need to do what we said we would do. That's Brian Jack. Welcome him to the stage. God bless you all.
Well, thank you, Chairman Jordan, for that ringing endorsement. And I proudly stand before you today as the Trump and Jim Jordan endorsed candidate for Georgia's 3rd Congressional District. I'm from Fayette County, and I've spent my life fighting for conservative values. I grew up in Peachtree City, Georgia, and I started my career working at Peachtree City Hall. And for the last 8 years, I've had the privilege and honor of working for the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump. Like many of you, I was inspired by his first campaign, and I joined that campaign during those early days when the team was small, but the crowds were just as big. And I'll tell you, during those early days, we knew that this president could transform our country. I was privileged to serve in his White House all 4 years, from the first to last day of his administration. And I'll tell you, I did not realize how many incredible things we accomplished until we saw the movement that you all propel. We accomplished incredible things for the people of Georgia. We secured the southern border. We enacted common sense policies that incentivize the stop of illegal immigration. We passed the historic Trump tax cuts, which I don't know about y'all, but put a lot of money back into all of our pockets. And together, we helped appoint and confirm conservative judges and justices that uphold the rule of law and interpret the Constitution as written.
I'm running for Congress because, like Congressman Jordan and the many congressmen you'll see today, I firmly believe that President Trump needs strong, loyal, and effective allies in Congress to enact that America First agenda that you all propel. And I'm proud to be here today because I know that the people in this room are what makes the America First movement unstoppable. So to those of you who drove up from Georgia's 3rd Congressional District, from Griffin to my family's hometown of Buchanan, and from LaGrange to Peachtree City, I promise you that I will never stop fighting for our America First agenda, and if you elect me to Congress, I will be President Trump's foremost and strongest ally to make America great again. But enough about me. We are all here today to welcome the now official Republican nominee for president, Donald J. Trump. So I mentioned I've worked for President Trump for the last 8 years, and during that time I've gotten to know him extraordinarily well. Also, outside of the world of politics, I've gotten to know him, and I don't think he gets enough credit for it, but I think we would all agree President Trump has an amazing family. And I think we also can agree that you can tell a lot about somebody by how their children are raised. President Trump is unfailingly loyal, and on a lighter note, I'll share that President Trump, like many of us in the room, is a big-time sports fan. And I say that because it makes sense. President Trump is a great athlete. When he was growing up, he was excelled in sports, and I'm not sure if I should say this, but just a few weeks ago, President Trump put to shame 2 professional golfers. I ain't gonna mention their names, but just know he shot a 70 on 18 holes. And I don't know about y'all, but I would pay good money to see Joe Biden versus Donald Trump on a golf course. But he's not just a great athlete, he's also what we like to call a great political athlete. And what do we mean by that? Well, let's look at the statistics. On the policy side, let me ask y'all, which president in all of the presidents in our country's history delivered the most secure border? That makes sense. Which president delivered the greatest economy in our country's history? And despite all of the baseless smears from the radical left, who delivered record employment numbers for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and all Americans? On the political side, in 2020, which president earned the most votes in American history? Donald J. Trump. In 2022, who had the best endorsement win-loss record of all time? And just earlier this year, in those fabled Iowa caucuses, who set the record for most votes in Iowa caucus history? How about the New Hampshire primary history? And as we saw just this past Tuesday, who set the record votes in Super Tuesday history? Those are Hall of Fame statistics, and I challenge each and every one of us as Georgia voters, let's get out this November and let's break another record for the greatest president and political athlete of all time, Donald J. Trump. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former United States Senator David Perdue.
Hello, Floyd County. Let me get one thing straight with you right now. I am not running for any elected office. The only thing that I'm doing here in Floyd County in Rome, Georgia, and for the rest of this year until November, is making damn sure that Donald J. Trump is the next president of the United States. In January of 2017, when he was inaugurated, he got a few people in the White House. I was in that meeting, very small meeting. He laid out the agenda like a business guy would, like an outsider would. People said, oh, you can't get that done. Well, guess what? In 1 year, we passed a historic tax cut. He got regulations pulled back. Guess what, guys? Within a year, we became, yes, energy independent. And finally, remember Dodd-Frank? Remember that? Well, we changed that and we saved 4,000 community banks in this country thanks to Donald J. Trump. And it didn't stop there. That created the best economic turnaround in U.S. history. In the midst of that, 6.6, listen to this now, you'll never hear this on CNN, probably not even on Fox. 6.5 million people were pulled out of poverty because of Donald J. Trump. Guys, there's more work to be done. He stood up to China. He stared down Kim Jong-un. He told Putin, well, I'm sorry, I can't tell you what he told him, but he told NATO, pay up or we're out. And he backed it up, and they started down the road to pay their fair share. What we've got to do now, oh, I forgot something, y'all. He did another thing. He built the wall. So now, he's doing his part. He's done his part. There's no mystery about who Donald Trump is. That's what I get so upset about. You get what you pay for, just like Winston Churchill and Ronald Reagan. We know what's coming. What we have to do now, you and I, what I'm doing this year, what I've been doing the last 3 years in court, is trying to fight to make sure he gets a fair shake. And this time, we're going to make sure he gets a fair shake in Georgia. He cannot win the presidency without Georgia, and I need you to help us do that. One last thing. I've got 30 seconds. I promised him I'd be off in 3 minutes. You guys, I was with him last week, the president. He's so excited about coming back to Georgia. He loves coming to Marjorie's district, and I know why, because of people like you. But now look, what we got to do is this. The first thing, you got to get off your butt and vote. Don't come to these meetings and don't vote. You got to vote. Not only that, don't go alone. You're going to hear this a lot over the next 8 months. Take somebody with you. Take your friends, your relatives. Take people you don't even like. Take them to vote. And then you got to do this. Many of us in this room didn't do this before. You got to volunteer. Now, there are a lot of people that did, and thank God you did, but here's what we got to do. Volunteer, poll watchers, poll workers, take people to the polls, encourage people. If you're not able to do it, encourage them, call them, get on the phone. Ladies, get your phone out. One last thing. I've got to read something that was given to me when I finished my term in the United States Senate. A friend of mine, a deep, devout Christian, sent me a Bible. I read it every day. In the back of that Bible, he hand wrote a poem. And I want you to listen to this poem. This is the last verse of that poem. You'll recognize the words. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, because there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Donald Trump loves America. Donald Trump's going to win in November, and we're going to change the world. God bless you. God bless America, and God bless Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones.
How we doing, Rome, Georgia? Wow, this is an amazing crowd right here. I was just backstage and the president's coming in. I said I was going to make this crowd roar tonight. So let's give him a warm Georgia welcome. One more time, Rome. I chaired his campaign here in Georgia in 2016. I co-chaired it in 2020. I'm co-chairing it again in 2024 because we've got to have Donald J. Trump as our President of the United States. And let me tell you something, Georgia. The road to the White House comes through Georgia right now. I was with him on Tuesday night after he once again blew away all his competition with the vote count on Super Tuesday. And he said, the first thing he said to me, Bert, we got to win Georgia. I'm going to be there on Saturday. Make sure we have a big crowd. So y'all delivered here. We've got to take back this country because Bidenomics does not work. If you've been to the grocery store lately, if you've been to the gas station lately, if you've been to the bank lately, if you've gotten your insurance, if you've gotten your premiums and things, Bidenomics does not work, ladies and gentlemen. It does not work. We need America first. We need to secure our border. We need lower taxes. And we need somebody who's going to stand up on the world stage and make us proud to be on the world stage again. That's Donald J. Trump. I can tell you right now, it shouldn't be any competition. This election should not be any competition. But we've got these folks back here in the media that are so against this man right now that they're going to try to do everything they can to win it. We got rogue DAs going after him. We got Secretary of States going after him. We've got to stand up and we've got to represent, and we say, we the people are not going to take it anymore. We're taking back the country. We're going to take back the White House, and we're going to win in 24. Thank y'all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage United States Congressman Mike Collins.
Hello, Rome, Georgia. Y'all, I'm Congressman Mike Collins. I'm just the old boy that made his living in the trucking business. I'm gonna tell you something, just like Donald Trump, though, I've spent my entire career in the private sector before going to Congress. That's right. And I want to tell you one of my most proudest moments. And that's the moment that I bought my ticket for the Trump train. And y'all, that was way back in 2016 before he was a nominee. And folks, I've been shoveling coal ever since. Now here's where I need you. If everybody in this room will hunker down for the Go Dogs for the next 7 months. If y'all will hunker down for the next 7 months, folks, we'll drive this train right back to Washington, to the White House, and we'll get this place back on track. Now, I need you to hear me good now, because we don't need to go to sleep on those Sleepy Joe and the Democrats. Y'all in November, we got to show up. And we got to show up big, big enough to where it can't be rigged. Now, like you, we want to get back to the #1 thing that Donald Trump said we'd never get tired of doing. Winning. That's exactly right. Folks were buying cars, going on vacations, buying houses. Every American, black, brown, white, 2 degrees, no degrees. Trump's economy lifted all boats. Yo, everybody was doing better. Whole lot better than what you're doing now. So when we get our captain back on the ship, He's going to get this thing turned back around, because I'm going to tell you something, folks. Right now, sitting in the U.S. House of Congress and Representatives, 65% of us are America First representatives. That's why I'm spending my time and my money until November to grow that majority. Grow that majority. Matter of fact, when we get him back in there, November, we're going to have the largest majority of Republican America First representatives in history. And we're going to need that, because we're going to do some things. First thing we're going to do is going to secure that border. We're going to stop American families from losing sons and daughters to these illegals. That's right. These illegal aliens that are invading our country. We're going to stop the gangs, the fentanyl, this human trafficking that's going on. These outsiders that are invading our country and killing it. When Donald Trump's get there, we're going to stop it, because he's going to have an America First representative majority in that House, and we're going to back him all the way. I got one more quick thing I want to tell y'all. I was very proud to have sponsored the Lake and Riley Act. We dropped that bill on a Friday, rammed it through Rules Committee on a Tuesday, voted on Thursday, before President Biden got up there ranting and raving with his confused stump speech. Folks, y'all realize we passed that with even 37 Democrats helping us. They even realize how damn bad that border is down there. Here's the last thing I really want to say for real. Back in 2016, I was there. Y'all, I felt what that energy felt like, the electricity in the air. Now, I've been to Iowa, I've been to New Hampshire, South Carolina, and I'm going to tell you something. Man, the lines are getting longer. The crowds are getting bigger. We learned our lesson. And folks, we're going to be back with a vengeance. Y'all, we are going to win this election in November, and we are going to take our country back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Green.
We're in Rome, Georgia, y'all. And this is the forum. Usually when I'm here, there's bull riding, there's rodeos, there's rock concerts and country concerts. There's wild men fighting it out. There's redneck brawls. But tonight, Donald J. Trump is going to be in the house. That's right. Oh, I love y'all. I love y'all. And I got to tell you, thank you. You know, I have to tell you, it's been an honor of my lifetime to serve all of you, and I have to thank you so much for sending me to Washington. I'm fighting hard as I possibly can for all of the things that we believe in. So I thank you. I thank you. You know, in 2015, let's roll it back. When we said, "Make America Great Again," they were offended. In 2016, Trump won and defeated Hillary Clinton. That's right. Oh, and they were offended. Hillary called us all deplorables because they were so offended. Remember that? Well, then we said, "Put America first." And those words offended them. Trump would tweet, and oh boy, was everyone offended at that. I tell you what, I'd give anything for some good old Trump tweets. Hey, you know you can find him on Truth Social. You know where he's at. We said, "Build the wall," and they were offended. We said, "Back the blue," and they were offended. Right? Trump ended the foreign wars. He brought our embassy to Jerusalem. He made the Abraham Accords. He brought world peace, and apparently they were offended. President Trump built a strong economy, and everyone had hope for the future, and they were offended. And then President Trump said, "We're going to keep America great," and they were offended. Imagine that. All we wanted was for our government to work for all of us, for our hard-earned tax dollars to be used for Americans, for American purposes, and to solve our problems and save our country. But they were offended. They refused to put America first. So you want to know something? I'm offended. We are offended. That's right. They put us $34 trillion and we are offended. In debt. We are offended by that. They forced us to take a vaccine instead of giving us a choice, and we are offended. That's right. They shut down our businesses, they shut down our schools, they shut down our churches, they shut down the playgrounds, the gyms, and they hurt so many Americans, and we are still offended. They demonized and defunded our police. Oh yeah, we're offended. And now criminals roam city streets and it's not safe. It's not safe anywhere. From New York to Chicago, to Texas, to California, to Washington, it's not safe because defunding the police does not work. We support our police. That's right. And then they put men in women's sports, and we are offended. They put men in women's bathrooms and little girls' bathrooms. Oh yeah, we're offended. They put drag queens in charge of story time. You better bet we're offended. They put pornographic books in our libraries and our schools, and they even claim that men can give birth. You better bet we're offended. They claim there are infinite genders when we all know God created only two. God created Adam and Eve. That's right. That's right. And now Democrats have been coming after our kids with gender lies, puberty blockers, and surgeries that permanently damage their bodies before they're ever even grown up. You better bet we're offended. But you want to know something? They have weaponized our government. The government that every single one of you, your hard-earned money funds that government. And now our Department of Justice and FBI has been weaponized against pro-life protesters, parents wanting to hold their school boards accountable, Catholics attending Latin Mass, and election protesters that showed up to the Capitol on January 6th because we said our elections matter and they should be safe and fair. This is not a communist country, and our government should not behave like communists. But right now, in the United States of America, this weaponized government has turned into the political arm of Joe Biden's campaign and is going after our favorite president, Donald J. Trump. We're offended. You better bet we're offended. Should never, ever happen. This week at the State of the Union, when Gold Star father Steve Nakui stood up in the House chamber during the State of the Union and he cried out his son's name, Lance Corporal Kareem Nakui, and he was dragged out of the House chamber, arrested and charged. That's right. Oh, we are deeply, deeply offended. Deeply. But there was one thing that happened during the State of the Union this week, is when I saw Joe Biden walking down the aisle, I held up this pen. I held up this pen because one of our girls, one of our sweet Americans, a beautiful 22-year-old girl studying to be a nurse because all she wanted to do was help people. She just wanted to help people her entire life. And her life was taken by an illegal alien, a monster that should have never been in our country. But when I saw Joe Biden, I showed him this pen and I said, say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Laken Riley, say her name. And then during his speech, after nearly 50 minutes in, he hadn't talked about the open border. He had not even mentioned it. So I yelled from my seat, say her name. And then he butchered her name. He didn't even he mispronounced it, didn't even say it right. He said Lincoln. Her name is Laken Riley. But you want to know what he did say? He said she was an American murdered by an illegal. That's right. Even Joe Biden was forced to tell the truth. That is the truth. And that is the state of our union, ladies and gentlemen. That is the state of our union. Well, the reason why we are all here today is because we support a president. We support President Trump that we know we can put back in the White House, and he will end this garbage now. That's right. That's right. USA, 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 USA. That's right. That's right. This is Northwest Georgia. Northwest Georgia is Trump country. That's right. You're not going to tell me that Trump didn't win Georgia. Whew. No. We have a job. Let me tell you something. We have a job like no other going into 2024, and you all know how important it is. Georgia is a key state. It is a key state in this election, and Georgia, oh, my sweet Georgia, you are on my mind. On my mind. and always in my heart. In my heart. I'm going to do everything I can, not only right here at home, but all over the state of Georgia. We are going to work as hard as possible to deliver our state for Donald J. Trump. That's right. We are going to defeat the Democrats. We're going to send Joe Biden back into a retirement home where he belongs. And the most important thing we're going to do Yep. You know, you guys saw that video of Joe Biden when he saw me this week at the State of the Union. This is the hat I had on. There's nothing that scares him worse than a MAGA hat. So I wear mine proudly, and I hope you wear yours proudly. Let's vote for Donald J. Trump. Let's save America.
Appears to be wrap up the speaker portion of the pre-program. We are live here in Rome, Georgia. Liz Willis, Brian Glenn, and we're trying to bring you to the top of the hour where it looks like President Trump hopefully is on time.
Yeah, I think he might be. Was it Burt Jones who mentioned that he was backstage? What was your read on that?
I think he's mentioned that he was intimate or on the way in this area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Marjorie Taylor Green killed it. There was a moment where the audience was like roaring so loud and like I thought there was like lightning or something. Like this place was literally shaking. Did you feel that?
I
think they were like stomping their feet, but like to make noise because they were enjoying it.
It's amazing that, this district is one of the strongest districts in the state for President Trump per capita. So it's 14th district, no doubt about it.
It makes sense.
It does make sense.
It makes sense. I remember I covered Congresswoman Green's rallies when she was running to get reelected, and we came up here at RSBN twice, and that's when I learned about Rome, Georgia, and their allegiance to President Trump. Yeah. So that's also why when I saw that it was Rome, Georgia, I was like, oh, this is going to be amazing.
This is up your neck of the woods. We're glad you're joining us. And, they talked about Laken Riley and what the reaction was with President Trump and really what the overwhelming support to close our border with all of the hardened criminals that are in our country through that wide open border. And, President Trump talks about the gangs that have come in this country. And I know for a fact they are all over this country and that they are emptying out their prisons to unload on the American people.
Yeah, no, they're not joking. It's not just Mexican gangs by any means. It's gangs from all over Central, South America, and beyond. But some of the criminals that they've even got in Venezuela, for example, they are beyond what we can imagine. When we think of a criminal here, it's someone that was stealing or did a hit and run and fled the screen. These are people that rape and murder casually. They are not people you want to be able to just walk into your country freely, but that's exactly what is happening.
Yeah, I've even got some stats here, Liz, that we've had over 20,000 communist China nationals that have illegally crossed the southern border since the end of the year, since
That's
October.
Bizarre.
And there's a portion of the California-U.S. border, it's on the eastern side, that is the number one entry point for these Chinese nationalists. So you start to wonder,
why?
Why is that the main point? But also, if you look at the fentanyl that's coming in this country, this is what it is. It's made in China. It's then shipped over here to Central America or Mexico, and then at that point it enters into our country. So they have this very well organized This is a business plan.
It's a business.
Yeah.
It's all planned. It's not random. And fentanyl overdoses are becoming far too common. I was quite literally scrolling Facebook, this happy little place where I see what my cousins and all their children are doing. And someone's status was like, I just walked in on my roommate, he's dead, fentanyl overdose.
Whoa.
Like what? What world do we live in where that is common and that is casual and that is just okay and the new norm? It's unacceptable.
It is. And, you know, Liz, I've had in the last month several people come up to me at rallies and they tell me, Brian, you know, my son, my daughter, my nephew, my niece, my brother, my mom, whatever, have died of a fentanyl, an accidental. Not that they've taken
right.
drugs.
No, exactly. That's what I mean.
Yeah, generic Xanax.
Yeah.
Generic.
It's just in things.
Yeah, and so it doesn't take much at all to do that. But that is because we've got this wide open border. And that seems to be, Liz, the number one issue this year on the ballot.
I think so. Southern border, absolutely. I work online now, and I also do a lot of digital marketing and stuff for campaigns. And the most hot topic that I see for influencers, for anyone, it's the southern border. They want to talk about it. They want to get the message out. They want to wake up Americans to make them see this problem. And I think a lot of them, especially Democrats, their head just continues to stay in the sand. Not because it's not a real issue, but because they don't want to admit that they were wrong and they allowed this to happen.
All right, let's step aside and let you take a look at the scene here as we're live here in Rome, Georgia. Marjorie Taylor Green just wrapped up the pre-program. What's your thoughts on that?
You know, several takeaways from Marjorie Taylor Green's speech. One, Marjorie Taylor Green is a bulldog. The people here in Northwest Georgia love her. They love her fight. They love her drive. They love her energy. They know that they are well represented by Marjorie Taylor Green. So when they go to a rally like this and see her, they explode in applause because they are grateful for the work she puts in and day out in Washington, D.C. So that's the first takeaway that I received from her speech. Second one is immigration, our illegal immigration problem, our broken system at the border. They also know that Marjorie Taylor Green is fighting for a closed border and that she is heartbroken over the loss of one of her own, Laken Riley, and also heartbroken in the fact that you have a president that won't say her name, and when he's forced to say her name, says the wrong name. So those are the two main takeaways that I received, is the support around Marjorie Taylor Green. She's loved here. This is her home district. It's good to be in her home district. But these people love her, Brian, because they know that she fights for them. They elected her to fight for them, and she does. This is why they love her. And then also illegal immigration.
You're absolutely right on that. That's what it is. I want to talk a little bit more about that, but I do want to talk about a brand new sponsor that we have. Now, this one's pretty unique. You'll see some information on your screen for that. Let's talk about OFP Farms. It's a family-owned and operated, patriotic, America First goat farm. I said the word goat farm.
I like it.
Because it's got some of the best milk products that are going to these products. Now, check this out. Their large collection of goat milk products are enriched with vital nutrients and essential vitamins and minerals and fatty acids to help promote optimal skin health. Look, this stuff works. We had so much customer feedback on it because, look, at the end of the day, you want to make sure your skin is healthy, it's moisturized, it looks great, feels great. Not only is their goat milk products and lip balms top-notch, but they also carry a selection of magnesium products that can help pain relief and also general well-being. Now, I suffer from a sciatica nerve pain, and don't think that I'm not going to try some of this stuff.
So bad.
It is bad, which, by the way, thank you for people that have sent me some comments on social media about that. So they also proudly boast thousands of 5-star reviews on social media. Go check it out. The information for that is on your screen. Get the products that work. Get the products to make you look healthier and moisturize your skin, and that's exactly it. You want to come in?
I need to make a quick comment because, sorry, I absolutely love this company. They're also viewers of Right Side Broadcasting Network, so I'm almost 100% sure that we are on in their living room.
Oh, they watch us right now?
Yes, they've been posting like screenshots on their Instagram account.
That is awesome.
You can follow them on Instagram as well. I'll make sure that I post it later so you can find them. but they've been watching us forever. They came and found us at the rally I was at with you in Nevada, and so that was when I got to meet them in person. But my favorite product, and I swear by this, when Grace told me that they were one of our sponsors today, I was sitting right next to the magnesium body lotion, and I'm like, this, I don't move this off my bedside table. I put it on my like hands and feet at night just to like calm me down and help me sleep better. So the magnesium, yes, I sleep deeper. I love magnesium anyways, but to have it in like a really non-toxic body lotion, check it out, you guys. Also, I just love the fact, like I said, they're viewers, they are our friends. They've been supporting us for years, so hey, why not buy from small freaking goat farmers? I love it.
I love it. I think that's the first time we've ever said goat farm
I
this
do
network.
too. I would do anything for a baby goat. So if you're watching this and you have an extra,
where would you house that baby goat is what I want to know.
I'm a farmer, Brian.
Well, you're right, you do have a lot
I
of
have
land.
hundreds of acres in middle Georgia.
Okay.
So I would send it to my sister's farm.
I would bring it to D.C., and I'd let him in the South Lawn and the White House, and he could just mow the grass.
I think it should be an RSBN mascot.
That would be cute.
So go check these guys out. The information for that is on your screen. I love people that just new advertisers to the network. It's great to have them on there. So go check it out and support it.
I love that they've gotten also like, I don't shut up about things I like. It's a problem. But when I met them, they were a much smaller company. And it's been fun, and you can see their progress as they've grown through their Instagram, because they'll make videos of like what they do in a day, and you've seen even their packaging get better and better as they've just grown as a business. But they started so small, and they're booming, like they're popular. There's been days where she does like her packaging, and she's like overwhelmed with how many orders there are. So they're doing something
Social
right.
media for them? Do you know? Are they on Instagram?
Yeah, I was just DMing them.
Cool.
Let me pull that
We'll
up.
make sure that might be a good way people can follow them as well.
Okay, it's at OFP Farms _ goat farm on
I love it.
Instagram.
I love
At OFP
I'd like to know how you
Farms
get into goat
_
farming. I'm
They're
just real
so
curious,
cute.
You know, it's one of those things that we should have them on the show.
Look
and
at them,
talk about
Brian.
that.
Look at those baby goats.
Oh, okay, I want to go.
Okay, so we're now going to start bringing a goat to a rally. Why not, right?
Yes, I like the idea.
Thank
of a
you, Liz, for that
mascot. Thank
perspective.
you,
I like
Liz.
that. I love that.
I was even looking online. They have lip balm. So if you have chapped lips, they have lip balm. So make sure you go give them a try. Lovely company, and we appreciate them being fans of Right Side Broadcasting Network. Not much longer now before President Donald J. Trump makes his way inside here, this wonderful event center in downtown Rome, Georgia. We're having a great time. Lots of energy, lots of excitement as we get ready for President Trump.
Yeah, I know it is. It's top of the hour, 4 o'clock now. He is scheduled to speak at 5, and I would imagine that once he gets here, he'll probably take some pictures backstage, meet supporters and things like that. But I do think one of the things he is going to talk about is how important Georgia is right now in this country, that it is a swing state. Now, granted, I've been all around this state, and Liz lives here, and she can tell you that this is Trump country. And we do, although we have 2 Democrat senators, and there we can go in separately at another time why that is. But you have a Republican governor, you have Republican-dominated state legislature here. But when it comes to these national elections, for whatever reason, it seems like at the end of the day, the votes tend to kind of skew all over the place. And this is one of the reasons why Georgia is so important, that we get out and we get the vote, not only come out in mass numbers. Marjorie has a sign that says flood the polls, and that's what we want to do. We make it too big to rig. Too big to rig. But at the same time, I know there is a need for people to volunteer to poll watch, because the shenanigans that happened back in 2020 cannot happen any longer.
Absolutely, and that's what we encourage everyone to do. Volunteer, become a captain in your state with the Trump team. Go to DonaldJTrump.com, DonaldJTrump.com. You can find information on your state there. Get involved. Be prepared for November. Get involved for your county, for your district, for your community, and that way you can help the state. You can get involved with the Trump campaign. You can volunteer at your election headquarters. You can volunteer at the polls. You can be a poll watcher. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different ways, but the more eyes that we have there watching, the more boots on the ground we have at these locations, the harder it's going to be for any type of cheating to take place. So they know we're watching, so we need to make sure that we have as many people as we can watching.
Yeah. And one of the things that President Biden talked about the other night in the State of the Union was how strong our economy was. And I looked around, and when people were chanting 4 more years, I was thinking, 4 more years of what? Like inflation? Let me go over some of the numbers here. When Joe Biden took office, the inflationary rate was just 1.4%. 1.4% since Joe Biden took office. Inflation has risen by 17.9%. Now, these aren't just made-up numbers here. This is from the government. This is the inflationary numbers they put out. Electricity is up 28.6%. Now, I can tell you this. We talk to a lot of people on the road about what's affecting them the most. They cannot afford to heat or cool their home like they did under the Trump administration because of these rates. Also, food prices are up an average of 20.8% since Joe Biden took office. Rent, your primary residence, is up 19.5%. Let me stop right there. This affects the elderly and the retired people more than anybody because they are on a fixed income. So when all of a sudden rents go up, 20%, they don't have the ability to just go out and get an extra job or even go work at all when you're in retirement phase. This is hurting our seniors.
It absolutely is. Like you mentioned, they are on a fixed income, and so they have to wait month per month for that next paycheck to come in, and so they're really having to watch it right now on what they purchase, and right now it can't be anything extra because they can't afford it. But if you looked at the numbers and the percentages that Brian just read off, do the math on it. The rent, the groceries, you name it. If you add all of that together, it is just overwhelming how much more Americans are paying per month to live, and we just can't stay on this track, Brian. We're all going to
but they want to convince you, Vanessa, that everything is fine.
Everything is fine, and to depend on them. They want you to depend on the government. They want you to say, I need help. I need some food stamps. I need some assistance. They want to control you. So they are loving the struggle of the American people right now. But you know what? There are some things that are for free, and that is the free Trump book. The free Trump book.
I love the free Trump book. I love it.
I do too, and so does little Marty. He looks at the pictures. FreeTrumpBook.com. Teach your kids all about President Trump, his accomplishments, what his plans are for the future, about our great country, America. Teach your kids at home. The book is free. Again, FreeTrumpBook.com. You'll just have to pay a small shipping and handling fee, a processing fee. Very small. That's it. But get one for yourself, for your kids. It's really mainly for kids, but adults like myself like to read it too.
Yeah, small shipping and handling, but who cares about that? I used to say this. They're not going to learn it on the University of TikTok. No. They're not going to see the College of Instagram. None of this stuff promotes President Trump. I try to look. I don't get on TikTok because if you search my name, it's not friendly. So I don't get on there and look at it. I don't even like to get on X. I don't even care about social media. You don't have to follow me. I don't care. I don't need it. What I need you to do is go to freetrumpbook.com because that's going to show you exactly what he did and all the accomplishments on President Trump.
I like following you. I always know when I'm back in Texas and you're on Capitol Hill, I like to know what's going on.
Yeah, you can follow me if you want to. But what I'm saying is, like, you're not going to find accomplishments on social media. They're not going to follow President Trump on social media. But get the freetrumpbook.com.
And children of that young age should be on social media. Anyway, I deleted my TikTok. So
TikTok.
Don't search for me.
You know, it's interesting. The Senate, they had a thing on TikTok because social media and TikTok, I truly believe that TikTok, being a Chinese-owned company, they're now marketing. It's really interesting how they've got these ads where they got the U.S. farmer, and he's saying that he uses TikTok to show, how he grows, cornmeal or how he grows wheat or whatever, and he relies on TikTok for an educational purpose. And I'm like, that is a bunch of crap. Okay, that is TikTok, who is coming into our country buying, that's China, who's going in our country buying farmland away from Americans. Look, I said this back in 2015, 2012, around that era, that Donald J. Trump was the only person that could fight China in terms of the trade imbalance that we had. And we have just sold out to that country, what the Biden administration has. And it's just...
Just think about this for a minute. Look at our border and the murderers and the drugs and the crime that's coming across the border by the millions. That alone, think about that, how terrible that is. On top of China buying up all of our land, America is losing control to communist countries, to illegal aliens, people who have sex crimes, murderers, drug dealers.
Yep.
So you have a communist country taking over our land, and you have illegal aliens coming into our country by the millions. The Biden administration has destroyed this country, and it has lost control. The only person that can gain back control and put an end to all this on day one is President Donald J. Trump.
Well, let's talk about China just for a second. The Biden administration allowed the Chinese surveillance of this spy balloon fly over our country. Do you remember that last year?
Yeah.
The
yeah.
balloon just drifted over. If it wasn't for some people
we didn't see it until it got all
up
the
in
way
like
to-
North
yeah.
Dakota or Montana that saw it. But yet we didn't do anything until it got off the coast of South Carolina. And that's when the Biden administration, boasted about shooting it down. Well, that spy balloon floated on January 28th and started in Alaska and came all the way down. The American people deserve to know why Joe Biden allowed this national security threat to happen, and the information that they gathered while this was going on. And it seems like they have never been accountable for that. They have never explained why they allowed it to float over and take satellite images of basic military bases.
Because they don't have to, because they feel like they're above the law, and two, the mainstream media talked about it for a day, if they even spoke about it, and then it was on to something else. They were hoping the American people would forget, and so that's what they do. They don't want to keep talking about it. They see it, they move on to the next story that they want you to get all upset about. For example, going back to Lake and Riley, because we are in Georgia, they've already swept that under the rug. But when George Floyd passed away, we heard about it for months and months and months and months until we just couldn't take it in our ears any longer, because they wanted you to hear that. But when that balloon, the spy balloon, goes all across the United States of America, oh, no, we don't want the American people to know about that. We want them to know what we want them to know.
And then we talk about the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan that left thousands of Americans there, and actually we lost 13 of our men and women that was serving at the Bagram Air Force Base that day. And we had one of the Gold Star fathers that spoke out at the State of the Union and about his son that was killed there. His foreign policy, Vanessa, is non-existent. Joe Biden doesn't have a foreign policy. Over the 40-plus years he's been in government, he has dictated that he doesn't have a foreign policy. Matter of fact, his foreign policy is putting other country first, not America first. And so the reckless withdrawal in Afghanistan, and then, of course, the conflict we have in Ukraine, and I think all Americans can agree that we do not need to get into a proxy war with Russia through Ukraine. That's exactly what's happening right now, is it's a conveyor belt of money going to that border war, and that's over a border. Essentially, it's over a border, but we're sold this narrative from the media that Russia is the biggest threat to all of us, and if we don't stop Russia and Ukraine, they're going to take over all of Europe and eventually take over us over here. But yet there's been zero proof that Putin has ever said that would happen. Zero. And of course this conflict would not happen if President Trump is still in office, because leadership, commands respect, and that would have never happened. President Trump says it, I say it, many others say it. This conflict would not happen if President Trump was still in office.
You're absolutely right. And, it goes back, you're talking about Russia and what the media is wanting you to believe and what the Biden administration is wanting you to believe. When you were talking about that, my mind went straight back to Super Tuesday at Mar-a-Lago when Marjorie Taylor Green looks at a foreign press and says, no, you're the conspiracy theorists. They're the ones that spread the lies and the misinformation. And back to Brian's point, when it comes to foreign policy and what's happening overseas, that's exactly what they're doing. Again, President Trump was the president of peace. President Biden is the president of war, crime. Anything negative, any word you want to think of that's negative, that's President Biden.
Well, let's talk about the crime numbers real quick, because I've got them. I'm not going to make them up. I've got them from the government resources. Last year, D.C. had the highest number of homicides since 1997 with 274 homicides. Homicides in Chicago are up 23% compared to 2019. Now, why is it homicides up? Well, because the left, Joe Biden, demonize law enforcement. Therefore, a lot of people absolutely retired. If you look at what inspired people to get into law enforcement and to save our country was 9/11. A lot of people, when 9/11 happened, they joined the military, and then they get out of the military, they join whatever police force around the country. So what happens is they serve their 20 years, 15 years, and then they retire, okay? So we're at a point where we have a shortage of men and women that are willing to sign up and be a police officer in these cities. The way they're treated, would you want to sign up and be an NYPD officer?
Absolutely not. And they were actually their income has decreased because so much money and resources have gone into housing and feeding these illegal aliens that the city has met its budget. And so the only way that they could think of in this liberal city, in this Democrat-run city, was to slash the budget of our first responders, of our police officers. So not only are they getting beat up in the streets by illegal aliens, they're also taking a much less salary because instead of getting paid properly, that money is going to illegal immigrants.
Yeah. Let's talk about car thefts for a second.
Okay.
Over 32 cities, car thefts increased 33.5% in the first half of 2023. Now, I know for a fact that auto theft in D.C. is incredible. I mean, we just had a congressman not too long ago from Texas get carjacked right outside the Capitol. It is something that happens on a daily basis there, almost to the fact that now police don't even pursue these criminals because they'll end up some wild chase around the city.
And also that crime has got, and I know this firsthand because I had a family member whose vehicle was stolen in Houston, and there's so much high crime now, like much larger crime, harder crimes, that police are like, vehicle stolen, we don't really have time for that right now because they're trying to solve murders and rapes and missing person reports, and so the vehicle thefts they can't really focus on that.
Okay, before we've got an interview coming up. Before we do that, let's talk about our friends over at Patriot Mobile. Now, it counts where you spend your money, without a doubt. I know the folks behind Patriot Mobile. I know who they are. Glenn Story has really developed and created an amazing team with this company, and they were able to provide you the same service as all of the big telephone providers. They have great service, and they can save you some money as well. The information for that is on your screen. Go check it out, patriotmobile.com/rsbn.com. I believe that's the website, but the information's on your screen. But just get the great service, the good people, and put your money where it is. Look, I know for a fact that AT&T is trash. Yeah. They're trash. Yeah. They donate to a lot of liberal causes. Why would you want to do that? Patriot Mobile, proud sponsor of this rally. Let's step aside for a second. I think we have a potential interview in here. Liz?
Okay, you guys, I have the one and only Kimberly Klasick with us. Thank you for joining us and welcome to Georgia.
No, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here.
I was just talking to you off stage a little bit about how I think historic and remarkable your first campaign was. You ran for Congress in Maryland in 2020, correct?
Yeah,
and I remember it like it was yesterday, the campaign that you came out with, like the walking the streets and like your red dress and your red heels. That was so empowering to me. I absolutely loved it. And with that being said, I'm so excited that you've chosen to run again.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough decision, right? Because we gave it our all in 2020.
You did, you really did.
Thank you, but luckily we had redistricting in Maryland. So right now I'm in a D+7 and it is an open seat. So it is very flippable. I talked to a lot of people, whether they're in D.C., some members of Congress, and of course friends with the Trump team, and they said, you know what, go ahead and give it all you got. And we have a great team behind us. I'm super excited about it. And so we're ready to go. And I think we're really going to flip the seat this time around. And I wouldn't have run if I didn't think so.
I don't think you would either. But how would you describe like the demographics of the district that you're running in? Do you think that it's potentially going to be an America First seat? Because we know, I guess from what I saw in Maryland where you ran before, there was a lot of crime. It's kind of an interesting. I don't know. How would you describe it?
Well, this district, District 2, it's a little bit different how it's drawn. So Carroll County is Trump country.
Okay.
So that's what makes this county this district a little more red. Yeah. And then I have Baltimore County where I live.
Right.
Yep, and then Baltimore City. We've got just a piece of it in this district because it's kind of gerrymandered. But again, I think this is a very America First district. We've had crime and violence like you couldn't imagine, and even our schools have taken a huge hit in the past 5 years. And of course, look, we're dealing with the drug issue that's coming over the southern border just like every other state across this country. So I think that we can do it for sure.
Do you think people are waking up to what's happening under the Biden administration and that might sway some people that have historically been Democrat before?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of people. There's a reason why Trump is doing so well with the minority vote right now. There are a lot of people that are waking up, and I think that's why we have such a good shot, because there's people telling me, I have a radio show in the Baltimore region, and they're saying, Kim, we've had enough. When are we going to do something about it? So as soon as the seat opened up, I said, you know what, let's go.
Now, one of your tweets that I saw was that, of course, you ran before. I consider it very successful because you took the internet by storm. You were viral, and that's really difficult to do for a politician, right? They're normally like stale and boring and the same old redundant claims, but you were something new. You were energizing, you were creative, and I feel like you woke up a lot of people, especially within the inner city. But you said that you were younger then, and you've learned a lot now that's prepared you to run again. You think you might be able to run better this time. What have you learned since running the first time that you think is going to help you?
Oh, we learned so much.
I can imagine it's quite a lot.
I can't tell you, but yeah, we had that viral video, but it was towards the end of the campaign because we put it out in August, and of course, November 3rd was Election Day in 2020, and so we had to run really hard and not as smart. This time around, we're running hard, we're running smart, we've got all the data, we're doing the polling, we're making sure we're hitting every single door. We have time to really make a difference, and like I said, the team matters. The team I have now is not the team I had before. Love my team, God bless them, but you know what? We're going to do it this time.
Yeah, it's amazing what goes on in politics. It's not just like a well-polished person stands up and gives a speech. It is an entire team. It is data, it is analytics, and it is a lot of door knocking.
It is.
What do you want to accomplish when elected to Congress? What are some of the policies that you're going to prioritize for your constituents?
Yeah, of course we got to close the southern border. I know everybody knows that's the number one issue right now. But I also want to just support President Trump. I mean, we have a very slim majority in the House right now. And to be able to flip this seat.
We need you.
Yeah, to be able to flip this seat is great. But also a little different from some people might be talking about, but welfare reform. We talk about the welfare state and how it devastated the black community, but we haven't done anything to fix it. So instead of giving people incentives not to do their best, why don't we give them incentives to go back to work, be financially independent, want to have a great education, school choice, all those things are what we're going to do.
Very important. Right now, I feel like that administration is incentivizing you to stay home and not work and just rot away as like a vegetable and then remain dependent on the system. It's a pretty nasty cycle that they've got at play, the Democrats. But what brought you to Georgia today to support President Trump?
Absolutely. Look, I talked to C.J. Pearson. I know you talked to him earlier.
We had a great interview. He's going to go far.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even need to ask him questions. He just went. I'm like, go. Okay.
He's great. Yeah, no. So I talked to him yesterday, and he goes, look, I'm going to the rally. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing anything tomorrow. I'm just going to fly down and go to the rally. So here I am, and I'm excited to be here.
We're so excited to have you. I saw it on Twitter. I saw you're like getting ready for the rally. I texted her immediately. I'm like, let me interview you. So I'm so excited that you came over. How can our audience follow along your journey or support you? Give them all the info.
Well, I appreciate that. You can go to KimKforCongress.com. Also, you can follow me on social media, Kimberly Klasick on Facebook and Instagram. Also, Kim K. Baltimore on Twitter. Whatever you can do to support us helps, whether it's financially, whether it's come out and volunteer. You can phone bank from anywhere in the country. And also, just share our stuff on social media, because that is also helpful. That's how we went viral in 2020. So hopefully we can go viral again.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing it. I know you will. Thanks, Kimberly.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Liz. Great interview there, as we have a lot of representatives coming to this rally today for President Donald J. Trump. There is an overflow crowd outside. A lot of people hoping to get in, but it's a packed house in here today as you look at our cameras and show the crowds as we await President Trump. How cute is she? Very intelligent.
Adorable.
Yes.
This has been, and she's still right there as I'm
Yes.
like hyping her up. No, she's so friendly, so easygoing. I really enjoyed today's interviews.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe it's just Georgia. I feel at home, even though she's Maryland, but it's like family here.
Yeah.
And I think it's just gotten to the point where I guess the longer we spend on the campaign trail, the more we get to know these people. So it's not like you're interviewing strangers. It's like interviewing people that you really respect. You want them to do well, and you're just excited to talk about their success.
Yes.
I wish her well.
Yes, I do too. And then also CJ as well, as you were mentioning, he is the greatest. Because like you mentioned, it is like a family reunion. You come to these events, you spend so much time with the people. Just think of when you go to work, and if you're working, say, at a bank, or if you're a teacher at a school, your coworkers, those other teachers in the other classrooms, they become like family. Well, that's like what it is.
Imagine
here.
if we get some of these great people in office. Like, actually, if we have her flip a Democrat seat to Republican, that's +1 for the majority right there. If we get C.J. Pearson in the state legislature, Mike Collins, we continue to keep him, Marjorie Taylor Green. These are incredible people. We're so lucky to have them. I don't think I will ever run for office.
No.
I'm truly not selfless enough to do that. And we've seen what President Trump has had to go through with his family, and that horrifies me. I don't want to put my family through that. You have to be like a really selfless individual to like put yourself in a position to be ridiculed so hard. So
Right, you're always in the public eye. No matter if you vote yes or no, someone's going to go against what you voted for.
You can't make everyone happy.
You just, if you run truthfully on what your policies are and what you believe in, and then stick to that when you get in office. But yeah, kudos to everyone who does run for office. But I was looking at a statistic just last week, Liz, that was encouraging people to start running for office at their local levels, because
I could do local levels.
Yes, so many people run unopposed.
Yeah.
And if you notice that when you went to the polls for these primaries or your state caucus or whatever the case may be, like when I went and voted in Texas, there were a lot of unopposed candidates. And then I saw this statistic.
Did you get any ideas?
No, I did not. I love what I do here on Right Side. But we encourage you to get involved in your local elections, whether it's school board or city council. There's so many different ways. Run. You just never know what may happen. And so, again, there was a statistic, and I couldn't believe it, how high the number was of the unopposed races out there.
Yeah, no, that is kind of shocking. I could do something smaller. Local, that's not going to have all the national heat. That would not be fun. But school board, local, all about it. I definitely encourage anyone, if you're considering it, look it up. Like Vanessa said, why not?
Yes, absolutely. Also, look this up, tnusa.com/RSBN. That's tnusa.com/RSBN. That's Tax Network USA. They are ready to help you with your taxes. If you still haven't filed your taxes yet, they can help you. If you have back taxes.
Guilty.
Well, I am too. A lot of people, they file deadlines, and that's okay. That's why they have that, and that's why it's allowed. So, if you're having trouble, if you struggle, and you just haven't had time and don't think you'll find time, let the experts handle it for you at Tax Network USA. tnusa.com/RSBN. That 1-800 number is on your screen as well. They are licensed in every single state. So no matter where you live, they can help you. They have actually helped their clients save $1 billion, that's what the B, $1 billion in back taxes. So they're great at what they do. They have thousands of happy customers. So you make sure that you're a happy customer as well.
Yeah.
Call that number on your screen. Log into TN. That's for Tax Network. TNUSA.com/RSBN.
Yeah, I also want to add, and I'm no accountant by any means, but think of those 81,000 new IRS agents. I guarantee you they are specifically going to be looking at conservatives, people that voted for President Trump, people that have donated to Republican campaigns.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to be auditing them hard. So make sure that you've dotted your I's, you've crossed your T's, and having a CPA, having an accountant who can help you with that, it's a lot safer route to go. And honestly, you pay for it, but in the long run, you end up saving money.
Yeah.
So it's a win-win situation.
Yeah, and you save yourself a headache. That's why I have a certified accountant that helps me with my taxes. I don't deal with it. Make sure you contact Tax Network USA. Okay, about 30 minutes away now from President Trump taking the stage here in Rome, Georgia. If you're just now joining us, welcome. I'm Vanessa Broussard alongside Liz Willis, who is joining us today. Brian Glenn and Crystal Whitman is outside with the crowd, so we'll hopefully go back out to her in just a little bit. An overflow crowd. Packed house here, Liz.
Packed house here, and I was talking to Kimberly Klasick off camera, and she said she just came in. She's a little late. She said outside was packed. She was like, it's crazy out there.
Wow.
And it makes, I want to see it so bad.
Yeah.
So
hopefully we can get some shots out there here in just a little bit from our outside crew who's in the middle of all that MAGA chaos. When I say MAGA chaos, that means that's a positive thing, because anytime there's MAGA anything, it's great. And so when you have all those crowds in the standing room only and the thousands of people waiting to come in. Yes.
He's got that outside cam, so you guys can see it on the screen.
Is that outside or inside? I believe that might be inside.
Both, inside and outside.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yes, so, welcome to MAGA country.
Rome, Georgia, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe there's only 30 minutes until President Trump takes the stage.
Yeah, so I'm eager to hear what he has to say tonight. You know he's going to mention the address to the nation from President Biden. You know he's going to talk about some of the flubs off that, some of the accusations he made in his State of the Union address that are not accurate, not true. So this will be a night for Donald Trump to come out and correct what was said by Joe Biden in his State of the Union. Not that the public doesn't already know, because we know he's full of lies, he's full of gibberish, and just doesn't really know. How can we expect him to say Laken Riley when he probably doesn't even know his own name at this point?
No, you 100%. Vanessa, I heard you say something the other day at Mar-a-Lago, and you were talking about how you just grab your popcorn and you've been watching the Fani Willis trial going on. I was like, that's my girl, because I've done the exact same thing. I mean, popcorn and all. And it has been some of the most entertaining television I have seen in years. I'm really hoping President Trump will touch on that some. I think rightfully so, he should. He's here in Georgia, where she is unfortunately one of our DAs. But I think that'll be some good content today, too. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Anytime there's Fani, anytime Fani is involved, you're going to have a great laugh ahead. So, yes, I hope he does bring up Fani Willis and Nathan Wade. Talk about the karma of all karmas. This woman brought President Trump in on a political campaign of I'm going to get Trump. Says he, asked about the outcome of the 2020 election and claimed it was rigged. So, we got to give him a mugshot and put him in jail. Okay. I could be here for 3 hours to talk about that alone, but let's just talk about what's happening in that case. So she brings him in for a mugshot, thinking that's going to bring Trump down. Here's the first time in history that a former president has had to have a mugshot. It blew up.
Iconic. Talk about fundraising, too. They made millions.
Yes.
Genius.
Broke the internet in a good way.
It did.
In a good way.
Two people
So
have
again,
broke the internet.
Yes.
Kim Kardashian and Donald Trump.
Well, so then that didn't work. But then, lo and behold, if you're going to go after, you know how they always say, I was taught this when I was growing up, don't ever point your finger at someone because you have 3 other fingers pointed back at you.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yes. So when she's pointing her finger at Donald Trump, there's some more fingers pointing at her, and that came out.
I was
so here
taught,
comes.
don't throw stones unless your hands are clean.
Her hands are not clean.
Them things are dirty.
Yeah, her hands are filthy.
There were so many lies that were announced during the trial, contradictions. I mean, to name a few, she's like, I never have fancy dinners. I don't do this. Like 30 minutes before that, she's talking about having champagne, chocolate, and caviar in Napa Valley with Mr. Wade. Horrible, horrible. So,
and she keeps thousands of dollars anywhere she lays
who
her
does
head.
that? You just bring thousands of dollars like on a date. She's like, never keep 6 months of your
6
paychecks
months.
in your house. That must be nice to be able to just have 6 months of a paycheck in cash. Like, what a world to live in.
So all of these schemes that she has been doing behind the scenes with her career and the politics and Nathan Wade's all coming to light. But again, this is the karma of all karmas. She was attacking a man who is clearly innocent, and the karma has come back on her. And you know what?
We'll see soon.
Yes.
I think it's going to be a good ruling, a fair ruling.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's going to be dismissed from the case.
She absolutely
at the very
should be.
least.
Yeah.
At the very least. I'm hoping she's also then tried for what she's done because it's completely illegal.
And then they need to also throw out the case against Donald Trump as well. So I am expecting him to talk about that today since we are in Georgia. Lincoln Riley, of course, since we are in Georgia. The State of the Union that just happened. Joe Biden is looking like he's making a few appearances now that Donald Trump could be the nominee for November, and so it's going to be a matchup between those two. Donald Trump says he would love to debate Joe Biden anytime, anywhere, even in the swamp of D.C. with the most corrupt mainstream media host. And so he says he's ready to do it. Do I believe that Joe Biden will do that? Probably not, because he can barely complete a sentence if he's not on prompter. I would love to see a Joe Biden-Donald Trump debate. That would be a one knockout punch to the ground, over with in 30 seconds. That would be the highlight of my life, I think. But I highly doubt that would happen. Liz, I want to take a quick time out and talk about a product that you love with the goat farms.
OFP Farms. We were just talking about them earlier today, but you guys can check them out on Instagram as well. I'm sure we have the graphic pulled up. They're amazing. I have been using them for about 4 months now, I think, is when I got my first batch of products. And I didn't hear you say it. There's like the lip balm and stuff like that. I gave that to my family because my dad actually was like watching me open this package. He's like, what is that? What is that? I was like, go away, Dad. But he kept insisting that he wanted stuff, so I gave him the lip balm. So I haven't used it, but he says it's amazing. The magnesium, I think it's body butter. It's like a beautiful green squeeze top jar. Bottle. I keep it next to my bed. It's on my nightstand at all times. And again, I put it on my hands and my feet before I go to bed. Magnesium is so good for you. It literally regulates like down to a cellular level and really calms you down as well. So I put it on before bed. It helps me sleep. Swear by it.
And OFP Farms is a family-owned, patriotic, America-first company. They provide quality goat milk products for everyday use, like Liz has been mentioning. Their large collection of goat milk products are enriched with vital nutrients of essential vitamins, minerals, fatty acids to help promote optimal skin health. So not only are their goat milk products and lip balms top-notch, but they also carry a selection of magnesium products that can aid in pain relief and general well-being. So OFP can proudly boast 1,000s of 5-star reviews on their wide variety of products, and I think you'd be 1,001 because Liz loves it.
Yeah, I've posted them on like my Instagram story, like not paid or anything. I just want to promote incredible people with a great product. And when I say incredible people, these have actually been fans of RSBN. So they are viewers just like you who started a small business out of their home, and they've done so well because these products speak for themselves that they're now able to come back and be a supporter and advertise with RSBN. I think that's like such a beautiful story. I have a photo with one of the owners in Nevada, and at the time, it was just like a small goat farm.
Yeah.
And that was just a couple years ago. And now they've they've blown up. So if you guys want to support them, try it out and let us know what you think.
Absolutely. There's the website on your screen, ofpfarms.com. That's ofpfarms.com. Be sure to use the promo code RSBN at checkout, and you'll receive 15% off your orders. Okay, I'm going to step aside, Liz, and kind of see the crowd here. I know we have several cameras here inside, but we'll give the people at home the opportunity to see as much as they can when it comes to the crowds here at this arena in Rome, Georgia. Too big to rig signs. That is a new campaign from President Trump to encourage everyone to get out and vote. We want such a large number of voters that we need to make it too big for the left to rig the election. So you'll see signs like that in the coming rallies with a new campaign that has launched to encourage people to make a statement when you head to the polls. Here in Georgia, the great people of this state, they vote on Tuesday. Early voting has ended. And then Election Day is Tuesday. That is March 12th. March 12th is the day. We also have a couple of other states voting. I know Washington State, that is voting this coming week. So wherever you live, make sure that you are voting in your primaries. President Trump still needing that 12-15 to make it to the nomination. So let your states be heard by the MAGA Rumble. Get out and vote, especially here in Georgia on Tuesday. All right, we had a wonderful time at Mar-a-Lago on Super Tuesday. The president taking home every state but Vermont on that day. I saw some posts on social media poking fun, I guess, a little bit of Vermont. But, you know, I know that there's a lot of great MAGA patriots and America First patriots in the wonderful state of Vermont. And so take this as a lesson to get out and vote. And it goes back to that too big to rig. If you don't vote, you can't complain.
Vanessa, this is so cool. So I'm listening to you, but I'm also scrolling to see what people have been tagging RSBN saying to answer questions. The goat farm has 745 people right now shopping on their website after our shout out.
I love it.
745 people shopping small right now with our friends over at OFP Goat Farms. Let's get them to 1,000.
Yes.
Let's not break the server, but let's get it real close, you guys. I think that's adorable. Thank you for, supporting people that support us and giving back to incredible people. Makes my heart happy.
It's a small business. It's a American family, patriotic family. Hey, and look, support the goats. If anything, do it for the goats. They're so cute. We all want one. Where would we put it? We don't know, but the goats need love, Liz. Give the goats some love.
How many sales will it take for me to get a goat? I will keep pushing it. All right, you guys, we're at almost 4:40 p.m. Eastern time here in Rome, Georgia. President Trump is scheduled to speak at 5 p.m. We'll see if he's on time this evening. If not, no worries, because we're having a good time here. We're going to continue to see if we can grab some interviews. This is definitely a smaller media riser than I'm used to. They really wanted to get as many patriots in here as they can, and I don't blame them. But that does mean that press gets a smaller little area, so we're kind of crammed in here. But it's fine. I don't mind it one bit. It's really cool. As you can see, our camera shot of President Trump is going to be spectacular because we're really just maybe 10 yards away, 30 feet, and I'm again really bad at guessing numbers, but we're so close to President Trump. It's going to be neat. This might be one of the closest setups I've been to him.
Yes, beautiful arena here. I love how the outlook, the whole setup, and the seating everyone has a great seat. There's no bad seat in the House, so everyone will get an opportunity to see and hear from President Trump as the crowd starts chanting, "Let's go, Brandon." Take a listen in. All right, so people are fired up. They're excited. They're ready to see President Donald J. Trump. Making his way to the 1,215 delegate count needed to win the nomination. Nikki Haley has dropped out. President Donald J. Trump is the lone standing candidate on the Republican side. The matchup looming between him and Joe Biden in November. Joe Biden giving his State of the Union address, if you want to call it that. It was more like a State of the Ukraine address, State of Anger address, State of Confusion address. But we got through it as a country. It was hard. An hour and 8 minutes of my life that I'll never get back. But I listened to every word, or at least I tried to. All of the mumbling and stumbling and confusion. The left would clap. Well, I was sitting at home wondering what he just said. But they clapped for him anyway. Maybe because they knew what he meant. Maybe because they were mumbled and jumbled themselves. I'm not too sure. But it was an hour and about 8 minutes of pain and torture, anger, hatred, meanness, madness. So that goes to tell you where his heart is. He started his State of the Union by talking about Ukraine. He started his State of the Union by talking about Ukraine. I'll say that one more time in case anybody missed it. He started his State of the Union by talking about Ukraine, not America. If that doesn't tell you that this president puts America last, I don't know what will. I was in complete disbelief when he started his State of the Union, not even addressing America. He was addressing a country that he's sending millions and millions and millions and billions of dollars to. Not the people of our homeland. He doesn't care. We're America last to him. And on this stage behind me here in about 20 minutes, you'll see a man who wants to put America first. He did for 4 years while in office, and he'll do it again for another 4 years. You will never hear President Trump start addressing this beautiful country and our beautiful citizens by talking about another country. But Joe Biden did, because he just doesn't care. He doesn't care about the American people. His main concern was sending more money to Ukraine, botching Laken Riley's name by calling her Lincoln Riley, and also keeping our border open. He doesn't care. He wants them to come in. He wants them to flood this country. He has the opportunity right now to stop what's going on at our southern border. But he won't do it. He's loving this. He's an evil, evil man. And it's up to America to knock him off the ballot in November, send him packing, maybe to a beach somewhere. I really don't care where he goes, as long as he's no longer napping in the White House. He needs to go. Joe needs to go. Cackling Kamala needs to go. And we need to put President Trump and MAGA first representatives and senators in the White House at the Capitol to fight for a better America. Enough is enough. Georgia, you're a great state. You're up next. You're on deck. You vote on Tuesday, so make sure you go out and vote. All right, I want to tell you about an alternative to phone system that we're all used to. Let's talk about Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is a wonderful service, conservative service, Liz. I'm looking up their number.
Yeah, look them up. I have seen them all over the place, and I love it. They've been at so many conferences, conservative conferences. They were at CPAC. They were a big sponsor at CPAC, and it's been really incredible. Another company that I've been able to watch grow over the past few years.
Yes.
Love to see it.
PatriotMobile.com, PatriotMobile.com/RSBN. Here's the number I was looking for you. 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-PATRIOT. Very easy to remember, 972-PATRIOT. That website, patriotmobile.com/RSBN. Their 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. So keep your number, keep your phone, upgrade, whatever you want to do. Their team will help find the best plan for your needs. Patriot Mobile offers dependable nationwide coverage, giving you access to all 3 major networks, which means you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding the left. This is a good conservative network. Make sure you switch over today to Patriot Mobile.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's so cool, and this was a long time ago, but Patriot Mobile, they're back. So they actually used to sponsor us years ago. They were one of our first companies that actually supported us and advertised with us. That was 2018, I think, around 2018. I could be messing that up. But it's really great to see them back with RSBN. So you guys check them out. Let them know RSBN sent you. We'd love to continue this partnership. But they've been growing, and it's because they're giving back to conservative organizations. And you can see it. You see their presence. They are well known at CPAC, at I think it was a Moms for America event. But they're great. Follow them on social media as well. That's how I kind of stay up with what they're doing. Not just as a business, but also as people. What they do is really neat. They're very, very involved in the conservative movement.
And, they're a great sponsor to have because they are, right in line with our beliefs, and that is family, freedom, faith, and keeping this country strong and just loving America. And so switch over today. The information's on your screen, and we know for sure that you will enjoy this great service. All right, we are about 13 minutes away from the 5 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we have a packed house here at the Forum Event Center in downtown Rome, Georgia. Marjorie Taylor Green's district, she's having a great time being home. She travels the country supporting President Trump and really rallying behind the MAGA movement, working hard, and today she's at home with her people.
Yeah, I feel like she's literally homecoming queen.
Yeah.
And rightfully so, what she's done for this district. She's really put Rome, Georgia on the map in a good way for being such a conservative stronghold in the state of Georgia. Georgia, I don't know what's happening, but I think Rome, Georgia should be a shining light and example for the rest of the state so that we can come back in 2024 and win for President Trump. And, a few of the speakers mentioned it, but we need Georgia to win. We need Georgia's electoral votes. We need their support. Without Georgia, it's going to be a real long shot. So Georgia is so important for this presidential election, and it's so possible. They say, I truly never even thought Georgia was a purple state. So I don't know if that's just part of this, situation plan fraud that the Dems have going on. But, when I'm out and about, Georgia's a conservative state. We're hardworking Americans that want to take care of our family. We want to work hard. We want to go to church. We want to just have our freedoms. And I think Georgia will go for President Trump in 2024. I would be shocked if I was wrong on that.
Do you think there's been, since his mugshot in Georgia, we've seen it across the country and the world, but do you think in Georgia when Fannie came after him, made him take a mugshot, was there kind of a tide turning where people who normally maybe wouldn't have voted for President Trump says, you know what?
Are you kidding?
Yes.
That was the dumbest thing Democrats could have possibly done. Not just the fundraising, which I touched on earlier, but quite literally that day. And maybe y'all saw some clips on it, but there were shirts, there were people standing outside. It was the hood for Trump. And there was so much of that rural vote in Atlanta that had been kind of brainwashed by the liberal media saying President Trump is racist. President Trump does not support minorities, when in fact it's the complete opposite. President Trump worked on the Platinum Plan, which affected businesses in Georgia, pumping millions of dollars into small minority-owned African-American businesses, working hard for the HBCUs, the historical black colleges and universities as well. People are waking up to that. When they saw him arrested, they thought, he's one of us. In a really strange turn of events, that mugshot woke up so many of those rural voters and realized this man cannot be as bad as they say he is. Something's not adding up. I have met so many people and on social media, because my algorithm knows I'm from the state of Georgia, I get all kinds of stuff. But lately it has been almost 100% pro-Trump, and it is from people that you would not think were America First voters. It is what the liberals would say were going to vote for Joe Biden. It's what Joe Biden thinks is voting for him, but he is going to be so mistaken and shocked. He has no idea what's coming for him, because I quite frankly, I don't think anyone on his team is prepared for this. But Atlanta, the surrounding neighborhoods, the hood, it's for Trump, I promise you. The rap songs are for him. The music videos talk about him. It's an entire culture shift.
It really is. And, you know, you look at, sorry, I'm looking at some of our,
you're good. You're reading.
But if you look at Forgiato Blow, Trump Latinos, Hadass Levy.
Whoa Vicky, another.
Yeah.
She's an influencer online, but you would have never thought that she's going to come out and be pro-President Trump. But she absolutely is, MAGA hat and all.
Yeah. And so when it comes to that culture, that you are seeing a shift. And a lot of people, Liz, when they saw that he was unfairly put into jail and a mugshot was taken, that he was treated unfairly, like a lot of these people feel like they've been treated unfairly. Like, say, for example, if, you know, they feel like they've gone to jail and they weren't the, you know, suspect in this crime or whatever the case may be, they think, oh, wait, I've been there too. Or I know what the injustice or whatever. So there was a shift that the left wasn't expecting when it comes to President Trump getting arrested and that mugshot being taken. All right. President Trump has the best doctors surrounding him. One of them is Dr. Peter McCullough. And when I'm telling you this is very important, it is, because I have one at my house and it has come into great use. You need to get a medical emergency kit for your family. Have one on standby. Have one in your house at all times. We don't know what the future holds. We didn't know that the pandemic was going to hit.
It's an election year, so
it's an election
knows?
year. Be expecting anything. So make sure you get yourself the medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. It's one of the best things you can do for yourself and your family. Trust me, you won't find anything like it in a store or a pharmacy. The prescription kit contains 8 life-saving medications, including ivermectin, amoxicillin, a Z-Pack. It also gives you a guidebook about these medications and how to use them. Every American should have at least one of these kits in their home. Get your Wellness Company medical emergency kit today. MakeCareGreatAgain.com is the website, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. You can type in RSBN for your code at checkout. Receive $45 off your order today, plus free shipping, which is awesome because it comes in a kit. So you don't have to pay shipping today either. No waiting for an expensive doctor's visit. All of the medicine you need is in this kit, the medical emergency kit from MakeCareGreatAgain.com. 2024 is a year to be prepared. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. RSBN at checkout. Save $45 on your order and free shipping.
No, that's brilliant. And that's way safer than what I do, which I probably shouldn't even talk about on live TV, but because it involves going to Mexico and buying drugs and then pharmaceuticals for like normal ones, and then I'll be like a Z-Pack and bring it home for an emergency. Yeah. This way, you don't have to go to Mexico for your drugs. You can just get them from the Wellness Company.
Yes, and you know, the COVID hit my household a couple of weeks ago, maybe about a month ago now. And that medical emergency kit came in handy because before it was in the overnight hours that I tested positive. So before I could get to my doctor at 8 a.m. in the morning, I just took out my emergency medical kit and I started with what Dr. Peter McCullough and his staff told me to take, and I was good.
I have a question on that. How are they able to give you like the amoxicillin and stuff?
Okay, so just like you would at a doctor's, if you go to a doctor's office and you're a new patient, it asks you for all your information, what the forms that you fill out, what you're allergic to, and you have to submit all of this to the Wellness Company. So it's just like going to a doctor. You give them all of your information, you give them what you're allergic to, and they look over everything. If they have any problems, they'll contact you. If not, everything looks good, they can ship you the kit.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. That's how it should be. In America, it's so hard to get like antibiotics, as it should be. I know there's a resistance thing, but sometimes it's just ridiculous.
It really
is.
It's
nice to have that on hand, especially as a mom. My mom was a mom of 5, and she would just have like Z-Packs for us. And she didn't like over give them to us, but if we needed them,
They're there.
they were there.
Yep, that's the emergency medical kit. Okay, we're going to step over to the side. We're going to take a quick look at the crowd camera as everyone here in Rome, Georgia waits for President Donald J. Trump to take the stage. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Liz Willis. We'll let you enjoy the sights and sounds, and we'll be right back.
Hi everyone, RSBN CEO Joe Seals here. You know, it's not too often that you hear me on the air anymore, and you know if I do, it must be important. I want to tell you a little bit about OFP Farms, a new sponsor here at RSBN. They're a family-owned and operated, patriotic, America First goat farm, and they provide quality goat milk products for everyday use. Their large collection of goat milk products are enriched with vital nutrients of essential vitamins, minerals, and fatty acids to help promote optimal skin health. And let me tell you, these folks at OFP Farms are the real deal. They sent us a sample box for our family to try. I actually insist on this before I take on any new sponsor here at RSBN, because if it's not something that I would personally use or recommend to one of my family members, we're not going to put it out on the air here at RSBN and recommend it to you, the viewer. My wife and I open up this box, and it's filled with everything from OFP Farms. We have lip balm and the bar soap and the lotion. This stuff smells incredible. My wife is crazy about it. All she wanted to talk about for the next couple of days was OFP Farms. You might want to take it from me on this one, that my wife is an extremely difficult woman to please. So when she goes on and on about something, it's probably worth your while to take a look at it, ofpfarms.com. But we're not just talking about stuff for the ladies. There's a wide selection of products for men as well. It's not just soaps or lotions or lip balms, but they also have a wide selection of magnesium products that really do help with the pain after a long day of work. So really, check them out, ofpfarms.com. Use the promo code RSBN at checkout for 15% off your entire order. That's ofpfarms.com, ofpfarms.com.
That's right, Brian, Vanessa, and Liz. I'm joined by a proud group of patriots outside of the event center, all waiting to hear the president. I'm going to step aside so you can see the group of supporters that are out here. Lots of people here, as you can see. A proud group here. Yes. 4 more years, right? President Donald Trump. And, sir, I have to ask, where are you coming to us from? Where are you from?
Georgia.
Georgia.
Yes.
Okay, what part of Georgia?
Well, I came from Buckhead.
Okay, the Buckhead area, so that was a bit of a drive. Tell me, what are you excited to hear the president say tonight?
Oh, actually, we want to hear from him. That's what we're here for. We just want to support him. We just want to show him down the love, and he's doing great so far.
Yes. Absolutely is. I mean, I'm gonna have to ask you: Can you imagine us having 4 more years of Joe Biden? What does that look like for you, sir?
I think it's a total save for the nation. We've got to have it. We have no other choice.
4 more years of Trump, right? Okay,
yeah. Okay. Oh, you said Trump.
I said, can you imagine what it would look like for 4 more years for Biden?
Yeah, it's going to look like it does now, but about 100 times worse. You know. It's just going to go downhill. We have no choice. He's got to be ousted. I mean, we've got to get Trump in there. Our country depends on it. Our democracy depends on it. It's very, very important.
What are some of the things that affects you and your family? Immigration, or border security, gas prices. What are you concerned about?
I guess the main thing would be immigrations, the border being unsecure. Of course, the cost of everything went through the roof. I mean, people struggling. They're having a hard time making ends meet, especially with families and stuff. So, we're there. We're real time, and we need Trump. We need him back in office.
Yes, we do. 4 more years. All right. Thank you, sir, for your time. All right, guys, we are out here again. We're just waiting to hear the president speak, and you can possibly see over the crowds the Jumbotron right there. We have so many people. I don't know if you guys can see the crowds of people. It is definitely packed. Yes. Proud Patriots. Can you guys say hi? Awesome. We have a Trump 2024 sign I'm seeing way in the back right there. Definitely excited to be here. We've dealt with the rain, guys. We've dealt with the wind all the way over there. 4 years of Trump. Very, very excited, guys. Yes, we absolutely do. All right, guys, so we're going to send it back to Vanessa, Liz, and Brian. We're so excited. We're just waiting on the Jumbotron here to hear President Trump. He's going to be speaking soon, so we're going to send it back to you guys inside of the event center. We're so excited to be here. The weather's nice. The rain is holding up right now, so we're so excited, and we're going to send it back to you guys inside right now. Guys?
Back here inside the Forum Event Center in Rome, Georgia, the people are starting to chant. They're on their feet. They are ready for President Donald J. Trump to take that stage behind me here any minute now. They had a great lineup of speakers a little earlier on, including Representative Marjorie Taylor Green. This is her home district. This is her area. And when she walked out, the crowd went crazy because they love her. They voted her in for a reason, and that is to fight. And Marjorie Taylor Green does just that when she goes to Washington, D.C. She fights for her district. She fights for the American people. Someone else who can fight for you, that's Birch Gold, the specialist there at the Birch Gold Group. They want to help invest in your future, in your savings, turn your IRAs and your 401ks into gold, and they can help you do just that. You may be thinking, how do I even begin? I wouldn't even know what to do. Well, that's okay. That's what they're there for. The specialists can help you get on the right track over at the Birch Gold Group. They have a 5-star rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers. The Birch Gold Group can help you for your future. People are struggling right now. They don't know how to save. They're having to dip into their retirements just to put food on their table. Well, this is where the Birch Gold Group comes in. They can come up with a plan perfect for you to help you get on the right path. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. That's the experts at the Birch Gold Group. Vanessa Broussard here joining you live from Rome, Georgia. Thanks for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. Hey, if you're online, make sure that you go to rsbnetwork.com, sign up for our newsletter. You can get notifications right into your email weekly on what's going on in our country and with President Trump. That's rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter. If you're watching us from Rumble, hello to all of you. Make sure you sign up for Locals. Also follow us on X, Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social. We're on YouTube, so there's no reason not to follow Right Side as we head into November and follow Donald Trump on this campaign trail. Jump on the Trump train with us. We are rolling all over the country with the president. So make sure you're following Right Side Broadcasting Network, and also download our app. That's the RSBN app, and it's free to use, free to download, very user-friendly. Also, while you're there, make sure you follow me as well as I make my way with the wonderful crew here at Right Side Broadcasting Network across the country. I'm Vanessa Broussard News on Instagram, also on Truth Social, Vanessa Broussard, on X, formerly Twitter, Vanessa Broussard there as well. So make sure you're following us as we head into close. It's going to be here sooner than we know it. I promise you. I know we're in March, but November may seem far away, but I promise you it's not that far away. We can do it. If we've survived 3 years, we can survive hopefully another couple of months. I'm trying to stay positive here, Liz, as we have a full summer ahead, and I'm telling you, they're going to start throwing out jabs at President Trump. It's going to be harder. It's going to be tougher. They're going to, keep keep going and going after him. But you know what? He's one man, and if there's one man that can take on the swamp and take on the left and take on their attacks after attacks after attacks, that's President Donald J. Trump. So bring it. That's all I can tell them is bring it. We're ready for you.
Yeah, that man is a fighter. We're excited to see him take the stage here today. It's 5:10 p.m., so it could be any minute now. Let's listen to that chant.
We want Trump. President Trump should be here behind the curtains speaking to the representatives, to Congress, the congressmen and women that are here, also his top donors. So yeah, that's usually what happens before he comes out on stage. So he's backstage shaking hands. Everyone's welcoming him to Rome, Georgia, in the northwest side of the state. Beautiful country area here. Love being here, and excited to hear him speak today on the heels of the State of the Union address. We'll let you listen in real quick. And before we let you watch any more of this, we do want to remind you about Patriot Mobile. Go with a conservative company. Americans have had enough of supporting companies that hate our values. Tired of compromise. It's time to switch to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile offers dependable nationwide coverage, giving you access to all three major networks without funding the left. 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their team will help you find the best plan for your needs. Go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN, patriotmobile.com/RSBN, or call 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT. While some phone companies pretend to share your values, Patriot Mobile is the only one on the front lines fighting for your God-given rights and freedoms. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you support the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, our military, our veterans, and first responder heroes. Support a company that supports America and Americans, and that is Patriot Mobile. PatriotMobile.com/RSBN, or go to 972-PATRIOT. All right, just moments away now from President Donald J. Trump taking the stage. It'll be any minute now, Liz, and I'm really excited to hear him. I was saying right before that video played, I'm eager to see what he has to say in a rebuttal to Joe Biden's State of the Union. But he was on Truth Social the night of the State of the Union, giving out live posts about the truth and almost fact-checking in a way.
Yeah, speaking of just presidents being on social media, I was reading an article the other day, and
Go ahead.
And the article
our ears in the back. Sorry.
The article was talking about Joe Biden. It was saying basically, and this was obviously from his camp, probably from Karen Jean-Pierre, but she was saying how he actually doesn't need to debate President Trump, and that's because he's just so intelligent. And he's always so intelligent, and their excuse for why he was just so capable of doing anything, and they're not hiding anything, is because sometimes he actually tells the staffers what to post on social media.
Yeah.
Sometimes he has pointers to
Yes.
give to his staff.
Yes.
And they're like, he is so capable. Look what he told us yesterday. He told us, hey, I want to film a TikTok about this. Not a TikTok, obviously, but like I want to film a tweet about this. Something like, I was like, that is where you draw the line for the President of the United States? Like, he's able to be like, hey, guys, I think we should make a video of me walking in a room. What the heck is wrong with these people? So, yeah.
Hey, the list of what's right with them is a lot shorter than what's wrong with them, because if we talk about what's wrong with them, we'll be here all day and night, Liz.
Valid. That one was alarming, though.
Yes, okay, so Marjorie Taylor Green posting right now, President Trump talking right now. They're telling us to move off camera so you can see the crowds here.
I want to point something out.
President Trump could be out any minute, and we're just moments away. Go ahead,
I want to point something out, actually, and we can pan to the left a little bit, maybe. I don't know if you need to stay. But what's going on is you can see these empty seats right here. And this is how you can tell what's going on. Do you see these empty seats, right? They've got the names, the white paper. That means those are VIP seats. Probably friends of the president, friends and family, but also large donors, speakers, etc. So if those seats are empty, that's because those people are able to go backstage with President Trump. Until those seats are full again, you know you're actually not just a few seconds or a minute or two away from President Trump. So that they're all backstage currently with President Trump. You can actually see some of them coming in and out, and a few have started to file in. But once you see that big surge of people, and you can see Congressman Mike Collins right now, he's actually walking out of that backstage area. Sure, he has a seat up there. So once you see all of them come back out and take their seats, that's when President Trump is moments away from taking the stage. So it's just fun. Another fun thing to keep your eye out for at President Trump rallies.
Yes, everyone is on their feet right now. They're waiting. They're excited. A lot of people have their phones out, hoping that he'll come in any minute, come out any second. And, yeah, like Liz just mentioned, he is in the building. You know, you were mentioning the chairs and some of the congressmen and women who have not come out yet. I always watch for Secret Service.
That too, yep.
Yeah, so when the Secret Service starts surrounding the stage, that means he'll be out any minute. So we still have a little bit of time because, like Liz just mentioned, he's not out yet, or do we?
I know.
Let's just see.
I know it was raining today, so I'm really thankful they chose an indoor arena, but my favorite things are going to be the airport hangars with Trump Force One landing in the background, pulling up behind this stage. I can't wait for those. I'm really excited. I feel like those happen when things are a little busier, so he can literally like touch down, do a speech, get on the plane, go do another rally. That's going to be chef's kiss, prime campaign season.
Well, while we wait, we want to go over some of Biden's plummeting poll numbers when it comes to immigration. A new Gallup poll finds that 28% of Americans, the highest percentage ever in a Gallup poll, think that immigration has become the number one issue Americans are concerned about. Also, a new Gallup poll found a record high 55% of Americans think the large number of illegal immigrants that have entered the U.S. under Biden is, quote, a critical threat to U.S. vital interests. Now, according to the Real Clear Politics polling average on immigration, Biden is 33.3 points underwater on the issue of immigration. So some stats there when it comes to poll numbers regarding immigration and Joe Biden. Now, when it comes to Bidenomics, it continues to fail the American people. On Thursday, Joe Biden he did undoubtedly try to sell Bidenomics once again to the American people. That's what he did during the State of the Union. He tried to sell us, but we're smart. We know better. The American people, like House Republicans and House Republicans and Senate Republicans, they know that Bidenomics has been a complete failure. Since Biden took office, prices have risen 17.9%. Bidenflation is, like we like to call it, is costing Americans an extra $1,019 a month compared to 3 years ago. Real wages are down by over 2%. So again, Bidenflation costing Americans an extra $1,000 a month compared to 3 years ago. People can't afford that. Just think of what you could do with that extra $1,000. That's $12,000 a year that you're having to pay extra on average to survive. Now, make no mistake, since taking the majority, House Republicans have fought to rein in Biden's reckless spending and restore fiscal responsibility to Washington. Now, within the first 2 years of his administration, Joe Biden and House Democrats passed their so-called American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Expansion Act, sending federal government spending sky high. House Republicans are all that stand in the way of Biden's radical extreme government spending levels and the American people. Spending too much money, Bidenomics does not work. It does not work. It has failed the American people. People cannot afford to live in this economy. Under Joe Biden's failed economic agenda, Americans are spending over $11,400 more annually to buy the basics. Think about when you go to the grocery store and how much you're spending for a couple of bags. Do you know how many times I've walked out of my house at the grocery store, and I just have a few bags and think, did I just spend over $100 on this? There's hardly anything in my bags. That's how expensive it is. Since Joe Biden took office, Americans are spending over $1,000 more a month than they were 3 years ago. We just talked about that. The average monthly payments on a new home soared to $3,300 in the third quarter of last year, marking a staggering 90% increase since late 2020. Now listen to this. According to a recent survey, 1 in 8 retirees plan to work in 2024. They have to return to work, largely due to Bidenflation. 1 in 8 people who have retired are planning to return to work because of Bidenflation. People can't afford to retire. They can't afford to live on a fixed income, on this one check that's coming in every month. They need more. So they have to return to work. I was speaking to a financial advisor just last year who said, you can plan at my age, I can plan for my long term, right? But it's the people at the retirement age who are really in trouble right now because they can't retire. They're having to work longer. Their retirement plans, whether they have money in the stock market, whatever the case may be, they've lost money. They can't retire. They can't live on a fixed income. So they have to stay in the workforce. They have to keep working at retirement age. And this is all due to Joe Biden and his failed policies. It's just not helping Americans. So that's a look at some of your numbers when it comes to Bidenomics, inflation. I gave you a few poll numbers when it comes to immigration. How you feeling over there, Liz?
That's by Brian. It looks like they're letting some people out. Yeah. So everyone's coming back in from the back. That means we're close to President Trump. You can see a little more action. MTG just came out from the back as well. She's not taking her seat yet. Lost eyes on that. But again, I'm keeping an eye on these seats up front. But it looks like people are slowly starting to file out from the reception backstage. So we're excited. President Trump is scheduled to take the stage absolutely any minute now. I've got eyes around me like an owl, and I'm excited. I haven't seen President Trump speak here in Georgia in a really long time. Of course, Georgia's my home state, so it means a lot to me to be here today, and it's a wonderful crowd. People are hyped. They're really excited to see him, and I think it's a testament to the fact that we haven't lost hope in Georgia. We haven't given up. Georgia's definitely not a Democrat state. I honestly don't even think it's a purple state. Georgia is going to go for President Trump in 2024. Another thing, and I think we didn't mention this earlier, but something we can definitely touch on at some point today is that we had one of Trump's top aides who came out and announced his candidacy for Georgia's 3rd Congressional District. He announced that today. He was one of the speakers. That's Brian Jack, a wonderful man. I've heard nothing but great things about him. I know that he is basically a genius and was able to help President Trump a lot in his administration and beyond that as well. So to have someone like Brian Jack running for Congress in Georgia is huge. That's actually a really big blessing. We have some really high quality congressmen and women, but of course, there's still a lot more that we need. We can get rid of a few and replace them with true America First conservatives, and it looks like that's happening. I mean, just yesterday, we had Laura Trump as the RNC co-chair, which is huge, and now I might have Jack Bryan as a possible Georgia congressman. It is truly, the GOP party is the Trump party.
All right, Liz, so I just got word from back at the studio that President Trump is going to focus around being safe tonight, and that Americans are safer with Trump. President Trump, just getting word, Brian, a little bit about his speech tonight. He's going to really focus on how Americans will be safer under a Trump administration, and I can't help but think that this might have to do with Laken Riley here in Georgia, but also the border. I mean, Americans are really concerned about the crime that's coming across the border, riddled with fentanyl, riddled with drugs. People are worried. They're concerned. He's going to discuss the hate-filled speech we received on Thursday night from Joe Biden at the State of the Union. And, talking about how he had a big win on Super Tuesday, and he's very close to clinching the nomination to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with Joe Biden in November.
Yeah, he's going to talk about law and order and how important it is to restore that. When you think about some of the basic necessities in this country, if you're not safe in your homes, in your communities, and in your schools, then you don't, and your borders, it essentially, you don't have you can no longer celebrate life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So he's going to talk about that a lot in his speech tonight, because that's what's happened in our cities. We've got some local DAs, we've got some state attorney generals that have completely weaponized their position, and they've gone so soft on crime. There's places in Los Angeles, I remember California did this, Vanessa, where they decriminalized shoplifting to a certain extent under a value. I think it was like $950 that it was like misdemeanor. It was not even something that you would go to jail for. That's what happened in California. And if you go and those watching us in California know exactly what I'm talking about. You can't walk into a grocery store without half the grocery store behind some protective case. And that's all because we have allowed people to shoplift and steal, and there's no consequences to it.
You know how many times I've seen video on social media of stores with empty shelves in liberal-run cities because business owners cannot keep their shelves stocked because these criminals run in, they grab, and they run. Yeah. And it's just very unfortunate, they're losing their livelihoods. But even if they caught them, Brian, you're exactly right. Nothing's going to be done. Nothing is being done. It's just you catch them, you release them. You catch them and they release them at the border. They catch them and they release them in the American streets. Let's slap the hands of our police officers and make them look like the bad guys, when in fact it's the criminals and the people who are not coming to this country legally are the bad guys. Yeah. Not our first responders, not our police officers. I'm so sick of the talk and the negativity against our law enforcement officers when they want to protect. Look what our Texas National Guard is doing at the border. Look at how they're fighting day in and day out trying to protect the border. And at the border, you were there the other day, last Thursday when President Trump was there, and one of the Border Patrol leaders said, we're pissed off, we're mad, because they're not getting any help from the federal government. Right. These are our heroes, not your George Floyds. It is our first responders who want the best for our country, not these criminals that the left wants you to think are our heroes.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, looks like we may have
Marjorie.
Another guest. Just come on in, bring her in.
Marjorie Taylor Green back with us. So good to see you. I was telling Brian I need one of those pins if you have any extra buttons.
These are great, aren't they?
They really make a statement. And they made a statement during the State of the Union.
Yes, and it was the name that he had been avoiding, the issue he had been avoiding. We went nearly 50 minutes into the State of the Union speech, and he still hadn't brought up the border. He had talked about Ukraine. He had talked about everything else. And so that's when I yelled out to him, say her name, Laken Riley. And sure enough, he had this pin because I had handed it to him when he came in, and you saw it on camera. He picked up the pin and he looked at it, and even though he looked at it, he still mispronounced her name.
Lincoln,
yes.
What a slap in the face to her and also her family members and to all Americans, because basically what this is saying, how I read it, Marjorie, is I don't care about you. I don't need to know who you are. Tough, get over it.
That's right.
And the only reason I said anything is because Marjorie Taylor Green is yelling at me to say her name.
Well, and he couldn't avoid it. And so he did. And then he said Lincoln Riley, and we couldn't believe he mispronounced her name. But he did say something that I think is extremely important, is he said, an American murdered by an illegal. And that in that moment, you know what it was, Vanessa? He told the truth. Because Joe Biden, his mental state is not good, and I think he was like snapped into. He wasn't on script. He wasn't reading the teleprompter. There weren't note cards.
There wasn't
in his
a
hand.
ventriloquist behind him telling him what to say.
That's right, and he told the truth. He said an American murdered by an illegal. And look what's happened to him ever since. The Democrats are angry at him.
Nancy Pelosi went on the news straight after that, huffing and puffing that he said the wrong word.
That's right. Yeah, and what did she say? Undocumented. She wanted him to say undocumented, but he told the truth. It was an illegal. That's in our country because of his policies.
Immigration, a key issue, no matter what state you visit, but also sticking here in Georgia. Let's talk about Fannie.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. We, all of Georgia owes, we are so embarrassed by this woman. We want her out of office. We're doing everything we can to get her out. I have filed multiple ethics complaints against her and her lover, Nathan Wade, because they have not reported their finances correctly, and that was apparent at that court hearing. Shocking. Unbelievable TV watching the court hearing.
Yeah, reality TV at its, I would say finest, but at its worst.
Jerry Springer style.
It was very Jerry Springer. I couldn't look away. As much as I tried to, go into the kitchen, fix lunch, I just sat there all day. And at the end of the day, Marjorie, I thought, I just wasted an entire day watching this trash TV. It was a lot.
I don't know. For me, it wasn't wasted. I was watching every bit of it, and I was like,
because it's kind of like a karma. After what they did to President Trump, it came back at them.
It just is. It was all there, and it was everything we knew. This woman is corrupt.
The people here in Marjorie's home district love you.
They're great. I tell you what, we're right here in Rome. This is the town I live in. And all of these people here, this is salt of the earth, real Americans. Vanessa, you know how they are. They love America. They truly love their freedoms. They love their gun rights. They love babies. They love their faith. They love God. They love Jesus.
That's all about.
And they love President Trump.
Yes. Okay, I was going to go back. So the reason I mentioned Lincoln and of course the Fonnie Willis case is because do you think that this could help Georgia in the general election? If you look at immigration plays a key role. You had one of your own murdered in the streets. And then you also have this corrupt DA in the Atlanta area. What do you think the people of Georgia, even maybe in these Democrat-run cities, are waking up and this could really help Georgia in the general?
Oh, I think so, and you're calling it correctly. One issue that just happened this past week is we voted on the Laken-Riley Act. We passed that out of the House this week. Even 37 Democrats voted for it, which we were very impressed. We were grateful they voted for it. However, not one of our Georgia Democrats voted for it. Not one. So that's going to be a big win in the general election in November this year. That's not going to go well for these Democrats.
No, and as it shouldn't.
No, because people all over Georgia are so upset about it. And here's the reality. Laken-Riley is not the last one. Laken-Riley is among a list of people, and there will be more that are murdered by illegal aliens. That's the terrible reality. Secondly, what you brought up, and you're right again, Fonnie Willis and the corruption that we're seeing with that Fulton County DA. No, President Trump hasn't done anything wrong. This is a deranged Democrat that's willing to abuse Fulton taxpayer dollars. She clearly can't keep her finances straight, and that's illegal. And she's abusing the position that she has strictly for politics to try to help Joe Biden out in this election.
Absolutely. And there has been record of her visiting the White House when she said that she did not visit the White House. So she was on the visitor log. So many lies coming out of this testimony, truth coming out of this testimony, and the people of Georgia really need to see that this woman is a fraud and that she is just a liar and, like you said, doing some illegal work. And people like her, we need to get out of.
Yeah, they need to go. They need to go. And I think for Georgia, Georgia has become a more purple state, although we don't feel like a purple state. But our state has changed a lot. We had Hollywood move into Georgia. We've had many people move from all over the country into Georgia. And so a lot of these Democrat votes are not Georgia voters. They're people that have moved in. But I think it's waking up a lot of people, and I think they're ready to vote for Trump this year.
I
Yes.
think so, too. Yeah, so excited about Tuesday. Tuesday is the day to vote here in Georgia, and then we'll get ready for November with that head-to-head matchup against Joe Biden. I have to ask you, Marjorie, because I was asked this earlier, do you think Joe Biden will ever debate Donald Trump?
Will he ever what?
Debate.
You know, I think he's going to have to. I don't think he wants to, and I would argue that his campaign doesn't want him to,
Right.
but he's going to have to. How does he get out of that? You know, that would be a question. But we'll see. Maybe he won't. I don't know what's going to happen.
That's going to be a fun one. And if
Yeah.
that happens, I am ready for it. My answer to that, Marjorie, is it's just going to be a one knock blow to the ground and within the first 5 minutes, and it's over with. Game over.
Well, and he's got a record that he cannot defend.
No.
He likes to run and say January 6th nonstop. He likes to blame all these other things, but he has a record, and he can't run away from it. The American people know it. They feel it in their paychecks. They feel it in their wallets. They see it in their bank accounts, and they're seeing it in the city streets and people like Lake and Riley.
And I want to say, too, you mentioned January 6th. I want to thank you for being a supporter of those who are in prison and jail, because you've visited them. You let them know that they have help on the outside, because I cannot imagine not just being one of them, but also a family member of them when their hands are tied and they know that their loved ones should not be there. They did nothing wrong, and you have advocated for them. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, they're still being arrested. It's an average of one a day. Something that won't change until we get President Trump back in office. So that's another reason for Georgia to get out and vote for Trump.
Yes. Free the January 6ers. Marjorie, so good to see you. I know President Trump is just minutes away.
Yes.
And we'll
thank
talk
you so much.
and welcome home. All right, Marjorie Taylor Green joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm telling you, a fireball in the house. You know, every time she's around or in the building or on the House floor, I have her notifications signed up to my phone, so every time she posts, it comes right to my phone. It alerts me, because I always want to know what she says, what she's doing, who she's after. I love following Marjorie.
I do too. That is an account I will never unfollow. I'm watching as she's walking off the press risers, the audience.
They love her. There's cameras up, and just moments away now from President Donald Trump taking the stage here in Rome, Georgia. That's in the northwest portion of the state. I'm Vanessa Broussard, along with Liz Willis joining us today. Glad to have Liz back with us here in Rome. We have Crystal Whitman outside with the crowd, the overflow crowd that's watching on a big screen outside. And we also have Brian Glenn here as well. So full court press here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have a full crew here today with us.
Is it just as easy? Is it as difficult with 4 people, or like?
I like it.
Is it easier?
Wait, okay, so we all of us, everybody has different personalities, and so, you know, like you can have fun with one, we can have fun with all of them, but you can have fun with one likes to talk more serious, one can talk about that. You see what I'm saying? So it's just, everyone you talk to is different.
That's true. That is very true.
And we like our certain topics. I'm from Texas, so I really focused on immigration because I live, in Southeast Texas. So that's important to me, whereas Georgia right now, you might be more concerned. Well, it falls into illegal immigration, Lake and Riley, or the Fonnie Willis case, or, and then Brian's in D.C. a lot, so he may be focused on something else. So we each have our own,
our own niche.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm excited. Between Marjorie, Mike Collins, and then Brian Jack.
Yes.
I mean, he was an incredible aide to President Trump, so I mentioned it earlier, but I had no idea he was running. Georgia's 3rd Congressional District. I believe that's like Noonan, Peachtree City area, from what I've told. I need to look it up. But if that's the case, and he's a President Trump endorsed candidate, he should win in a landslide, like the easiest campaign ever. It would be amazing to have another America First conservative in Congress.
Speaking of another America First conservative, Laura Trump, now co-chair of the RNC. Big changes coming there, positive, wonderful changes. Love to see Laura Trump in that role. And so, when you have a Trump in a role like that, good things are to come. And so she's very polished. She's very professional, very beautiful, very intelligent. She really cares about this country and the conservative movement, so I think she'll be a wonderful co-chair for the RNC.
Yeah, I feel like the Trump family, but also just that Make America Great Again, Inc., all of them, they're playing like 4D chess at this point. Like, we now have Laura Trump as co-chair, we're going to have Brian Jack as a congressman. Like, people that want to say that MAGA is, the GOP does not support MAGA, like, no, the GOP is MAGA. Like, the Bismarck, like, or, I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but we're back.
It's almost
we're
like
back,
its own
baby.
party. Yes, we are back, and we are ready to attack in November. But first, we need to vote on the states that are up on Tuesday, including right here in Georgia, Washington State. I know you're another one. Need to vote on Tuesday. Get President Trump to the 1,215 delegates needed to clinch that nomination. Then he'll go head-to-head against Joe Biden in November, and then we'll also look forward to the music slowing down and stopping, so we may be very close to President Trump. People are starting to take their seats, come out from the back with Marjorie out here. That means that it should be any minute now that President Trump comes on stage. Just a reminder to follow Right Side Broadcasting Network online, rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter, please. Also follow us on social media. I'm there as well. Instagram, X, formerly known as Twitter, and also Truth Social. Liz, you're on there as well.
Yeah, I'm on Truth Social at Liz, and my other favorite account, y'all are going to hate me, but it's X. I love it. Yeah. You can follow me on X at Liz Willis _. So.
I have to say something really quick about Liz and her
I'm
post
scared,
on,
actually.
it's wonderful. So whenever Fannie Willis was on the stand during her testimony, Liz put out some posts about no relation, I believe, because you both have the same last name. So just we want to make it clear today that she is not
that's my cousin. My
not
cousin,
related
Fannie
to
Willis.
Fannie Willis.
Yeah,
yes.
I had fun live tweeting those.
Yeah. Okay, they're telling us to
y'all pray for my cousin Fannie Willis. She's going through it. All right, we've got the front row Joes up there. I love them in their jerseys, the Trump 47 jerseys. Oh, and it looks
Jim
like
Jordan there on the front row.
This is filling out. All right,
Marjorie.
I would say we are less than 5 minutes away, if I had to guess, from President Trump taking the stage here in Rome, Georgia. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
If you're watching on Rumble or one of our platforms where you can make a comment, please do tell us where you're watching from, when your state votes. Also, let us know what's the number one concern in your state right now. We love to hear from you. We love to read your comments. And also share this if you can. Let more people know about Right Side Broadcasting Network, that there's another alternative to mainstream media, that we do speak the truth. We tell it like it is. We tell you the news, and we tell you the truth. We also show the crowds here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we'll tell you it is a packed house, standing room only inside, with an overflow crowd outside. So thanks for watching Right Side, and also, if you can, I encourage you to please share us so all of your friends can know about Right Side as well. The more the merrier.
Yeah, I love it. This is my favorite time. I'm like, copy and paste this link, send it to all your friends, tell them President Trump is about to take the stage and they need to watch. This, like you said, you've mentioned it a few times, as you should, but we just had the State of the Union. This is perfect timing for President Trump to really address the State of the Union. It's also interesting. It's like, okay, President Trump, he's the one that should give the State of the Union. He's also the one that's having government officials from foreign nations fly in and meet him at Mar-a-Lago. Like, that is a slap in the face to Joe Biden, as it should be. Like, what a joke. Why would they want to meet with him? But President Trump, still the kingpin, kingmaker.
I'm seeing a lot of handshaking going on down below, where some of our congressmen and women are converging at this time, taking their seats. The crowd is standing up. They're ready. We see Bikers for Trump here. Bikers for Trump made a real impression at his inauguration in 2017. They roared their bikes into Washington, D.C., circled the Lincoln Memorial, and just let their presence be known that they were there and they were ready for President Trump to be sworn in. Now, you have to remember at the time there were accusations that, President Trump was racist and President Trump was going to do this and President Trump was going to do that and he was a bad guy, and that's what the left wanted you to believe and that's what the media wanted you to believe. So Washington, D.C. area during that time was expecting a lot of protesters. And so Bikers for Trump really showed out in full force to support not only President Trump, but also the first responders, the police officers, Secret Service, and say, hey, we're here, we're your backup. And so when I say they drove around the Lincoln Memorial, they drove around the city and basically said, we've got your back to the first responders. And so, it's good to see Bikers for Trump here in the audience tonight. And if you're watching at home and you're part of Bikers for Trump, we miss you. I don't know when's the last time I've seen someone with Bikers for Trump. So come back. It's time. It's ready to get on the road and let your presence be known again. Bikers for Trump. Love a good Harley.
A Harley?
Yes, for the Bikers for Trump. We have some people waving right now watching on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Everyone's having a great time as we wait for President Trump. Moments away from President Trump taking the stage here in Rome, Georgia. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Liz Willis. We have Brian Glenn here in the house as well. And we also have Crystal Whitman joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network today. Crystal is in the overflow crowd outside with one of our cameramen getting shots out there, video out there of the crowds. Because they couldn't get in. They waited too long to show up today, and it's packed inside. Standing room only. I was at the gates when they closed the gates and had to break the news to the people that the gates were now closed. That's never a fun job, and I was there when those distraught, unhappy people got the news that they were so close, but just didn't get in time. But that's what happens. Because you can always expect a full house at a Trump event, so get there early so you can get inside. But for the people outside, there's a big screen on the lawn. People are outside watching right now. It was raining this morning in the overnight hours, pouring rain. But just as people started coming out mid-morning, the clouds parted and the sun came out, and it's a beautiful day here in Rome, Georgia, northwest part of the state, Marjorie Taylor Green's district. And when she walks out, like Les mentioned, it's like she's the homecoming queen for all of these people. They love her. They voted her in, and she's doing a wonderful job for them. MAGA's MVP, that's Marjorie Taylor Green. President Trump expected to be on stage momentarily. Really excited to see him tonight. Hear what he has to say about Laken Riley. Hear what he has to say about immigration. Hear what he has to say about Joe Biden's flub of a State of the Union Thursday night. You know, President Trump will take this opportunity to address the State of the Union, which was more of an address to the state of Ukraine. Completely wrong country, Joe Biden. You were supposed to address America, not Ukraine. But hey, that's where your mind has been for 3 years, so Thursday was no different. Macho Man playing for the crowd here at this center. Georgia is Trump country, they say. Text JOIN to 88022. DonaldJTrump.com. Text the word JOIN to 88022 to get involved in this election process.
I love this song.
Is having fun. She's
Have they added
action.
Is this new music?
I haven't heard this
in the
one
time
yet.
that I've been gone. I think they have new songs added to the playlist. I love it. I know. I want to dance and have fun, and then I remember I'm on a press riser, and if I shake someone's camera, they'll knock me down. So it's fine. But another great event put on by President Trump and his team. You can see it is packed. Absolutely standing room only. The fire marshal, I think it was about 1:45 p.m. today that she actually said, all right, we're at capacity. The gate is closed. No one else is allowed inside. You guys, 1:45. President Trump isn't even scheduled to speak until 5 p.m. and they had to close the gates full capacity at 1:45. That is Trump country. People were waiting to see President Trump, and they were able to get in. The people that showed up a little closer to the time, well, unfortunately, they're going to have to be outside in the overflow. But that goes to show, and I hope you know, when President Trump is in your town and you go to visit him for a rally, make sure you get there with enough time to make sure you get inside. Because these things are unlike anything that the mainstream media would ever tell you. It's not just a normal event where you can walk up. Because you have to go through security, so it takes a little bit of time. You want to get in line, and people line up days, sometimes weeks in advance. It's insane, but you don't always have to do that unless you want to be like in the very front row. You can still come at a normal time. Just make sure that you give it enough time. I think some people got here around 12:30 today, and they were able to get inside just fine. So just be mindful of that when you come to a Trump rally near you.
All right, Liz, people are on their feet. They have people at the rails and what I would like to say, and most people would say nosebleed, but it's really not nosebleed. It's the third level here. They're standing at the rails with their sign. They're ready. They're excited. They're cheering. We're getting close. The people here love the fight in MTG. The people here love the fight in Donald J. Trump. The people here love America. They love their freedoms. They love their family. They love their Lord. They love their country. It's really nice to be here in Rome. I really enjoy being here. My first time here, and I think I may have to come back to Marjorie's district. It's a lot of fun here. All right, we're doing the YMCA here now, and it may be time for President Donald Trump. Let's listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the horribly and unfairly treated January 6th hostages.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. and to the republic for which it stands. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Hello, Georgia. I'm thrilled to be back in Rome. We did very well in Rome. Very well. With thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. You are amazing. You built this country. You built this country. This has been a tremendous week for our movement. We won big on Super Tuesday. They call it Super Tuesday for a reason. We won big. And now we're just days away from officially clinching the Republican nomination for President of the United States of America. I want to thank the millions of incredible supporters whose hard work and devotion have led us to this incredible moment in history. You know, this is a movement the likes of which this country has never seen before. No movement even close. And to all Americans, whether you are a Republican, an independent, or a disillusioned Democrat, of which there are many, all you had to do is watch that horrible State of the Union. That was the worst president in history, making the worst State of the Union speech in history. But if you're a disillusioned Democrat, of which there are many today, I extend an open hand, an open invitation, and I ask you to join us on the noble quest of saving our country. Saving our country. Together we will turn the page forever on the miserable nightmare of the Biden presidency. What a presidency, what a president. Most incompetent president we've ever had. The worst president, the most incompetent, and the most corrupt. Other than that, I think he's doing actually quite a good job. And we will make America great again. Two nights ago, we all heard Crooked Joe's angry, dark, hate-filled rant of a State of the Union address. Didn't it bring us together? Remember, he said, I'm going to bring the country together. I'm going to bring it together. No. He's a threat to democracy. I will tell you, he's a threat to democracy. Weaponized government, weaponized the FBI, weaponized the DOJ. He's a threat to democracy for other reasons also. Number one, he's grossly incompetent. Joe Biden gave the most divisive, partisan, radical, and extreme speech ever delivered by a president in that chamber, not even close. Rather than trying to bring our country together, he tried to cling to power by tearing our country apart. He's done nothing. You know what their whole thing is going to be? Go after Trump. Go after. We have no policy. We didn't do anything. Everything we did turned out so badly. Go after Trump. And we're ready for it. Are we ready? We're ready. Crooked Joe Biden talked about Ukraine before he talked about America. He talked about the size of a Snickers bar. You know, it's probably true about Snickers. They throw a little bit less in. I'd probably do the same thing if I owned that particular company. But can I be honest with you? Who the hell cares about? That's not what the problem is. That's not what the problem is. That's not what you don't talk about Snickers. You talk about inflation, big league inflation, not that kind of stuff. You talk about the fact that we're no longer energy independent. We're going to be energy dominant. You talk about bigger things. We talk about the whole country as opposed to the kind of things he talked. I think he took 41 minutes before he got to the border, and then he covered it almost not at all. The border is the biggest problem. I think it's one of the biggest problems, the greatest threat to the history of our country. So it took him 41 minutes, and then he announced a plan to send our brave U.S. military men and women into Gaza to resupply the terrorists of Hamas. You know what's going to happen. He wants to build billions and billions of dollars a pier, a nice pier, going way into what happened to the environmental impact statement. Last time I wanted to build a pier, they tie you up forever, right? There's no tying up. But here's the problem. The bad guys will take over that pier, and they'll take every ounce of food and everything else, and then they'll sell it to people that have no money and that it was intended for. We have the stupidest people in the history of our country running things. These are stupid people. I'd like to use a more sophisticated word, but, you know, there are some words that just go, these are stupid people. Joe Biden should not be shouting angrily at America. America should be shouting angrily at Joe Biden. And we should be saying, Crooked Joe, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired. You're incompetent. You're incompetent. Get out of here. You're destroying our nation. Get the hell out of here. You're destroying our country, Joe. He doesn't have a clue. He doesn't even know. He doesn't know he's destroying it. He has no clue. He has no clue. Like with the documents hoax. How about that? He's not competent to stand trial, but he's allowed to be the president. Okay, figure that one. We don't think he should be standing trial because he's not competent. But as far as being president, that's okay, right? Figure that one out. I think we'll be taking that one on the campaign trail a little bit. Do you think? Maybe. Only in America can this happen. With your vote, we are going to win the state of Georgia in an epic landslide. And by the way, I have to tell you that, you know, I've done it twice. We did great the first time, 2016. We did much better the second time, like not even close. And it was rigged. It was rigged. But there has never been the spirit that I've seen this time. 2016 was great. 2020 was better, the spirit. But this blows it away. We came in from the airport. We're 15 minutes away. The lines of people standing along the streets coming up to this building are incredible. On November 5th, the curtain closes on Crooked Joe's corrupt reign, and the sun rises on a brand new day for Georgia and for America. By far the most disgraceful part of Joe Biden's service is the divisive and angry speech. It's so angry. Our great First Lady said, I think he's very angry. You know why he's angry? Because he doesn't know what he's doing. He's screaming, and then coughing. Wow. And he's always using the right hand. He shakes his hand. Then he gets off the stage. Did you notice nobody wanted to shake his hand? I wouldn't have said. I'm a great American, but I don't know if I want to go there. Now, he's always coughing into his hand, and it's not a real cough. It's a nervous habit. It's got to stop. Because there was no real cough. He just goes... And then you turn to fake news CNN. Oh, their light just went off. Their light just went off. The red light just went off. What do you think of that, Jim? Damn it. That's my fault. I waited too long. You have to hit them fast before they can turn it off. No, it just went off. That's all right. And they'll say the speech was brilliant, not since FDR. You know, FDR was a great orator. Beautiful tone, beautiful. He was born in a very patrician area, to put it mildly. Very rich, very patrician, beautiful accent, beautiful words. He was a great speaker. And they said, not since FDR has a speech been so beautifully delivered. Do you believe this? No, do you believe this? I think Marjorie believes it because she was there. She saw. It's incredible. That DNC, I'll tell you what. You take a look at MSDNC, how evil they are. They're evil. They're sick. They shouldn't even be allowed to do what they do because it's so corrupt. They shouldn't be allowed to do it. They are fighting me. And to think that I had The Apprentice on NBC and I did so great for them. I said before the election, long before I started even, I said, well, one thing for sure, I did so much. I made so much money for NBC. They hadn't had a #1 show in years. They were dying. And that idiot Jeff Zucker was running it poorly. He was running it to the ground. And I came on and I gave them ratings like they haven't had in years. And when I said, I'm going to leave the show now, they wanted me to extend. Instead, they got Arnold Schwarzenegger. What happened is I said, no, I'm going to leave because, boy, are you quiet when you hear this one. Because you haven't heard this before. This isn't part of the repertoire, right? Right, Bert? You haven't heard this one, but you hear how quiet? It's almost like when I do The Snake. It's very quiet. It's so quiet. You can hear a pin drop, but it's true. I said, one thing that's going to happen, If I decide to leave the show, and they wanted me to extend, they were offering me 3 years, anything I wanted. I said, no, I'm going to run for president. Don't forget, we did it for 14 seasons. That's enough, right? But I said, we're going to run. It's hard to give up prime time and a lot of money, no matter how rich. It's a lot of money you make. But you give up primetime television, Thursday nights. It was a hard thing to do, but I said, no, I'm going to run for president. And they were so upset, and they said, no, no, no. And I decided to do it. And they said, who do you think we should use? I said, I have no idea. That's your business, not mine. And they said, what do you think of Arnold Schwarzenegger? I said, hey, he's a movie star. Maybe he'll do well. The guy got killed. He couldn't get anything. You know, Flies watched. Flies. And the show was canceled. Remember, they tried Martha Stewart, too. How did that work out? She blamed me. She said, it's your fault that she failed doing the... I said, why? She couldn't tell us why. I don't know. She never figured that one out. But they used her. But they used Arnold Schwarzenegger, big movie star, and he failed so badly. Actually, they asked me, because I own it with Mark Burnett, right? Mark Burnett's great, and I own it. And they said, well, you own it, so you would like to have it do well. I said, I would. They said, would you rather have it do unbelievably with Arnold, big movie star comes in, Arnold Schwarzenegger, or would you rather have it fail? I thought about it for a little while, and I said, honestly, I'd much rather have it fail because it makes me look better, right? Right? I'm not looking for him to come in and top Trump. No, it worked out just fine. He failed. It was like a total disaster. But I did it for 14 seasons, and I said to NBC, you know, I respect you guys. I liked them. I mean, I liked them. But the bosses came up. They tried to talk to me. 5 guys came up, and they wanted to talk to me. They call them suits, but the top suits, the top. And I just said, no, I've decided I'm going to run for president. But, you know, you won't win. It's impossible to win. Nobody's ever done that before. There's never been a person that ran for president that wasn't either a politician or a general. I think it's 92% are politicians and 8% were generals. Did anybody know these little facts of wisdom? So you had to be a general, I guess an admiral and all, but there were no admirals. 8% generals and 92, think of that, 92% politicians. I said, I don't care. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I'm going to give it a shot. And I announced and immediately went to number 1 and stayed there for a long time. Remember, I had center of stage. And then I got angry because I said, no, I want to be in the center. I don't want to be tied for the center. Those guys don't come close. So we had to have a different number. So it didn't have to be 10. It had to be 9 or it had to be 11. It had to be something. But it couldn't be an even number. And they got angry at me. I said, no, I'm not going to do it. So then they ended up doing what I said. But right from the beginning, it worked. And then I got on television, and they asked me that horrible, horrible question, remember? And I said, oh, am I dead? That's the first question I ever got. Megyn Kelly, may she rest in peace. She's sort of making a career by pretending she likes me. And then... so what happened is she asked me that horrible question about women. Women love me. You know, I protect women. I protect. They talk about suburban housewives. And look at that. These are suburban housewives from North Carolina. They followed me. This is their 117th rally. You believe that? 117. I don't know what the hell their husbands are doing. They're home alone saying, is my wife okay? No, I mean, we're not so far, but you know, when they go out to Texas and California, there's like 40 of them, and they look great, but I don't think the husbands can be too... Are your husbands happy about this? Are they okay with... Yes. Well, you have very nice husbands, I'll tell you. But it was an amazing phenomenon, and I do protect women. Look, they talk about suburban housewives. I believe I'm doing well. You know, the polls are all rigged. Of course, lately they have been rigged because I'm winning by so much, I don't want to say it. Disregard that statement. I love the polls very much. We're beating him by so much. But with the suburban, they always say suburban housewives, they want something that's very important, security. They don't want illegal immigrants coming into our country. They don't want illegal immigrants knocking on their front door and saying, I'm going to use your kitchen, and I'm going to use your bedroom, and there's not a damn thing. And that's the nice ones, okay? That's the nice ones. They want safety, they want security, and that's what I provide. I had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of our world. So we went out and we did it, and we went to number one almost immediately, right? I think immediately. I think the first week or something was, I wasn't given credit because it was only one day of the week. So I said, I didn't start off too well. They said, well, you were only given credit for like a half a day. I said, that's okay. So let's see how I do. We went to number one immediately. From the day we came down that beautiful escalator in Trump Tower with our First Lady, who people love our First Lady, I want to tell you. She says hello. We went to number one, and we never left. And then we had a beat. I don't call her crooked anymore. I use that term for Joe. Joe's crooked. And I don't call Hillary anything. I don't even think about her anymore, to be honest with you. But we went to number one, and then we weren't supposed to win the election, and that's what they hate me for, because I won an election that the Republicans were not supposed to win. They weren't. We weren't supposed to win it, right, Jim? But we won it, Jim. Jim Jordan knew. Do we love Jim Jordan, by the way? Every day, Joe Biden is deliberately releasing gang members and military-aged men into our communities by the tens of thousands, knowing full well that his policies will cost countless innocent lives. I'm not sure he does know, if you want to know the truth, because I really don't. I don't think he's a good person. I don't think he's a nice guy. I think he's a corrupt individual, but I don't think, and it has nothing to do with age. I know people from 80 to 90. I know one man from 80, he was a loser all his life. It's true. When he turned 80, he made $1 billion doing something from 80 to 90. Amazing. And I know other people over 90. It's not an age thing. It's a competence thing. It's a competence thing. They got to stop. They do the age thing. And they always have me as his age. I'm 4 years younger. So 4 years is a lot, but it doesn't matter. They do the age thing to try and get Trump. Let's get Trump. They never talk about his competence. He's grossly incompetent. Don't you understand that? The question is whether or not he's going to get to the starting gate. I can only hope. I challenged him to a debate. And he said his person, who's really a wonderful spokesperson, his press secretary, how good is she? She actually didn't know what to say. But I do, and I challenge him right now. He's at another part of your state where he's really said some bad things today, and we'll get into that. He said some really bad things. But one of the lives that was taken from us was an incredible 22-year-old nursing student right here in Georgia, Laken Riley. Right? Look at the signs. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. From the time she was in the first grade, Laken's dream was to spend her life caring for others, and I met her beautiful mother and family backstage, sister, friends, some of her friends, a roommate. They said she was like the best. She was always the best. They admit that she was the best, and she was the first in her class. She was going to be the best nurse. She was the best nursing student. She was always the best. She was the brightest light in every room, they told me, and she was the whole world to her parents and to her sister, just to the whole family. Incredible. Then the unthinkable happened. 16 days ago, Laken went out for a morning jog. She was in great shape. She wanted to keep herself that way. And she never came back, never came back. They knew something was wrong. An illegal alien criminal who Joe Biden intentionally released into our country has been, and because he's released tens of thousands of people like this, tens of thousands, because they come from jails and they come from mental institutions. He released them into our country. Biden has implemented a formal policy that illegal aliens who intrude into the United States are granted immunity from deportation. Thus, when this monster showed up at our border, he was set free immediately under the program that Crooked Joe created. I call it free to kill. It's free to kill. On Thursday night, Joe Biden was confronted over this cruel policy. And what did Crooked Joe reply? And Marjorie, I have to say, you were very brave in trying to bring up a point. Very brave. Very brave. That takes courage. It's not easy to do, stand up and do that. That's not easy to do, Marjorie. We understand that. He got Lakin's name wrong, calling her Lincoln. No. Mixing her up with the football coach, right? He got the name wrong, Lincoln. And when he asked, what about all the legal citizens who kill people? That's what he said. What about all the legal citizens? When he was asked, what about all the legal? In other words, making excuses. Then just moments ago, I don't know if you heard because you've all been waiting online for 2 days, but just moments ago, this was just before coming up, they just told me prior to what I'm doing right now, that Joe Biden went on television and apologized for calling Lakin's murderer an illegal. He didn't want to call him illegal. He apologized. He said he should have called him an undocumented, not an illegal, and he wanted to apologize. He wanted to apologize, and well, they have a new name, too. They have a new name that's even worse. They have a new name. You know what the new name is? Neighbor. They want to call him neighbor. They want to call him another name. Did you ever hear the other one? Newcomer. A newcomer to our country. Are we going crazy or what? Is this country going crazy? How about that one? Newcomer. The newcomer. No, he was illegal. And I say he was an illegal alien. He was an illegal immigrant. He was an illegal migrant. And he shouldn't have been in our country, and he never would have been under the Trump policy. And Biden should be apologizing for apologizing to this killer. Joe Biden, and you understand what's happening here. Joe Biden has no remorse. He's got no regret. He's got no empathy, no compassion, and worst of all, he has no intention of stopping the deadly invasion that stole precious Lakin's beautiful American life. We are profoundly honored to be joined today by the family and loved ones of Lakin and some of her great friends. I met them. They're so incredible. The whole group is incredible. To Lakin's parents, John and Allison, and her sister, Lauren, her roommate, Connolly, and to all of those who loved Lakin, the hearts of hundreds of thousands and indeed millions and millions of Americans and people worldwide, they're shattered alongside of your beautiful hearts. We share your grief. We share your grief. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. I know how tough it is. That's so tough. We vow to keep Lakin's memory alive for as long as we are here on this earth, and we take comfort that she is now home with God in heaven. And I want to thank you, and thank you for being here. Incredible. I know how tough it is. Incredible. What Joe Biden has done on our border is a crime against humanity and the people of this nation for which he will never be forgiven. That's a very hard thing. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it fast. We're going to have the largest deportation in history. But what a tremendous shame that this could have happened in our country. What a shame. Laken Riley would be alive today if Joe Biden had not willfully and maliciously eviscerated the borders of the United States and set loose thousands and thousands of dangerous criminals into our country. To her family tonight, I promise you, I will demand justice for Laken. Justice for Laken. Thank you. Thank you very much. Incredible. I will fight like no one has ever fought before to ensure that what happened to this American daughter, this incredible, incredible American, that this never happens to any other daughter or anyone else ever again. We will do everything we can that it doesn't happen again. And you know it will, because unfortunately we have so many people allowed into our country that shouldn't be, but we're going to get it down to a trickle. We're not going to let this go on. Our country is being destroyed by an incompetent president, and we're not going to let this happen. I mean, the good thing about his speech, if you want to call his rant the other night, he probably did well enough that he's not going to be replaced on the ballot, because they were talking about replacing him. And I said, you know, he got through it, barely, but he got through it. I think he's possibly going to make it. Nobody thought he was. I sort of didn't think. I guess maybe I still don't think. I mean, when that's the best that a party can do, we're in big trouble. And, you know, they always talk about, it's so interesting. I watch these criminals back there, the press. Look at them. Look at how many of them. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Wow. I always say they should endorse me because I'm the best thing that ever happened to their ratings. They should endorse me. But I say it, and I say it all the time. I say we have to have a free press. We have to have an honest press in this country. They're like the police. We need our police. We need an honest press. We need free and fair elections. We don't have free and fair elections. We have very corrupt elections, and we need borders. And we had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the most unsafe border in the history of the world. But we need a free and fair press, and they're totally wise to you. You know, the people are wise to these people. And I'm not saying all of them. I'd say about 94.2% are bad. If you say to all Americans, I will seal the border, I'm going to do it. And I will stop this invasion, I'm going to do it. I will stop the killing, I will stop the bloodshed, I will end the agony of our people, the plunder of our cities, the sacking of our towns, the violation of our citizens, and the conquest of our country. They're conquering our country. These people are conquering our country. They're horrible people. You know, we have China, we have Russia, we have Kim Jong-un, we have all sorts of countries out there. But if you have a really capable president, like me, I mean, I will tell you, believe me, you were very safe. You were very safe. But the real problem is not from them. A competent president can handle them. You can say, really, you're going to do that to us? We're going to tariff the hell out of you. We're going to do this. Believe me, I had them all in good shape. They were all, you were never in any trouble. Kim Jong-un of North Korea, tough guy. But we had a great relationship. You know, they hate when they say that. You know why? Because you were very safe. You had a lot of nuclear weapons. And, you know, you have Putin now talking nuclear all the time, don't you? You know why? Because he knows we have an idiot as a president, and he can get away with that. He can get away with that. But the biggest threat we have, it's the threat from within. It's the radical left lunatics that we have in our country. That's a much bigger threat than outside threats, I will tell you right now. We can handle the outside pretty easily if you're smart. If you're stupid, they'll continue to rip you off. But the bigger threat is from what we have inside. Remember, I used to say, if we don't start changing, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids. That's where we're handling. We're heading right to it. Remember, Trump was right about everything, right? The hat. Trump was right. I don't want to be right about these things. You have to be careful, too, of World War III. I'm not going to let that happen. You're not going to have it. But right now, you're very close to a world war on this whole mess that we're in. When I left, we had no problem. Everybody was respecting us. They respected the president and they respected the country. We had no problem. Now we have problems all over the place. I had dinner last night with a great gentleman from Hungary, Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban. Very, very tough. Some people don't like him because he's very tough, and they were interviewing him 2 months ago. He said it again yesterday, actually. I appreciate it. It's very nice. It's good if you're running for office, I guess. But he said the problem with America is they need Trump back as president. When Trump was president, there were none of these problems, Israel wouldn't have been attacked. Ukraine and Russia wouldn't be fighting. I knew Putin. I know him very well. There was no way he was going in. No way Putin was going in. Putin would never have gone in under any circumstances, but then they gave him added incentive. The things Biden said were the exact opposite things. I said, you know, he's going to talk this guy into going in. You listen to the way he talked. He had no idea what he was doing. And then you look at what happened to energy. Energy went up so high. Russia's one of the biggest in the world for energy. So they had now so much money to do. They wouldn't have had it at $40 a barrel. At $100 a barrel, they were making a fortune. The only one ever to make a fortune doing a war. And that's what happened. This guy is a disaster, and he has to be taken out. You're going to end up, if he's not relieved of his office on November 5th, we have done one of the great disservices to humanity because he is not capable to be your president. Not capable. You'll end up in a world war as sure as you're sitting or standing there. We have standing room only. The press hates to say that, you know. They never talk about the size. We haven't had an empty seat in years. Jim Jordan knows that. A long time ago, I did one in Ohio. And Jim said, man, there's like 10,000 people outside. They can't. That was the beginning, right, Jim? And we saved Whirlpool, and we saved some great companies up there, and now they're doing good. They had little problems like they weren't allowed to have water go into their washing machines. You know, minor little problems. But we took care of it. We took care of the dumping. They were dumping from South Korea and from China. They were dumping washing machines, dryers. And we took care of it, and they love us up there. We love them. And they love this whole family. I tell you, they love this whole family up there. But we have to straighten out our country, and we have to do it fast. And we don't have that much time anymore. You know, even 7 months is a long time. We're waiting, and it's at the end of 7 months. In other words, it's closer to 8 than it is to 7. And the destruction that they are doing to our country, this is a long time. This is a very risky period. This is the most dangerous period in the history of our country, in my opinion. It's the most dangerous time. And that's because of nuclear weapons and other types of weapons that are so powerful. But nuclear weapons, but other types too, that are so powerful. This is no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting each other. This is big stuff. And we have a man that has no clue. If I said to him, give me the definition of MAGA, I don't know. Why do you ask that? I said, just give me. It's Make America Great Again, Joe. He wouldn't be able to tell you. We have to stop MAGA. How about where he goes, we have to stop MAGA. We will stop MAGA. We will stop. I said, what does MAGA mean? I don't know, really. Tell me, what does it mean? Make America Great Again. Let's stop that. That's what they're doing. They are stopping it. You know, if they use their genius, because they are a genius at cheating at elections and things, but they're not a genius on policy or common sense. They have no common sense. But if they use their ability, their genius on making America great again, I probably wouldn't have ever run. I probably would have never run. I wouldn't have to. I'd be now lounging on some beautiful beach someplace or doing something like he does, but he does it during his presidency. Somebody said he looks great in a bathing suit, right? And you know, when he was in the sand and he was having a hard time lifting his feet through the sand, because you know sand is heavy. They figured 3 solid ounces per foot. But sand is a little heavy. And he's sitting in a bathing suit. Look, at 81, do you remember Cary Grant? How good was Cary Grant, right? I don't think Cary Grant, he was good. I don't know, what happened to movie stars today? We used to have Cary Grant and Clark Gable and all these people. Today we have, I won't say names because I don't need enemies. I don't need enemies. I got enough enemies. But Cary Grant was like, Michael Jackson once told me, the most handsome man, Trump in the world. Who? Cary Grant. Well, we don't have that anymore. But Cary Grant at 81 or 82, going on 100, this guy, he's 81 going on 100. Cary Grant wouldn't look too good in a bathing suit either. And he was pretty good looking, right? He wouldn't. If this guy went to the beach and he enjoyed himself and he left our border policies alone, we had the strongest, but remain in Mexico, catch and release in Mexico, building the wall, the Mexican army, 28,000 soldiers protecting our border. If he just left it alone, he could have stayed at the beach and everybody would have said, boy, is he looking good. But he doesn't look good. He's got a consultant. You know, we all have consultants, but you have to think for yourself a little bit. And some consultant said, you know, I think the president would look good on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. You don't go to the beach there. I don't think that looks good. Are the voters happy when they see a president all week long at a beach? I don't think. Typically, that's not a good look. You'd like to see a president who works a little bit, right? But if he would have left our policies in place and our policies on energy, now I will say he brought them back because he was getting killed, so he let him drill more. But as soon as this election were over, should the unthinkable happen, he will stop all of the drilling. He's only doing it because he was getting absolutely killed, so he went back to the Trump drilling. But even at that, he gave up Anwar, the biggest site ever in the world, probably bigger than Saudi Arabia. Some people, that's in Alaska, Anwar. So it's a shame what's happening to our country. It's so sad. When I'm with people and we start talking about it and they're from other countries, it's embarrassing. On day one of my new administration, I will terminate every open border policy of the Biden administration, and we will use every tool at our disposal to rid our country of the monsters who Joe Biden set loose to threaten and kill innocent Americans. Because what we just discussed is happening to many people, many people. People are being killed every single day by these monsters. How about New York? They just put military on the subways, military, because the illegals, as he refuses to say, the migrants, were harming passengers. I mean, think of it. You're going to work for years and years. You're an accountant, you're a lawyer, you're a doctor, you're a carpenter. You're going to work on the subways. And now they're like a military installation. And you know why? Because the migrants are hurting people. They talk about the beautiful dream of migrants. It sounds so nice, you know, like in a fairy tale book. But some of these people are monsters, a big percentage of. If you go to El Salvador, Honduras, if you go to numerous of the countries, but we're really talking all over the world. The other day from Africa, the Congo, they had numerous prisoners caught from the Congo. The good news is they all make our prisoners look like very nice people because our people are much nicer. Our prisoners are vicious, horrible people in many cases, in most cases perhaps. But you know what? When you look at the people that are being allowed to come all over the world, they're emptying their prisons, they're emptying their mental institutions into the United States of America. What can be good about that? What? Is there any reason that that can be good? They're probably thinking they can vote, but they cheat, so they don't really have to do that. They can do it without doing it because they cheat so much. But what can be good about that? And how can that even be good politically? I think there's a movement. I think one of the reasons, I think you like me the same. You had 4 great years. We had the greatest economy in history. You had 4 great years, and people looked at it. But I think you like me the same. Let's say you like me the same. You know, they always like to say, 2 very unpopular people are running. I'm not unpopular. I'm at 92 or 94% in the Republican Party. Ronald Reagan was at 86%. It's fake news. These are fake news people. Is that right, Marjorie? No, they always like to equate me with this guy. 2 very unpopular people are running for office. I said, why am I unpopular? I just knocked off 12 people in the quickest time that it's ever happened. I don't know if you know that. It's the fastest that's ever. It's never happened that quick. And in Iowa, in New Hampshire, in South Carolina against a governor of South Carolina, in Nevada, every single state I ran in, we won by a margin that was a substantial record. In Iowa, we won by the highest margin in history times 2. We would double the highest margin. In New Hampshire, I got the most votes in the history of the state of New Hampshire. Now think of this for a second. New Hampshire, and it's up there in, you know, Kennedy territory, right? JFK ran. I got more votes than JFK. A lot of great people, historic people ran. And that's in either party. I got more votes than anybody in either party. In Nevada, I got unbelievable. We got 98% of the caucus votes, and then won the primary too, even though I wasn't running in the primary. I wasn't even running in it because it didn't matter, because it didn't equate to delegates, right? And then we go to other states, but we go to South Carolina, and against a popular and competent but very nasty person, but a competent person, we won in a record. It wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. Think of it. And then we had this beautiful, magnificent couple of states, which, by the way, we won. But then we had our 15 states, Super Tuesday. Every state was like in a record. I think in California it was close to 90% to 9%, and 1% undecided. I said, who are the people that are undecided? 1%, they always have undecided, you know? And I have to say that because they'll say, oh, he doesn't add well. It was 90 to 9. No. There were some people undecided for the fake news. You know, it's a problem. If I have fun and I want to be a little sarcastic, because I'm a somewhat sarcastic person, I have humor. You know why I have humor? Because if I didn't, and I'm looking at what this guy has done to our country, you have to have a little humor. But sometimes I'll imitate, because you know he can never find his way off a stage. You know that, right? He makes a speech that lasts for about 2.5 minutes, and then, then he always goes, you know, do you ever notice the weirdest thing? He goes, thank you. And he points. No, he always points. And then he starts walking, and they're waving him to the other. It's the other stair. And he goes around and doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's lost. Then he'll walk off the back of the stage where there's no stair and fall down. No, I mean, you know, but here's the problem. Whenever I imitate that, they put me on saying I couldn't get off the stage. So I have to be very careful. When I substitute Barack Hussein Obama, has anybody ever heard of Barack Hussein Obama? And I use his name instead of, and I say, our president, Barack Hussein Obama, meaning who's calling the shots. Does everyone sort of understand it? The fake news says, he doesn't know the name of our president. He doesn't know it's Joe Biden. He must be cognitively impaired. I'm not cognitively. And you know what? When I am, you're going to know it. You're going to be the first people. I know my people. You'll say, all right, Trump, you did a good job. Get the hell out of here. That's it. That's it. No, these are very dishonest people. No, I called my wife. I said, baby, how was that? Just tell me. How good was I tonight? She watches it like she loves it, right? She said, you were good, but it's a little embarrassing. Why? They showed you couldn't find the stairs on the stage. I said, they did that to me. They did that. Because it's almost impossible. These things, in this case, we only have 4 stairs. It's a small platform. Look, I have one there, believe it or not, and one here, one there. You had 3, and he can't find them, and they're right alongside of each other. And they all work, you know? I don't know, government must have built it, because you got one platform, and you have stairs all over the place. Built by government. Crazy. So I have to be very careful. I can't be sarcastic, can't be fun. You can't mix names, purposely mix names. You know, purposely. In his State of the Union this week, Crooked Joe told a total fairy tale about the economy. But the fact is, under Biden, we have a 3-year inflation rate of almost 50%. Under me, you had no inflation. You had no inflation. Under Bidenomics, the United States has lost 284,000 good full-time jobs in the past year and replaced them with hundreds of thousands of part-time jobs and a lot of government jobs. It's not fair. I could do that too. Let's hire some more people, make me look good. In addition, virtually 100% of all jobs created under Biden have gone to foreign-born workers. How do you feel about that? Good? And I'll tell you this, the biggest problem that you're going to see from all of these millions and millions, I think the number is 15 million people already. I think it'll be 18 to 20 million people by the time we get rid of this guy. And the biggest, think of it, that's bigger than New York State. I think it's going to be close to 20 million people. That's my prediction. But I think it's already 15 million people. Black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, and unions. Unions are going to suffer. I mean, I'm all for everybody. I'm for the worker. But unions, they should endorse Trump because I'm closing our border good and tight. And if you're going to come into our country, you're coming in Legally. You're going to come into our country legally. In February alone, nearly 1 million jobs held by native-born Americans disappeared by one. Think of that. You lost 1 million jobs. Black people. That's who lost the jobs. Hispanic people. That's who lost the jobs. That's why we just had a poll come out. Now, it doesn't sound great, but it is great relative. You know, a stiff like Mitt Romney, I think he had 4% of the black vote. I had, as of this poll today, Marjorie, 28%. If that's the case, this election is over. That's the case. If that's the case, I'll ask some of our great Congress people. We have great ones. We're going to introduce them in a second. But why don't we just call the election over? Because at 28%, and I hope that stays that way. But you know what? And I hope it goes up higher. It should be much higher. Honestly, it should be 100% of the black people should vote for Trump, because I did more for black people than any president other than Abraham Lincoln. It's true. It's true. I did more than any president other than Abraham Lincoln. Think of it. Criminal justice reform. I took care of the black colleges and universities. They would come up to Washington. After 3 years, they said, why do you guys keep coming back? One of them, I got friendly with some of them, really good people. They said, every year we come back looking for money. They do a great job. Black colleges and universities, they have very little money. And then you look at Harvard and these maniacs, and they have billions and billions of dollars. Very unfair. We're going to have to look into that whole situation. We're going to have to. And Elise did a very good job when she destroyed that person, the big plagiarizer from Harvard. I think did she plagiarize every document she ever wrote? I think so. The only thing she had going for her was nice glasses, if you like that look. No, Elise did a fantastic job. We all know that. She was amazing, and it really revealed what they were all about. But I took care of the black colleges, universities, opportunity zones. Tim, does everybody know? Tim Scott. So I shouldn't say, he'll get angry, but I tell him this all the time. So, you know, when we win and people come on, and many people, as soon as you win, I have calls from people that you wouldn't believe. People that were so nasty to me, now they're going, sure, we'd love to come over and make amends. You know, I've always felt you were the best candidate. I think you're fantastic. You know, people that were with the sanctimonious, they were with other people. Well, I'm not going to use that name anymore. It's not respectful. Let's call him Ron DeSantis. People that were with DeSantis were with Nikki. They were with her. Now they're calling saying, sir, congratulations. I've been so busy, sir. I haven't had time to make the call. But now that I'm freed up a little bit, would it be possible for me to come? I'd like to support. I said, I thought you were with DeSantis. Oh, sir, not really, sir. You know, those were false reports. Great comprehension. Always had great comprehension, great memory. Oh, I said, oh, no, you were with them. Let's just look it up. The great thing about, one of the only good things about the internet, you press a button and it gives you the whole history of some guy. But they're all calling me Jim, and they're all saying, sir, I'll give you names. I'd love to reveal them right now, but I'll give you names that you wouldn't believe. We've got to stop Trump. He's an insurrectionist. Then 2 weeks later, sir, I'd love to be part of your campaign. I think I could really help. These are phony people. So 90% of them we won't take back, and it could be 100. Could be 100. But with your vote, we will throw out Bidenomics and we will reinstate MAGAnomics. MAGAnomics. Right? You know, I have to explain to the audience, because, you know, I figure, what the hell? It's a Saturday afternoon. We have a little time. You know where I'm going later? I'm going to the UFC fights. You know why? You know why? It's the closest thing I can see that's really reflective of the election process that we have in this country. The UFC fights. That may be a little tamer than the election business, right? But I'll be going to the UFC fights with some friends, and I look forward to that. Dana White, he's done a great job. I look forward to that. Oh, I hope he doesn't run for office against me. No, he's done a fantastic job. He likes that. No, he likes that because it's an easier business than politics. There's nothing like this. But I have to say that we have a country with tremendous potential. And if we turn that potential and use that potential, we're going to come back. A lot of people think we can't come back. It's too far down the line. It's not. If we don't win this election, it is. I don't think it can ever come back. It's never going to come back. It's too much. But we have tremendous people in the country, tremendous spirit. As I said, it's the greatest spirit I've ever seen. And I'm down to it. This is my third time. I'm going to have to win it 3 times. 3 times. But we're going to turn it around. And we will cancel Biden's work permits for illegals and protect American jobs for American workers. We will immediately end Biden's war on American energy, and we will end his inflation catastrophe, and we will drill, baby, drill, right? Yeah, I gotta interrupt. You know, the fake news will say, oh, he goes from subject to... No, you have to be very smart to do that. You got to be very smart. It's called, you know what it is? It's called spot checking. You're thinking about something when you're talking about something else, pop, and then you get back to the original, and they go, holy shit, did you see what he did? That's something. It's called intelligence. But so I have a problem, because we get so much television coverage, and look at the size. There's never been rallies like this. You know, I had 100,000, 105,000 people, depending. If we wanted a much bigger room than this. This is the biggest room you could get. We didn't want to have rain on you. We have a lot of people outside that wanted to get in, but every place is packed. The problem is, I've got front row Joes over here. And I've got the most beautiful women in the world, in my opinion, from North Carolina. These 40 incredible women, and they come to so many shows. They're up to 117. I won't even tell you how many front row Joes, like up to close to 200. And here's the problem. I feel I have an obligation to the super fans. So, Marjorie, I have to make different speeches all the time. Do you ever notice they're never really the same? And to do that, you have to be very smart, and you have to have a great imagination for putting the right stuff in. Now, a lot of politicians, I know a politician, he's a good politician. He's made the same exact speech, word for word, for, I would say, a good 10 years. He goes into a room, ba, 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 ba. He can't get himself into any trouble. You know people like that, Jim? Yes. He's saying too many, most of them. But we have to give a little action for these people. So we're telling you some stories tonight because we have to do that. But they'll say, oh, he was wandering. He must be cognitively imbalanced. No, I'd like to see these guys do it. Let's do a little IQ test. Let's do an IQ test. And by the way, and I said it before, but officially, for the good of our nation, it is time for Crooked Joe Biden and myself to debate. We have to debate. It's for the good of our nation. I say that for another reason, because I saw in the Washington Post today, the Washington Post, oh, what a terrible paper. The good news, it's losing so much money that even a rich person isn't that stupid that they're going to keep it going. But the Washington Post, some real lightweight journalist, quote, journalist, said, Biden wants to debate Trump, but Trump is not available. He doesn't want to do it. Can you believe this? So officially to you, Washington Post, and you know the reporter I'm talking about, they make it up. They say, Biden wants to debate me. Oh, he wants to do it, but I don't want to do it. No, just the opposite, as he knows. These are very dishonest people. They're so bad for our country. I want to debate Biden because I think it's important for the American people to hear what's going on and how can you destroy our country like you're doing it. So officially, I want to debate Crooked Joe Biden. Anytime, anywhere, any place, I'll debate. But it's no wonder that Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones. There's nobody else. Nobody else. We're going to stop people. We're going to turn our country around. We're going to make our country so powerful, so great. That's why they are weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference against Joe Biden's top and only political appointment, a guy named me. It's a guy named me. Joe Biden and the fascists that control him are the real threat to democracy. Remember that. I'm not the threat to democracy. I'm stopping the threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy. As an example, you read about this. Can you believe this? Sometimes it's not good to be rich. I just posted a $91 million bond, 91 million, on a fake story, totally made up story. Think of it, 91 million. I could say things about what it would cost normally. 91 million. Based on false accusations made about me by a woman that I knew nothing about, didn't know, never heard of. I know nothing about her. She wrote a book, she said things. And when I denied it, I said, it's so crazy, it's false. I got sued for defamation. That's where it starts. And this is Democrat operatives. These are all her lawyers, a big Democrat operative. The judge was a disaster. But Democrat operatives funding and directing her, they gave her the money to pursue the case. They changed the law. New York is a very corrupt place. And this is killing New York because companies are leaving because they don't want to get caught in this bind. They changed the law that allowed women to go back like unlimited. And she went back and she said, yeah, the mid-90s maybe? I don't know. I had no idea when. Nothing. She knew nothing. She went on Anderson Cooper. And she was saying all these wonderful things. And then there was a commercial break. And then she said horrible things after the career. I wonder what happened there. But it was before a federal Democrat, Trump deranged judge. His name is Lewis Kaplan, an angry man. He screamed at my lawyer, screamed at her saying, we're going to essentially put you in jail, because she was incensed that this could be happening. He treated me like a common criminal. He's a terrible person, a terrible judge, and he's a disgrace to what's happening in New York. Think of it. I just posted because we're appealing. And in order to appeal, I had to post a $91 million bond. Normally, it would be you could do that, and then later on, if you go through an appeal process, which could take a long time. This woman is not a believable person. The judge knows this, but the judge is, in my opinion, he's a highly corrupt judge. You had to see the way he treated us in court. So I posted a $91 million bond, and the woman didn't even know when it happened. And she admitted on Anderson Cooper, oh, she said, I think it was sexy. It was this, can you believe this? 91 million. And then additionally, before another whacked out judge, this guy, you've been reading about it in New York. Companies don't want to go to New York anymore. You watch the impact this has. Arthur Engoron, I got fined, listen to this one, $355 million for having done absolutely nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. And it was proven. He even claimed that magnificent Mar-a-Lago, Palm Beach is at a different stratosphere from every other place in terms of houses and values. And Mar-a-Lago is the biggest, the best in the country, maybe in the world. Magnificent Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million when he knows it's worth anywhere from 50 to 100 times that amount. But this was good for his false and fake decision. He said I was guilty before the trial started, before he knew anything about it. He says he's guilty. We're only going to have a trial on how much. And this guy, Engoron, did exactly what the fascist and racist Attorney General of New York State, Letitia James, I call her Peekaboo James, who, by the way, is now being booed and heckled all over New York because they know it's a scam. But he did exactly what this racist, horrible human being told him to do. You know, she sued for $250 million, even though nobody. Then she went in later on after losing every point. She said, we won 350. He said, oh, we'll give it to you. This is unbelievable. Over nothing. Over nothing. And the business community is up in arms. And they're going to leave New York over it. Over that and crime and everything else. They're not looking at crime. They only look at Trump. And just as an example, I borrowed money from a bank. I paid the bank back. There was never a default, never a problem. Never a problem. I didn't even want the money. The bank wanted me to have money because that's what they do. They loan money. A small amount, much smaller than the amount you're talking about, the fine. I borrowed it. I paid it back. I paid it back early, actually, because I didn't want it. I paid it back early. I had to pay a penalty for paying back early. How about that? Okay. I paid a penalty because I paid it back early. They didn't want the money. I said, anyway, the banker testified. The banker testified. No, the loan was perfect. Well, we don't understand. He didn't even know what he was doing there. And this judge, he levels a fine for $350 million, $55 million, $355 million on a loan that's a fraction of that size, because he's a corrupt Democrat clubhouse judge. He wouldn't allow a jury. There was no jury. It was a statute that I was sued under that was never used before. It was a consumer fraud statute. Never, ever used before. Did you know that? Never used. Only first time. Where you're not allowed juries, you're not allowed anything. It was in the sole discretion of the judge, and this corrupt judge ruled that I have to pay $355, because you know what they're trying to do? They're trying to take us out, and it's not going to work. Not going to work. Not going to work. It's not going to work. But this is all crooked Joe Biden. It's directed lawfare and weaponization against his political opponents. And that includes really all of us. It's what's happening is just an incredible thing. Now, take a look at your own neighborhood. You have a woman named corrupt Fani Willis. Fani. You have a woman named Fani Willis. Now, even though I believe it's spelled F-A-N-I, to my way of thinking, that's Fanny. But once she became the district attorney, I think she put a little emphasis on the U. Fani. So corrupt Fani Willis hired her lover, Nathan Wade, so they could fraudulently make money together. Let's make money, darling. Let's see, who can we go after? Well, if we go after somebody that nobody ever heard of, we can't make much. I got an idea. Let's do what Joe Biden and everybody else want. Let's go after Trump. And we did nothing wrong. Perfect phone call, other than we challenged the honesty of this election. This election was rigged. Rigged. Let's go after, darling. I love you very much. I love you very much, darling, he said, even though he never did a case like this before. He got almost $1 million. They targeted me to get the most dollars, and this guy with no experience at all. Think of it, he's been paid almost $1 million, and they traveled all over the world together. Isn't that romantic? Is anybody, I mean, it's sort of a beautiful love story to me. These are beautiful people. To me, it's a magnificent love story. Nothing like Gone with the Wind. You know, Gone with the Wind, you're not allowed to watch it anymore, right? You know that, right? It's politically incorrect to watch Gone with the Wind. They have a list. What were the greatest movies ever made? Well, Gone with the Wind is usually number 1 or 2 or 3. And then they have another list you're not allowed to watch anymore, Gone with the Wind. You tell me, is our country screwed up? But think of it. They went on these magnificent cruises, beautiful cruise lines, beautiful, beautiful cruise lines. And they got him because he was paying a fortune for taking more vacations than I've ever seen anybody in history take. Has anybody ever? She may set a record for the most vacations taken in the history of a job. But with money made wrongfully, prosecuting me and other innocent American patriots. We have a couple of them here right now, head of the Republican Party, an incredible guy. I mean, they went after him. He's a very good person. We have a certain gentleman in very high office who they went after too, but he beat them because everybody should beat them. And it's too bad a couple of people took a plea deal because they got off for nothing. But, you know, now they want to renegotiate their plea deal. They said this whole thing was a scam. But think of it. So we have Fani and her lover. But then they got caught because it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. And what did they do? They paid it back. She said, oh, man, I'm screwed. Think of this. Man, they got me. They got me. I got it. I paid my lover back in cash. I gave. And now I, being a very good businessman, I said, now she's really in trouble because now somebody's going to say, where did you get the cash? But they don't ask those questions, do they? But I think the judge is going to ask those questions. I think the judge is an honorable guy. And this whole thing should be dropped because many, many innocent people, their lives have been hurt. I've sort of gotten used to it, to be honest with you. It's like, but these people, their life, they got indicted. Some of them were in their 70s and 80s. They got indicted, and they're great patriots. And they were protesting a corrupt election. They were protesting a corrupt election, or at least in their opinion, it was a corrupt election. I have no doubt about it, personally. But think of that. So now they have her, because now she's taken money because she was a part of the trip, and the trips cost a lot of money, and they went on so many of them. It was so romantic, a beautiful thing to watch, right? Nobody knew she was away for most of the time. And they went after me, but just think of it. So now she's in trouble because she's taken money that she just gave him. So she said she gave it back in cash, okay? That's a lie. That's a total lie. And if it isn't a lie, then she's got a much bigger problem, okay? Where'd she get the cash? So this whole witch hunt should be put out of its misery and dismissed immediately. This is a horrible thing that they've done. They wanted to go after a very highly respected United States senator. And somebody used some common sense. I think somebody probably higher up said, no, you can't do that. A senator that said, is everything being honest in Georgia? Are they having honest elections? Let's indict him for asking that question. No, they tried to go after a couple of people that you wouldn't even believe if you heard their name. Their whole campaign plan is to attack me because they've done nothing else. That's all they have. And this is all coming out of Washington. I don't know if you know. I call him Lover Wade. Lover Wade. Lover Wade spent days in the White House counsel's office. Do you know that, right? Did you know that? North Carolina. Spent days in the White House and days in the DOJ. This is all a Biden thing. This is the Fannie is not a local state story. This is done in coordination with the White House. The DA in New York is done in coordination. They took their top person in the DOJ and put him in the Manhattan District Attorney's office to prosecute a gentleman named Donald Trump. Isn't that nice? They had a man, Pomerantz, who was Hillary Clinton's lawyer, represented the Democrat Party. He left the law firm, big law firm, smart law firm, very Democrat. It's okay. He left the law firm to serve free of charge in the DA's office in Manhattan to prosecute Donald Trump. So he's a big-name lawyer, Pomerantz. And he left. Think of this. Think of this. He left the law firm, represented Hillary Clinton and the DNC and Democrats. And he left the law firm to go in and prosecute, I want no salary, free of charge Donald Trump. And then they came in and they said, these charges are bullshit. You can't do that. And he quit in a huff. And he wrote a book about it before the case was even determined. He wrote a book. A totally dishonest thing. Nobody's ever seen. And even Alvin Bragg, the DA, said, this is the worst thing. This is terrible. You got to see the statements he made. They want to prosecute Pomerantz now. But this is all coming from the White House. Colangelo is the lawyer's name. And he comes from the White House. He was one of the top people in the White House. And they put him into the local Manhattan DA's office in order to prosecute Donald Trump. This is crooked Joe Biden. And Letitia James is totally controlled by Washington. Letitia Peekaboo James. Did anybody ever hear of her? She's controlled, Peekaboo. She's controlled. Did you ever see the pictures of her campaigning? I will get Donald Trump. This is before she knows anything about me. She's applying to, she is working to become the Attorney General of New York. I will get Donald Trump. I will get him. I will get this son of a bitch. I will get him. I'm going to get him. I think that's a fair prosecutor. New York State has got to clean up its act. And by the way, Fulton County has to clean up its act. They have to clean up their act. Pundits and inside sources say that the attacks on me will be violent. They say that it's violent. The attacks, Biden said it. He said, you know what their whole plan is? It was just released the other day. It was leaked by one of the many people that probably thought it was wrong. Their whole plan is to go after Trump in every way possible, especially criminally and legally. How would you like to have my life? You like that life? Darling, I go home to our wonderful First Lady. She never heard the word indictment. Neither did I until I got indicted so many times in the last few months. I got indicted more than the late, great Al Capone. Did anyone ever hear of him? Alphonse Capone. He was the meanest of them all. He was a gangster. If he had dinner with you and he didn't like you, you would be found dead the next morning. Your wife would not talk either because she was petrified. No, this was Al Capone. I got indicted more. My parents are looking down on me right now. They're saying, oh, my son, he's such a good boy. He didn't do this shit. Man, my father would say, he doesn't do this. Think of it. I got indicted more than Alphonse Capone, the meanest Scarface. Did anybody see the movie Scarface? He was not a nice man. Even Jim Jordan would be afraid of Scarface. Everybody was afraid of Scarface, but Scarface had a different kind of a thing. They didn't go after him like they go after me, I can tell you that. We can't let this happen. This has never happened in our country before. This happens in third world countries. This happens in banana republics. We can't let it happen here. And it's going to start with Pawnee, and hopefully they're going to end the case. They're going to end the case, not get rid of her, because this thing, and this affair was going on long before the case started, so the case is totally compromised. But we don't need to get rid of her and then put somebody else in there. It's unfair to all those people that got indicted. The list goes on, and they're good people, too. They're American patriots. They were protesting a rigged election, and it should start right here. They should throw out that fake deal from Fulton County. What they should do, they should spend their time going over the votes in Fulton County. That's what they should do. But the attacks will come through various places and through the Justice Department, FBI, even if they have no evidence whatsoever, because they don't care what happens after the election. They only care what happens before, because they want to try and damage me. But here's what's happened. I'm able to explain the situation. And if I was guilty of something, you'd know it. And the polls are all saying he's not guilty, it's a witch hunt. And it is. I've gone through this witch hunt with Russia, Ukraine. I've gone through this witch hunt for so long. 51 intelligence agents talking about the laptop from hell. They said it was from Russia, but they knew it wasn't from Russia. You know that. And many other things, the Pfizer fake signatures. This is what we're dealing. We have a very corrupt country. I fired Comey. I fired a lot of bad people, but I didn't know it ran so deep. It runs deep. We're going to get rid of the rest of them. I know who most of them are, too. They raided my house in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. They raided with they had no reason to do so. They violated my Fourth Amendment constitutional rights. They can't raid your house. They're not allowed to do it. They raided it. But a thing like this has never, ever happened before. Joe Biden is out of control, but really the people out of control are the people that surround him. I saw Merrick Garland. I really thought, I was thinking about Merrick Garland because I came in and I put somebody else in there instead of him. And I was thinking about him, and he's liberal, but I thought he'd be a high-quality person. But the other day he said he doesn't want to have any voter ID. He doesn't have voter ID. And he said it with a straight face because he thinks voter ID is discriminatory. He said this, you need voter ID. You need identification for almost everything you do. But no, in the Democrat National Convention, the last one, you had cards. identification cards that were bigger than a person's chest, a normal person, not a very big person, but a normal person like this. It had pictures from different angles. It had everything. It had everything. Probably didn't have your social security number, but that was about it. And they had identification. It was voter identification. In that case, it was party identification. You had identification cards all over people. But when it comes to vote, the most important thing we do is vote. When it comes to vote, no voter ID. I don't think we're going to stand for that. But Merrick Garland said that, and he said it with a straight face. We don't want voter ID because that's discriminatory. No, they don't want voter ID because if you have voter ID, it's much harder to cheat. Very simple. Biden is a weak, angry, flailing president. He's flailing and failing when you think of it, right? He's a flailing president and he's a failing president. Hoping that something sticks because they have nothing to campaign on. They have absolutely nothing. His administration has been a complete and total failure. Whether it's Afghanistan, where we lost 13 soldiers, 38 wounded horrifically with the arms, the legs, $85 billion worth of equipment left behind, and hundreds of millions of dollars of harm. And we still have probably, could be 1,000 American hostages over there. Nobody knows. But he should be attacking inflation, or when you think of it, inflation wouldn't have happened. The attack on Israel wouldn't have happened. The attack on Ukraine with Russia, Ukraine would have never happened. Everything Joe Biden touches turns to shit. Everything. I tried finding a different word, but there are some words that cannot be duplicated, but it's true. Everything he touches, all of this persecution is only happening because I am running for president and leading big in all of the polls, every poll. In the big new focal poll, we're leading Biden by 8 points here in Georgia, and we're leading Biden all over the country. We're leading him at numbers that the Democrats have never seen before. Nationwide in all the swing states, we have the largest leads ever against crooked Joe Biden that we've ever had, and we're just getting started. Look, and it's only going to get worse for him because he can't go against this radical left crazy movement. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. And if we do, we're not going to have a country left. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor because I am being indicted for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. I won't. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they are not after me. They're after you. I'm just standing in their way. I always will. We're delighted to be joined today by an outstanding American patriot who just announced that he is running for Congress in Georgia's 3rd Congressional District. And I have to tell you, he's worked for me since 2016. He's unbelievable. And he's always wanted to be a congressman. He wanted to grow up like some of his heroes in this room, because we've got a lot of great Congress people in this room. He's a proud Georgian, Fayette County native. And he's been a loyal friend to the Republican Party, to me, and to everybody. He's one of the most capable people you'll ever see. And I'd like to invite, where are you? Brian Jack, where are you, Brian? Oh, there he is. Brian Jack. He's tough. He's smart. He's conservative. He's a fighter. He's a fighter, and he's a MAGA man. Say hello, Brian. Come on.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. I am both humbled and honored to earn your endorsement. And as one of your longest-serving aides, I know, better than most, that these call-up speeches are best kept short and sweet. After all, we're here tonight to celebrate the now official Republican nominee for president, Donald J. Trump. So I'll keep it short. My name is Brian Jack. I'm from Fayette County, and I'm running to represent Georgia's 3rd Congressional District because I believe in the America First agenda that everyone in this room has propelled to enable President Trump to make our country great again. And Mr. President, earlier today we went through some of your record-setting accomplishments, and because the cameras are now on, I thought it best we go through them just one more time. If y'all could enlighten me, which president delivered the most secure border in American history? Which president gave us the best economy in American history? In 2020, which president earned the most votes in American history? And just earlier this year, who now holds the record for the most votes in Iowa caucus, New Hampshire primary, and Super Tuesday history? Ladies and gentlemen, as Georgia voters, I challenge each and every one of us. Let's get out in November and let's set another record. Let's re-elect the greatest president and political athlete of all time, Donald J. Trump.
He's great. So he's a great gentleman. He's going to go down as a great congressman and whatever he does after that. But he's wanted this for a long time, and he really sacrificed it because he wanted to stay with the campaign. He was with me right from the beginning, and he's as good as you get. So I hope you're going to go and vote for him, and he's going to be there for a long time, and he loves your state, and he loves our country. So Brian Jack, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I want to do another thing because it's a Saturday and, you know, it's boring. There's nothing good on television. We'd rather do this anyway, wouldn't we? So a person who really has, thank you very much, a person who's got tremendous courage. And, you know, some people go after her because they're concerned about her. She's very popular, actually. They know that, but a lot of people don't. But she's a woman that showed herself the other night when the president was so disrespectful to so many millions and millions and millions of people. She was willing to shout out. Now, sometimes you would say that's not nice, but in this case, it was very well needed because we have to shake this country up. This country has to come back, and it's never going to come back unless we have people like Marjorie Taylor Green. Please come up. Come. Come on up, Marjorie. Come on.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, Georgia, we know what we're going to do in 2024. We're going to re-elect our favorite president, the greatest president in United States history, Donald J. Trump. Right, Georgia? Let's get it done.
You got a lot of courage, that one. In addition, and I spoke with Jim Jordan, I said, you know, Jim, I'd like to invite this gentleman up because you don't hear as much about him, but he is a hero and he's one of yours. And what he's doing in Congress now for exposing horrible, horrible untruths and people that were really statements that were said about all of us. And I just think he's doing such an incredible job. I said, what do you think, Jim? He said, you got to bring him up. Barry Loudermilk. Barry, come up. Barry Loudermilk is Come here, Barry. What a job he's doing. Thanks, Barry. Please.
I trust the American people. When Kevin McCarthy asked me to chair a special committee to investigate what really happened on January 6th, I said, Kevin, I'll do it under one circumstance, that I just go to the truth. Whatever it is, we'll find the truth and we'll expose it to the American people and let the American people decide what really happened. And let me tell you, it's not easy. My dad, a World War II veteran, combat veteran, a medic, told me, he said, you know, doing what is right isn't easy, and sometimes it's not popular, but it's always the right thing to do. And people will always try to stop you from doing what's right. I've been shot at, I've been run over, I have been called traitor to this country, and I've been lied about. But we're not going to stop until you have the truth. God bless you, and God bless Donald Trump.
Thank you, Barry. Great guy. Also with us are real patriots, just heroes. I could bring every one of them up, but they wouldn't want to do it because they want to get back to some other things. But you have great people in this state. Mike Collins, representative, friend of ours. True patriot. Thank you, Mike. Great job. Andrew Clyde. Andrew Clyde. Where's Andrew? Great job, Andrew. He doesn't stop. A man who's, people don't know he's a great wrestler, one of the best ever in the country. A lot of people don't know that. I got to know it about 7 years ago. He's sitting in my office. I started to notice the ears, a little action going on in the ears. I said, Jim, did you ever wrestle? Then I checked his record. This guy was a champion in college for 3 years. He was undefeated in high school. I heard he was undefeated. Never defeated. Think of it. I know a lot about sports. To go as a freshman and to beat seniors is almost impossible. He was undefeated for 4 years. He was like 100 and something and Then he went to a great college where he wrestled and was the NCAA champion and everything else. And people don't know that about him, but they have to know that about Jim Jordan. He's incredible. And his sons are here, and they're also champions. So please stand up. The Jordan family. Great. And in Congress, he's just like he was in wrestling. There's a lot of similarities, I'll tell you. You have a great father, fellas, and you guys are doing a great job. Also, top champion wrestlers. I don't know, they're a hell of a lot bigger than you too, Jim, huh? I don't know. But I asked your boy, I said, so he's an All-American. I said, are you as good as your father? He said, nope. Not as good as my father. That's pretty good. You're an All-American, and you say the father was... See, I wouldn't have said that. I would say I was better. Then I'd have a problem with... But it's a great family. And to Polly and everybody, thank you very much. Great job, what you've done. Benjamin and Isaac. Benjamin and Isaac, thank you for being here, fellas. A friend of mine, somebody who's really going places. He already has, but he's really gone. His father was a fantastic man, so respected. And he is right now the lieutenant governor of your state, and he is with us all the way. Burt Jones. Burt, thank you. And his great father, will you please stand up? I love his father. This is a tough cookie. That's a great family. Thank you. What a great family. You didn't see crowds like this with all the years. This is incredible, isn't it, right? Never happened before. They don't want to talk about it, the fake news. There's never been a movement like this, ever, where you come down. Look, Biden's here today. He probably has 100 people, legit people, I'd say 30. But they work hard, and they probably have. That's where he made the statement about, apologizing for using the word illegal. But he had a very small crowd. But every place we go, we never have empty seats. We have lots of people standing outside, sometimes in the rain and the cold, but there's never been anything like it. And this is about making America great again. So it's very important. A friend of mine and somebody that should have been senator, and he was a really great senator, but he should have been senator. Bad things happened. David Perdue. David, thank you. Good man. Another friend of mine, he headed up the hearings in Congress when he was going after Mueller. Remember that? You hear his voice, is it true that you this or that you that? He's like central casting, a friend, just a great guy. What he did in Congress was amazing. Jim and everybody else will testify to that. And he's loved by the people in Georgia, and I assume he's going to be doing something because he's still a young man. Doug Collins. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Doug. Great job. You got to watch those hearings. You got to watch the way he grilled Mueller. You remember that? Is it true that you did this? Is it true that you got that? And the guy just said, I don't know. Please let me away. Let me go home. Remember that, Doug? You'll never forget that. I have that on the highlight reels, by the way. Georgia Agricultural Commissioner, the Agriculture Commissioner, Tyler Harper. Good job you're doing, Tyler. Labor Commissioner Bruce Thompson. Bruce, thank you. Good job. An incredible senator, I have to tell you, from day one, he was on the front lines, and he is a popular guy. People love him because he fights for justice. He got what was happening to the state very early on, and Bert can say it, very early on. Brandon Beach, what a great job you've done, Brandon. What a job. Thank you. And so many other politicians and representatives and people that love Georgia, so many that if I ever announced them would never get off. But I just want to thank you all for being here. We have some great people, great people here. All of the great representatives that have worked so hard. From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. I believe that. Every problem Joe Biden has created can be fixed, every problem can be solved, and every injustice can be set right. We will bring this country back together through success. The word is success. They said it's revenge. They said, I'm out for revenge. I'm not out for revenge. My revenge will be success. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, and we will restore peace through strength. I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. Now, what that means is very simple. We get all these bad deals. We changed a lot of them, most of them, but still plenty of them out there. A lot of unfair deals. If China or any other country makes us pay a tariff or tax, let's say 100 or 200%, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200% right back. It's called you screw us and we screw you, and everybody's happy. And as tariffs on foreign countries go up, taxes on American workers and families will come down. You know, we gave you the largest tax reduction in the history of our country, and we're going still further. And yet we took in more revenue than ever before. And as I said, for many years, I will always protect Medicare and Social Security, which others are not able to do, like Joe Biden. You're not going to have it. It's going to be gone. It's Joe Biden who's destroying them, and he is doing it with a migrant invasion. This migrant invasion is much more dangerous than you think in so many other ways. It's going to have huge impact on rights that you're entitled to, and that includes Social Security and Medicare. We will restore law and order to our country. I am going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong actions on crime. They can solve the problem. We are going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. We will take over the horribly run capital of the United States of America, Washington, D.C., clean it up, renovate it, rebuild our capital city so that it is no longer a nightmare of murder and crime, but rather it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. People from Georgia go down to Washington now and they get shot. Horrible things are happening. You see graffiti all over the place, beautiful columns built 200 years ago and 100 years ago. Gorgeous columns. You say, how did they ever build them? How did they move them? They didn't have the equipment to move them. They moved them through force of will. They got them there through force of will. You look at these massive structures and you say, how did they ever do that? They didn't have Caterpillar tractors. They didn't have anything. They had their hands and their muscle. And they got it done. And now I see graffiti on it. Not going to happen. We're going to take care of our capital. We're going to take care of our capital. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school at all, pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports. And I will fully protect and uphold our great and very important under siege Second Amendment. We will protect. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech, and I will secure our elections. We will secure our elections. If we don't, we are a country in trouble. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. Very simple. But until then, Republicans must go out, and we have to swamp them. We have to go out, and we have to get so many votes. We want this to be a landslide. That way it's too big to rig. We want to make it too big to rig. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. So if you want to save America, then go vote. The Georgia primary is this Tuesday, March 12th, and Georgia could be the state that puts us, look, if we win Georgia, we're going to win the election. Let me put it that way, okay? We have to win Georgia. So get everyone you know, and let's send crooked Joe Biden packing. Let's send him out. So in conclusion, together we are taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. We've never seen anything like it before. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals that we're fighting against are, you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. From Atlanta to Augusta, from Savannah to Columbus, beautiful Columbus. We just left Columbus, and it's quite a place. And from Athens to right here in Rome, we inherit the legacy of red-blooded American patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and defend our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that is the highest inflation in 50 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are skyrocketing. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest levels in our history. We are no longer energy independent or energy dominant as we were just a few short years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. Yet we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation anywhere in the world. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their oil production while at the same time substantially increasing the price. And we met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska and elsewhere on our precious land. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal, yet everyone knows that the Green New scam is fake and will lead to our destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all-electric cars, despite the fact that they don't go far, cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China, where materials are only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but is not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered and very powerful army tanks the best anywhere in the world, all electric, so that despite the fact that they also are not able to go far, fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through enemy territory in an environmentally friendly way. And they also want to make our fighter jets with a green stamp of energy savings, though losing 15% efficiency but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of emissions as we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels that they have never seen before. Who are these people that would do this to us? Who are these people who would destroy our country? Who are these people who want our country to be destroyed? We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the U.S. just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a foolish thing? What other country would be so self-destructive? Can we be energy independent, even dominant again? Yes, oh yes, and quickly, says President Trump. Yes, oh yes, we can. We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world behind. And also abandoning Bagram, one of the biggest military bases anywhere in the world, and only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And we are a nation that allowed Russia and Ukraine to fight, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years, it didn't happen. Likewise, the horrifying attack on Israel would never have happened. They wouldn't even have thought of doing such a thing if President Trump was in the Oval Office. Iran was broke under the Trump administration. They didn't have the money to fund Hamas, Hezbollah, and all of the other instruments of terror that they funded previously. But those sanctions were lifted by a corrupt Biden administration, and now Iran is a rich country again, with $221 billion and another $6 billion that they got for hostages from us, and $10 billion for electricity to Iraq. All compliments of an incompetent Biden administration. They gave them so many compliments, and they gave them so much money. And China, with Taiwan, is next. We are a nation that allows radical left terrorists to violently attack our cities, leaving behind massive destruction and death. And nothing happens to the criminals that do these terrible things. There is no punishment. But when people who love our country protest on January 6th in Washington, they become hostages unfairly imprisoned for long periods of time. We are a third world nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against opposing political party like never ever before has happened in our country. We've got a Federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald Trump to lie and say it was fact, where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation, and the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was, and a Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired and in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and possible nuclear war, which would be World War III and far more devastating than any of the previous world wars because of the weaponry that no one even wants to think about. We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they indeed, oh yes, they are indeed the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering the false indictments of Donald J. Trump, who has done nothing wrong except win an election that was not supposed to be able to be won. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed, and where crime is rampant and out of control like never, ever before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon, and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival our own. And less than 3 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea in check. They respected us. They were afraid of us. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. And now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the world. And perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer admired, respected, or listened to on the world stage. We are a nation that has in many ways become a joke. And we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even hostile to God. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the bottom of every single list. We are a nation that just sold a once great company, United States Steel, to Japan. We are a nation whose stock market's continued success is totally contingent on MAGA winning the next election. That's why it's going up. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods, but with no retribution, where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than groceries to feed our beautiful families. We have become a drug-infested nation, crime-ridden nation. We have become a nation like nobody thought possible. In many cases, we have become, quite honestly, a horrible and unfair nation. We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers, where each dealer is responsible for the death during their lives of 500 people or more. Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing and hopelessly dying in their arms, screaming, "What can I do? What can I do? What can I do?" We are a nation whose once revered airports are a dirty, crowded mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the plane won't leave, and they have no idea when they will, where ticket prices have tripled. They don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't have qualified air traffic controllers, and they just don't know what the hell they're doing. We are a nation that screens its citizens viciously at the ports, every single port. But if you are an illegal alien, you are allowed to flow through our southern border by the millions. So sad. And look what has just happened to one particular great family with a magnificent daughter who is no longer with us. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, its willpower, and its strength. We are a nation that has lost its way, but we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and it is hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. And we will throw off the sick political class. That's what they are. They hate our country. We will rout the fake news media. We'll drain the swamp, and we will liberate our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield, we will never give in, we will never give up, and we will never, ever back down. With your support, we will go on to victory, the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024. It will go down as the most important date in the history of our country. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Georgia. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, the president wrapping up just about 2 hours here in Rome, Georgia, as an electric crowd tonight once again for President Trump. What a great speech. I mean, he delivered on all the talking points that has really made him so great during his first presidency.
Absolutely, and of course, touching the hearts of everyone here is his condolences to Laken Riley and her family, the family of Laken Riley being here today, receiving a standing ovation, the people here holding her pictures because she will never be forgotten. And President Trump promises that that will not happen. She will never be forgotten. And that, again, Laken Riley should be here.
Yeah,
but, of course, Joe Biden and his policies that don't work he has blood on his hands. So speaking of immigration, talking about the State of the Union address just on Thursday, the president hitting some important messages and, of course, always getting a round of applause when he says he will keep men out of women's sports.
And he also talked about Fulton County and said, forget about these, trying to investigate me. Let's check the votes. Let's make sure we get the election right here in Georgia. So much corruption here in this state from top to bottom. Something that he calls out to get to the bottom of. Hey, we want to thank all of our sponsors today. Let's start off with our friends over the Birch Gold Group. Simply text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on how you can invest in gold, silver, and precious metals. Want to convert that traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA? It's as simple as this. Text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Group. Plus, freetrumpbook.com. Who doesn't want one of those? You're not going to learn it on the University of TikTok or the College of Instagram, but you will read about it in this great book. It's free of charge. All you can do is pay a slight shipping and handling fee. That is freetrumpbook.com.
OFP Farms, goat milk. Gotta love it. Lather your skin in these goat milk products. Lip balm as well. A selection of magnesium products that can aid in pain relief and just general well-being. Liz was talking about how it helps her sleep at night. So these products are great for anyone. 5-star reviews on a wide variety of topics. Go to OFPfarms.com. OFPfarms.com. Check out their wide selection of goat milk soaps, lotions, products, lip balm, you name it. Put in RSBN at checkout and you'll get 15% off your order. Also, Patriot Mobile, a good alternative to the left other networks out there. Tired of compromise? It's time to switch to Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your phone, you can keep your number. Just go to a company that supports our values. Go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN.
And our friends of the Wellness Company,
Yes.
We talk about your health. We talk about the importance of staying healthy in whatever circumstances that might come up. The Wellness Company has this emergency kit to keep you and your family safe. I always say buy 2 or 3 of them. Keep one in the house, one in the office, and one in your car for road trips. The emergency kit from the Wellness Company, a lot of great things on there that can keep you and your family safe. The information for that is on your screen, the Wellness Company.
Liz Willis, come on. We are going to wrap things up here tonight from Rome, Georgia. It's been a great evening, fun evening. Glad to have you back with us. Time.
All right, how can people follow you, Liz?
Please follow me on Twitter. It is @LizWillis_. And if I get to 100,000 this year, I'm going to be super thrilled. So I'm kind of close.
There you
I'll
go.
park it there. I'm also Vanessa Broussard on Instagram. People don't know how to spell my last name. It's BROUSSARD. That's on Instagram, X, and also Truth Social.
All right, until next time, so long, everybody, from Rome, Georgia. Good night. Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have. And like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated. And once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.